This story begins at night. Why at night? Because it was a night job. Obviously, only those who were busy during the day worked at night, the students. However, Hobang lied to the driver, claiming he was 20. It was still a very young age for such hard work. The driver couldn't lift the box. What? Were they putting stones in there? Hobang realized he should help. He easily lifted all the boxes at once, while the adult man couldn't even handle one. The driver's jaw nearly dropped. Yet Hobang insisted that he was perfectly fine. Meanwhile, the work was already finished, quite quickly, thanks to the teenager. He could breathe a sigh of relief that they believed him, and returned back to the store. Meanwhile, dawn was breaking. The boss was outraged that they asked Hobang about his age. But the teenager swore he lied and they believed him. He understood that he would have big problems if he got caught. The boss knew this. He hired the boy due to his circumstances but still worried. Suddenly, he noticed that Hobang had previously worn a different school uniform. He completely forgot to mention that he was already in high school now. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to public transport. Behind Hobang stood two girls discussing the boy's uniform. They were seeing it for the first time. Hobang heard everything. The girls were curious why he was taking the subway. Didn't every one of those students have a personal driver? Or had the school started accepting kids from regular families? Regular families? What did regular even mean? Someone like them would never understand. Tuition at Seoul High School cost 10 million won per semester. Because of this, it was often called the Chaebol High School, the largest corporations in Korea owned by one family, and most students were children of those families. So how could a boy like Ho Bang get into such a school? On the way to school, a group of boys from another institution was smoking. They wanted to skip classes to go to a computer club, but no one had money for that. Suddenly, their leader saw something interesting. That ridiculous school uniform. He recognized a student from Seoul High School. Another added that it was a school for rich kids. The leader didn't care anymore. He focused all his attention on the rich. It was already clear where this was going. The group of cool boys was in shock. They no longer believed that Ho Bang was from Seoul. Where was his money? Why was he bringing his own food? But it turned out he was just a scholarship student. Ho Bang said he was late for class, so he asked for his backpack back. The leader didn't get the money he wanted, but he had to get something else. It seemed to him that Ho Bang was too polite. The poor student found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. They returned his backpack, albeit a bit roughly, but that wasn't all. Because the bullies still hadn't had their fun. Ho Bang immediately got punched in the stomach, after which he was hit again. The leader was annoyed that Ho Bang seemed to think he was special just because he was from Seoul. But in reality, it was clear that the bully was just angry at the whole world. Ho Bang understood what was going on too. He probably should have pretended to be scared. Seoul High School selected scholarship students from poor families every year. Ho Bang's stomach growled. He pulled out his crumpled snack from his wrinkled backpack. This year, Ho Bang was one of those lucky ones who received a scholarship. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Seoul School itself. He arrived there, his clothes were in terrible condition. But Ho Bang himself wasn't beaten or scratched, just a bit dirty. The school itself, he didn't think there was anything special about it. Not in the school, but in the students. One student got out of a car, the driver opened the door for him, bowed, and called him young master. Young master? Another student was addressed as Miss. Miss? Ho Bang had never seen such cars. Was this some kind of auto show? Everyone looked at him strangely. He felt those gazes on him. It was a bit awkward. Now he began to doubt whether he could attend such a school. But there was no turning back. Maybe he should have washed his clothes first. Ho Bang immediately made it clear who among them was the scholarship student. The sideways glances spoke for themselves. But this topic quickly shifted to another. They were discussing some girl who was going to attend this school. The parents of their wealthy children had already instructed them to befriend this person. Everyone was discussing it, but no one mentioned names. Ho Bang, of course, was not in the loop. Was she some kind of celebrity? And at that moment she walked in. All eyes were now on her, not on Ho Bang's dirty clothes. It was the younger sister of the president of Hyesen Group, Kang Gai. Among all the students who got in, she was from a real chaebol that ranked among the top 3 Korean conglomerates. Ho Bang didn't understand what any of this meant. He wanted to find a restroom. His lunch was calling him back. Everyone was making such a fuss over her. Was she a princess? In any case, her appearance screamed wealth. To be honest, Ho Bang was incredibly envious. She didn't have to worry about money like he did. Kang Gai noticed his gaze on her and responded in kind. Suddenly, Gai's expression changed sharply. Hobang was already scared. He had had enough of confusing situations for one day. She was approaching him, and Hobang ran away, thinking she was curious about how someone like him was here. It seemed Guy was ready to speak. Everyone was shocked. Was this loser acquainted with someone like her? Hobang wished he could sink into the ground. He didn't want so much attention on himself. Gay did end up speaking to him, but she was interrupted. They announced the start of the entrance ceremony. Everyone had to take their seats. So everyone had to line up as they were arranged. A strange bald woman came on stage. She was the school principal, Ashlyn. A quiet laugh spread through the hall. Hobang was very indifferent to all of this. But he wasn't indifferent to the fact that Gay was staring at him again. How much longer? This was starting to annoy him. She didn't notice anyone but Hobang. The rest were completely gray to her. But don't switch off. I promise this story isn't about love. It's much more interesting. Meanwhile, the entrance ceremony was coming to an end. The principal bowed, and her bald head caught the spotlight. Everyone was blinded. Was she doing it on purpose? For some, it was just the perfect moment. Hobang vanished, as if he had been waiting for the right moment to escape. Everyone left the school. There were no classes that day. Gay was searching for Hobang with her eyes. But everything was gray. She saw no one. What a pity. But they would meet again, right? Just then, someone called her. She didn't think it was Hobang. The voice was familiar. A beautiful, tall, and stylish girl came to pick her up. It was her older sister. She was asking how school was, but Gay said the students were just gloomy. It wasn't very interesting to listen to, but there was something. Gay asked her to find out about one person. Honestly, this isn't a dumb love story. However, her sister also decided she liked someone. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to residential buildings, regular neighborhoods. Hobang wanted to sign up for a part-time job, handing out flyers. He was calling from a landline. He got accepted, so Hobang was happy. Gay was watching him from a car. Here's where it gets interesting. Two girls were strolling down the street together. Suddenly, someone in a pink costume abruptly shoved a flyer at her. Guess who was in the bear costume? Just a cutie. Exhausted, Hobang finally took off that stuffy costume. This was his second part-time job. He earned $20,001 for it, about $15. However, Hobang was satisfied with this. His singing testified to that. He was so happy that he didn't even notice he was being watched. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to school. A week had passed since Hobang started studying there, and no one had spoken to him. Was he a recluse, or were they just ignoring him? Overall, he was fine with this. Hobang was tired from night shifts and handing out flyers. He hoped he could continue studying peacefully at this school, so he would have the chance to sleep between classes during lunch to work at night. But his plans were just ruined. Two classmates came over. In a week, they hadn't even remembered his name, Hobang or Obang. They wanted to find out about the scholarship that was being paid to him. They learned that the conditions for the scholarship were basic means for survival. Their tiny brains managed to analyze that this meant the state was paying Hobang, and he went to school for free and received everything for free. Was he really a beggar? They decided that his scholarship was funded by the payments of others. Hobang realized this was a transition from ignorance to bullying. But he decided not to stay silent and asked what they meant. A classmate handed him $50,001 and said to buy some bread. After all, Hobang studied for free, but he had to pay for food. The classmate said he wasn't that bad and laughed, allowing him to keep the change. The events shifted to the store. Hobang held the bread in his hands. Now this place resembled a school for the wealthy, but he was even glad for such an errand. Isn't it wonderful? He even had 47,001 left. Suddenly he was called. It was her, Gay. They hadn't seen each other all week. But how did she know his name then? And what about the bread in his hands? Meanwhile, the two boys were discussing their actions with Hobang. For some reason, they found it amusing to send a classmate for bread. He compared Hobang to a dog wagging its tail when they said he could keep the change. Gay overheard all of this, and then she abruptly entered the classroom. Everyone, as always, stared at her. The two boys could hardly wait to think of something else very funny. But their plans fell through if only they could see their faces. Gay took the bread from Hobang and asked whom it should be given to. Everyone was silent but looked at the culprits, which gave them away. Gay approached them, and out of fear, they even began to stutter. She ignored all their questions and asked if the blonde girl had ordered it. Our little girl began to sweat down her face. Gay wanted to find out if they had called Hobang a beggar. The boys regretted this a million times. Gay asked if they would give her money too, if they had so much. The blonde was so scared that she started apologizing. She looked down. Just as Gay thought, the coward was frightened, after which she silently left. But Hobang was not satisfied with all this. The atmosphere became completely different. He decided it would be strange if he kept the money for himself. So even though he didn't want to at all, with trembling hands, he returned the change. The boys accepted it. Meanwhile, the events shifted to that street. Hobang stood in a pink bear costume, counting that by handing out flyers for 2 hours, he earned 20,000 won. It was impossible not to cry over this, especially when he was also being beaten. 7,001, his money. Suddenly, someone yelled at the hooligans. It was Gay. She defended the bear because there was a living person inside. Hobang couldn't believe such a coincidence. Probably just a coincidence. But when Gay called him by name, earlier she had learned everything about Hobang, the city, the house, the rent, even that his parents had died when he was a child and he lived with his grandmother. Recently, she had fainted while collecting paper for recycling and had been in the hospital. Gay roughly calculated that one night's work was not enough to cover all expenses. And that's probably why Hobang wore that silly costume. But what was she doing? Hobang was furious. How did she find out all this? Gay ignored this question and asked if he needed money. Hobang shouted, "How could she behave like this?" Gay ignored that too, offering to eat tteokbokki with her for 100,000 won. Why are you looking like that? Would you resist such an amount? Hobang didn't understand what was wrong with Gay. But the rich have their quirks. Gay noticed that look on her. She said everything was written on Hobang's face. He thought she was strange. But she liked his honesty. Gay offered to take something else if he didn't like it. Hobang pretended it wasn't about that, but he was already afraid that Gay knew everything about him. Suddenly, a terrible thought crossed his mind. It couldn't be. She fell in love with a handsome guy like Hobang. Gay addressed him by his full name. She was definitely confessing her love. She asked if she could ask Hobang for a favor. What kind of favor? Gay promised to pay, again. Could he resist? He needed the money very badly, not just for himself, but for his grandmother. Meanwhile, it was already getting dark. Gay still hadn't told him about the favor, and it was time for Hobang to go. She kept the intrigue, but said just a little longer. And at that moment, it happened. A man came to the grandmother's place where they were eating. She said she would prepare everything for the next week. But the man didn't like that. He started yelling and throwing chairs. It turned out that the grandmother owed money at a high interest rate, but couldn't pay it back. And the man didn't care. He was one of those who came to debtors and crippled them. Hobang began to guess what kind of favor Gay was talking about, and he understood everything correctly. She would pay, and Hobang had to get rid of that man. It seemed there was no sense in this, but I assure you, you will understand everything ahead. Hobang was furious. And how was Gay different from those classmates? Pretending to be nice all day just to ask for something like that? She was just a hypocrite who solved everything with money. Gay ignored everything and raised the stakes to 1 million won. Well, what are you judging again? That's $750. Hobang arrived just in time. The grandmother was in danger. A brief conversation passed between the man and the student, revealing that this grandmother was not related to Hobang, and therefore the collector didn't understand what was required of him. To be honest, he didn't know the answer to that question either, as he didn't have time to think before his body reacted on its own. 1 million won. The man was not one to solve problems without brute force, so Hobang immediately received a slap. Little brat! Didn't he see that adults were working here? But the man was very mistaken if he thought it would be that easy to get rid of Hobang. He couldn't believe his eyes. There wasn't even a scratch on the boy. He asked the man to leave the grandmother alone. The man could no longer hold back, so he continued to solve problems the way he knew how, with his fists. This time, Hobang took a beating. Several times. Hobang didn't even dodge. Yeah, Gay was even disappointed for a moment. Well, finally, this time, Hobang had to understand for sure. He lay there powerless. The grandmother was worried about him. She wanted to go to Hobang, but the man grabbed her by the neck like a cat, and then threw her away like trash. The man was now even angrier at her because he thought she had brought Hobang. Suddenly, Hobang got up again. He didn't have a single scratch on him. He said the man was an adult and should behave accordingly. That was the last straw. It seemed Hobang really wanted to go to the other world. He hit the student in the stomach with all his might if he wanted the man to behave like an adult. Then he had to get up. Now Hobang would give him a few personal lessons. 1 million. The man didn't hear. Hobang shouted louder about 1 million won. The student knew exactly which strings to pull. Even Gay became curious. Hobang broke into a self-satisfied smile. 1,000,001, money solved everything. However, for some reason this had the opposite effect. The man lunged at him with his fists again. Hobang just stood there waiting for another punch from this gentleman. Gay expected that the classmate would show this scoundrel. But no, this idiot got hit again. She regretted a million times that she got involved with such a fool. Hobang couldn't even stand up for himself properly. The man blamed the student for provoking him. Truly a very adult position. But the worst part was that he blamed the grandmother for bringing this idiot. Hobang got up again. He asked the man to finally stop. However, he couldn't understand why the man, having beaten this teenager well, why did he get up every time? Hobang told the scoundrel that he had already poured out all his anger, so he could leave the grandmother alone. But all his pleas were in vain. Such stupidity was starting to irritate Hobang, but it seemed the man had found a new breath. He began to feel insecure that he couldn't beat an ordinary teenager, so he kept hitting Hobang without stopping. Well, this time there had to be a result. He had to knock Hobang out. After all, he was just a child. But the student got up again. It seemed he didn't care at all. The man couldn't just leave it like that. He had fought with so many people, thugs and tough guys, but he couldn't handle a child. Even Gay didn't understand anything. She couldn't comprehend why Hobang allowed himself to be beaten like this. The man decided that the student was some kind of lunatic because he wasn't getting hurt at all, yet he let himself be hit like this. Suddenly, an old lady clung to the man's leg, pleading for him to stop, as this was just a child. But this only irritated him more. He had no conscience at all, so he was about to hit the old lady too. But something went wrong. He didn't even understand what had happened. Before he could blink, he was already thrown back several meters. Everyone was shocked, even Gay. The man landed painfully on his back. He simply couldn't believe it. A child had beaten him? Hobang approached to ask if the uncle was okay. But it seemed the man was already afraid of him, because he suddenly got up, cold sweat dripping down his face. Hobang wanted to assure him that he hadn't been hurt badly, but the former tough guy was backing away. The student couldn't understand why. The man ordered the old lady to prepare money for the next time. His voice no longer sounded so confident, he was even stuttering. And he threatened Hobang with death if they ever crossed paths again. Of course, they would never meet again, because the man was afraid of the encounter himself. Hobang could finally breathe easy. He had completed the task. And Gay herself told him this, suddenly appearing as if out of nowhere. Hobang immediately reminded her about the 1,000,001. Gay just confirmed once more that he really loved money. But that wasn't right. Wasn't he even curious about where he had gone? Gay called him to come with her, and on the way, she would explain everything. But Hobang had no more time. He needed money, and that was it. Gay knew this about his job in the store from 11 to 6. She told him to quit. It was illegal work. Hobang replied that it was legal with the guardian's permission. But Gay knew for sure that the old lady hadn't given permission for such work. That didn't even need to be checked. So she threatened to tell if he didn't go with her. Who had he gotten involved with? Gay changed her mind and decided to tell him this, whether he went with her or not, since the store manager hadn't even paid Hobang the minimum wage. Little ginger monster. Meanwhile, it had already gotten dark. They were sitting in a cafe where Gay confessed that she had done this a long time ago, so Hobang didn't need to come to work anymore. He was just furious he needed a job. But even if Hobang had stayed at work, he still wouldn't have earned as much money as he needed. Didn't he understand that? Gay said not to worry, as she would give him money. But what was the catch? Why would Gay do this? At the entrance ceremony, she had acted strangely, and now her orders were the same. They had just met. Did she learn something else about him, and Hobang wanted to know everything? Gay timidly said he didn't need to hide this from her. But what did she mean? Gay said that Hobang was different from others and knew it himself. But the boy didn't understand anything at all. Gay said that Hobang was like her and had a superpower. What the hell? They sat in silence for a while. Then Hobang decided to speak. He asked if Gay had hit her head as a child. By the way, about her childhood. Her mother had told her back then that when the time came, Gay would take her mother's eyes. The girl hadn't understood this at the time, but her mother said it had been the same for her once. She had gotten her eyes from her father, and now her mother was giving them to her daughter. It was natural. This was what parents passed on to their children, and the mother promised to try to pass it on as late as possible. After all, the world she saw with those eyes wasn't so beautiful. Gay suddenly asked, what exactly had her mother seen? She wanted to know the difference between what her mother saw and what she did. The specifics. Finally, something interesting was starting. Gay said that her eyes saw special people, like Ho Bang. Special people had abilities beyond human limits. For example, the ability to throw a person high into the air. And her ability was to see the color of those like Ho Bang. In her eyes, everything except that was gray. And she noticed that Ho Bang wasn't just strong, he had been beaten, but there wasn't a scratch on him. She was exaggerating. The teenager considered himself just a bit stronger than others. And Gay didn't understand why Ho Bang let himself be beaten, as he had been in control from the very beginning. The answer was very simple and naive. Ho Bang was worried that the person could get hurt, so he decided to put himself in harm's way. It was better than someone else getting hurt. Everything would be fine with Ho Bang anyway. Gay said she had been looking for someone like him for a long time, and finding someone with enough self-control was much harder than just finding someone strong. She asked about Ho Bang's parents. The teenager didn't understand anything. Who was this story about Gay's mom for then? She had to explain again. She asked from whom Ho Bang had inherited this ability. You won't believe it. He still didn't get it. Gay was in shock for two reasons. First, could Ho Bang really be that stupid? Second, could he have inherited this ability without even knowing it? After all, he should have inherited his ability from his parents. Suddenly, many memories came before Ho Bang's eyes, but they weren't the kind he wanted to share. So Ho Bang simply stood up and left. His mood was completely ruined. He said he had had enough of this madness. Gay didn't like this. They hadn't finished yet. But Ho Bang had nothing more to say. He asked for the money tomorrow. She was rich. Gay was in shock. Was that just a condemnation directed at her? Ho Bang was in a hurry because he lost his job because of someone and advised Gay to read fewer comics. What? It was as if he was running away from her. As he went down, Ho Bang brushed past Gay's sister. She realized that the conversation had gone poorly, so she turned back to her sister. Gay was upset because they hadn't even gotten to the heart of the matter. The sister didn't believe that Ho Bang hadn't guessed about his superpower, knowing he could launch a person into the air. Something was off here, something was wrong with him. But still, the question remained, what was wrong with Gay? Did people always believe her right away? Whether Ho Bang acknowledged his strength or not, he still remained superhuman. The sister reminded her that Gay's ability wasn't just about what she saw. Had she forgotten what information they had found about Ho Bang? Meanwhile, the boy stood by his workplace. He lowered his head in guilt and asked to come back. But the boss didn't want to hear any apologies, as he would simply be fined. Ho Bang's entry into the store was forever closed from now on. But that still wasn't all. The teenager asked to return everything he had earned this month. The boss was simply furious at such audacity. But he still returned those coins to Ho Bang, as he knew how much he needed the money. I shouldn't say this, but in reality, the teenager always knew that his body was different from others. But if what Gay said was true, then he most likely inherited it from his mother. She wasn't present, but still made him recall those memories once more. It reminded Ho Bang of that painful night. The apartment building caught fire. Some managed to escape, but one man tried to walk straight into the flames even though they were stopping him. He shouted the names of the boy and his beloved. It was Ho Bang's father. Meanwhile, more apartments were catching fire. The firefighters were about to leave as they risked burning themselves. Suddenly, one partner heard a voice. He definitely hadn't imagined it. And so the firefighter ran straight into the flames. In doing so, he saved a little child. But that wasn't the end of the story, because the firefighter heard another woman's voice. Someone was still inside. That child turned out to be Ho Bang, and he was pulled out completely intact, not even harmed. And it was from that day that everything began. Ho Bang's father was beside him. He calmly waited for his son to wake up. But why then was he not with his wife? Ho Bang, of course, wanted to know what had happened and why he was lying there. However, Dad didn't know how to respond. He said he would do it later. But the son understood everything himself. He asked where Mom was. For a second, everything fell silent. The whole world hushed. And then a tear rolled down the father's cheek. Ho Bang's heart raced wildly. He suddenly felt very scared. The father asked the little child what he should do now, tears flowing like a river. Now the son felt even more frightened. The events shifted to a service room. You know, it was such a place where only the patient monitor could be heard. The only proof that the patient was still alive. Because right now, it was just a wrapped mummy, impossible to recognize as a person. That was Ho Bang's mother. Her whole body was covered in burns. The sight was too horrifying for the little boy, as he didn't even recognize his mother there. Hobang's body began to retreat on its own. He pressed against his father. Dad said that the mother had been searching for her son all this time. This meant that Hobang couldn't leave. In his mind, he understood that it was his mother in front of him, but his eyes saw something else. The poor boy couldn't handle it, so he screamed very loudly. After which, he ran out of the room, still shouting. Hobang was just a child and completely didn't understand what he was doing. He only knew that this woman was not his mother. Hobang didn't want to hurt his parents, but he did. Then he should have bited his mother by the hand, and the adult Hobang understood that. Wait, a superhuman? Hobang didn't even notice how he crumpled the coins in his hand. He didn't even put in any special effort. He wasn't a superhuman. He was just trash. The scene shifted to the hospital. Hobang arrived, and there was undisguised surprise on his face. The administrator told him that all the bills had already been paid. It was all very strange, but Hobang had a hunch about what was going on. He decided to visit his grandmother, as always. And there, his suspicions were confirmed. After all, he wasn't the only one visiting his grandmother this time. Gay was with him. Should I even mention that Hobang was furious? What right did she have to barge into his family like that? And to have the audacity to pretend that nothing had happened? They stepped outside to talk. Hobang had many questions for Gay. Her behavior was already frightening. She knew too much about him. Hobang confessed that he was a superhuman, but that had nothing to do with Gay. Suddenly, she began to tell him that Grandma was very proud of her grandson, that he got into a prestigious school on a scholarship and had never upset her in his childhood. Gay even felt a bit jealous. Grandma talked about Hobang all the time, but he was jealous of his classmate in every other way. Suddenly, Gay said that her parents were killed. How could he not have heard about the assassination of President Hisan? It was a big deal where 19 people were killed, but it remained unsolved. No one was caught. On the day Gay's parents were killed, the little girl was there and saw everything with her own eyes. What could be worse? And that man, suddenly the mother stopped twitching. Silence fell in the room. And then her eyes returned to their normal color. But Gay's eyes, that man was the first one little Gay saw with those eyes. A superhuman. That day, Gay's world changed completely, and she clearly understood that superhumans and her abilities were involved. So this situation could happen again. That's why she needed someone like Hobang, someone with equal powers. Of course, he didn't really want to get involved in something that involved the deaths of other people. But Gay knew how to persuade him. She told him about a specialized hospital with care for the elderly that was in their company. Hobang didn't have to worry about money. Gay promised to take care of everything. And he no longer needed a side job because she promised that Hobang wouldn't need anything else. Gay said she wasn't pressuring him, but in her opinion, that was enough to agree. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Gay awaited Hobang's response, but instead, he simply turned around and left. She was in shock. Why was he silent? Suddenly, Hobang agreed, but on the condition that Gay would take care of his grandmother, as she promised. To be honest, she was shocked that it worked. Her sister had told her that Hobang needed only one thing: money. She advised Gay to just tell the guy that she would give him a lot of money. But did her sister really think that would be enough? Gay had never needed money, so she didn't even realize how powerful a lever that was. Now she could breathe a sigh of relief. She had succeeded. Meanwhile, a new day arrived. The scene shifted to a sports center. There, Gay's sister was waiting for a meeting. She was with a bewildered Hobang. Gay had told him to come to the sports club, but hadn't explained why. Her sister wanted to check something, since they would have to work together. But why did she point to the exercise machine? The confusion was written all over Hobang's face. Her sister wanted to test how strong he really was. All Hobang had to do was lift that thing. However, first he wanted to know where Gay was. It turned out she had business to attend to. Suddenly, her sister understood something and decided to voice her brilliant thought that Hobang missed his friend. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a new building, specifically to an apartment in that building. Gay was there with a realtor. With a realtor. It seems she wanted to buy that apartment. The realtor was very happy and suggested signing a contract. But she misunderstood Gay. She didn't want to buy that apartment. She wanted the whole building. I think your faces are as shocked as the realtor's face right now. Meanwhile, her sister was smoking and watching Hobang's abilities. Suddenly, her cigarette fell from her mouth because that idiot easily lifted the heaviest barbell with one hand. Honestly, she couldn't even believe what she was seeing. Hobang put down the barbell and decided to ask if her sister even had a name. She extended her hand to him. and introduced herself. Her name was Zhang Shidao. She said she was a bit different from Hobang, but was also a superhuman. Meanwhile, it had already gotten dark, but they were still at the sports club. Hobang was reading something. He named page 85, the fifth line, and Shidao quoted it word for word. Hobang couldn't believe it. He was holding the book Shared Journey. He questioned her again and again, but Shidao always quoted the book correctly. It was truly impressive. That was her ability. She remembered everything she had seen at least once. Hobang thought it was really incredible and cool. At that moment, Gay walked in. The conversation immediately stopped with her arrival. Gay handed over a phone and a key. She noticed that Hobang didn't have a mobile device, so she bought him one. And without drawing attention, she mentioned the key to the house, asking him not to lose it. She justified it by saying that Hobang's house was far away, so she bought the house too. He listened to all of this with a serious expression. Suddenly, his expression changed sharply. What? Meanwhile, a week passed. A lot had changed drastically. As Gay promised, Grandma was moved to a better center. She worried about where Hobang got the money, but she still didn't know about the new house. And also, Hobang got a phone for the first time in his life. But that wasn't the most surprising thing. He had his own house. Outside, Gay was standing and quickly and angrily typing something. Shi Dao was the first to notice that Hobang had come out. Gay was furious and immediately shared her outrage that he was late by a whole minute. And one more novelty during this time, the more Hobang received, the more anxious he became. Nothing in the world came for free. Everything had a price. The scene shifted to school, almost a typical day for an almost typical student. And by the way, the quiet school life had also changed. Finally, the lesson ended. Everyone could go to lunch, but not Hobang. He was called by Guy, who was already gathering all the attention. And now Hobang was getting it too, even though he never asked for it. Gay came to get him to eat together right in front of everyone. Should I even mention how embarrassed Hobang was? And should I mention that everyone called them a couple at school? Gay got the nickname Princess, and Hobang was called Beggar. The scene shifted to the cafeteria. Hobang noticed that Gay was eating this time without rice. This phrase was just to start a conversation while everyone stared at them and made their guesses. In fact, Hobang wanted to clarify something. He had only been receiving all the time but had given nothing in return. However, Gay didn't understand what was wrong with that. But it seemed that something still needed to be explained to this fool. She had already told him that Hobang had to do something when the time came. And when the time came, the boy wouldn't have to worry because Gay would make him finish the job, even if he didn't like it. While the two were talking, someone passed by, gathering just as many looks as Gay. It was some guy with blue hair, and he was heading straight for Kang Guy. And let's just say she was not very happy about this meeting. An old acquaintance wanted to join them for lunch. The whole cafeteria suddenly filled with the noise of gossip. Hyun-soo from 8, an idol from a group. It turned out he studied at the same school but didn't attend classes due to a tight schedule. Gay said she didn't care. So this Hyun-soo sat down. Hobang had no idea who this guy was, but he didn't like all the attention. It seemed Gay spent a lot of time with Hyun-soo. And the idol had heard about Hobang, who was called Princess and Beggar, and he agreed with that. He was sure that Kang Gay would be better suited to someone like him. But before he could say a word, Gay loudly banged her chopsticks on the table and said that she smelled something bad. It turned out that it was all about Hyun-soo's perfume. It ruined Gay's appetite. So she stood up and ordered Hobang to follow her. They would eat somewhere else. What else could he do? The bewildered Hyun-soo watched them leave. No one had ever humiliated him like that, but he accepted the rules of this game. Hobang noticed that Gay's character was not sweet. She was some kind of celebrity and she treated him like that. However, she didn't understand what was wrong with saying that a person smelled. But the problem was that Gay didn't realize it was bad because if someone said that to her, she would be offended. To be honest, Gay didn't even understand why she should care at all. A heavy pause hung in the air. Then Gay turned and said that Hobang needed to do something. There was tension in her voice. Hyun-soo watched all of this unfold. He was far enough away, so he couldn't hear what they were saying, but he was incredibly jealous. And it irritated him. Meanwhile, it had already grown dark. The scene shifted to a karaoke bar. Somewhere in one of the booths, there was quite a romantic vibe. At that moment, the door swung open. The bouncers were already on alert, wondering who dared to enter so brazenly. Dressed all in black, with a covered face, the bouncers even had to stand up to figure out who this reckless daredevil was. However, the conversation with these brutes was short. They didn't expect this stranger to use the same methods of conversation. His partner was even taken aback. So he didn't react in time to realize he would be the next victim. The bouncer received a knee to the chin. The boss, whom these brutes were supposed to protect, was in shock. He simply asked why a fight had to break out so quickly. It was Hyun-soo, and he said the bouncers started it. It was just self-defense. By the way, they were starting to come to their senses. The boss ordered them to step outside for a moment. Hyun-soo cast a sidelong glance. He looked at the girls, but his friend said they wouldn't bother them, and added that in any case, those girls wouldn't even remember anything. The friend immediately noticed that Hyun-soo was in a bad mood, and quickly realized it was because of a girl. Unfortunately, the brother couldn't help Hyun-soo with anything. Although, there was one thing the brother could handle. Why didn't Gae irritate Ho-bang? The bouncers were waiting outside the door. Hyun-soo asked who they were. It turned out that Kyung-sok had been in an accident and couldn't be there for a while, so he sent his juniors. He had sent schoolboys. Judging by their uniforms, they were from Jejeon High School, a terrible place. Hyun-soo asked Kyung-sok to better prepare his students, after which a pause ensued, a tense silence. Then he turned to his brother. Hyun-soo asked if he could use the services of those girls. Meanwhile, someone was having tea between some man and Shadal. She wanted to sponsor this man's athlete on the condition that he would secretly train one person, and the entire gym had to be used only by his athlete and the mysterious person. In reality, Shadal wanted the gym to be exclusively for her person, but she relented. The man was outraged, as such a request was already audacity. His pride wouldn't even allow it, as training an ordinary person instead of an athlete. But Shadal knew what arguments to present to satisfy his pride. At first, the man resisted and pretended it was beneath him. Shadal simply waited. She knew what she was doing. The coach gulped, after which he shook Shadal's hand. Money solved everything. Meanwhile, that athlete was training in the gym. He was alone. Han Jae-on was called. The coach came with someone else. Jae-yoon entered the gym alone. They hadn't arranged a meeting. The topic quickly shifted to Ho-bang, whom the athlete hadn't expected to see. It was quite awkward. Meanwhile, the event shifted to the day before, where Ga said that Ho-bang needed to learn boxing. She said the guy didn't know how to fight. Yeah, Ho-bang felt hurt, but he had no way to argue. After all, he usually just endured when he was hit because he didn't feel pain, until his opponent got tired. Gae explained that the people Ho-bang would deal with weren't simple. They were superhumans like him. The coach explained to Jae-un that now he would be training with Ho-bang. It was hard to explain that he wasn't an athlete, but just an ordinary amateur who needed to be taught. For Jae-un, it was hard to realize that the amateur would be trained by the director himself. After all, he didn't look like someone who loved to engage in sports. The director wondered where to start and asked if Ho-bang had any experience with sports. But he had no such experience. After a brief conversation, the director realized that Ho-bang had never engaged in sports at all. Jae-un understood that the coach didn't know the newcomer well and suggested conducting a test on Ho-bang's level. The director got angry. The athlete shouldn't use his skills on such amateurs. However, he didn't take into account that there was no one else in the gym and Jae-un needed someone to train with. I shouldn't say this, but Jae-un also wanted to show the newbie who was in charge here. So they prepared for battle. Jae-un promised to go easy on Ho-bang, just to check his level. He added fuel to the fire by saying that many of his opponents couldn't handle it and ran away. The director then told Shidao that even he couldn't teach them anything because they just ran away. But she promised that she wouldn't withdraw her sponsorship and take the money, even if that happened. It was the fault of those who couldn't handle it, not the director. And to be honest, he hoped for that. It would be better if Jae-un gave the newbie a few lessons. But he was still worried and asked the athlete not to kill Ho-bang. Jae-un didn't want to scare the newbie and asked him to start first. But Ho-bang was simply in shock as he didn't know what to do. Jae-un was shocked once again that his opponent was so far removed from sports. Interesting. What a strange stance. Ho-bang asked if he could attack. There was a pause, after which Ho-bang's fist appeared before Jae-un's face. However, he was indeed a good athlete and dodged the blow. Ho-bang, to be honest, didn't expect that at all. He simply fell to the floor. Jae-un even felt embarrassed. Ho-bang apologized, saying his body had overwhelmed him. Jae-un was shocked that his opponent was so unskilled and wanted to find support in the director. But he understood it was now his turn. Ho-bang was ready for this. He thought so, but didn't expect to see a fist in front of his face so quickly. And of course, he didn't dodge and got hit. However, nothing happened. Hobang didn't even budge from his spot. Jae-un's surprise was undeniable. Was he really okay? Did he actually get hit? Hobang said that the opponent did hit him, but it all happened so fast that he didn't understand anything. Jae-un was simply in shock. His astonishment hadn't faded all this time. Now he felt a spark of athletic interest awaken. The director recognized that look and shouted for Jae-un to stop. But the athlete was already unstoppable. And Hobang understood that his end was near. Jae-un's strike was very powerful indeed. He landed several blows. Hobang's face was like a punching bag for the athlete. There was no result, so he gathered all his strength, after which he delivered the final blow. The ropes barely held Hobang. The director began yelling at that idiot Jae-un. But then he fell silent, a look of astonishment appearing on his face. For Hobang said he truly hadn't noticed the fists. He didn't even understand when the hit came. Hobang knew that athletes were on a completely different level. Compared to them, he was just a snail. But both Jae-un and the director were left speechless. How was this idiot even standing on his feet? Hobang asked if he should continue. Jae-un was already ready. The battle was getting more and more interesting. Hobang immediately charged and lunged at his opponent. His movements were quite loud compared to the opponent. But Jae-un immediately struck back, thinking that Hobang was very clumsy on top of everything. However, the opponent didn't give up and landed another blow right away. Well, he was trying. And then another one. But Jae-un blocked everything and counterattacked. Hobang didn't give up, and after a few missed strikes, it seemed like he actually managed to land something. And it was something incredible. Jae-un simply couldn't believe that this newbie could be so strong. Although the professional athlete blocked, his arms were burning mercilessly. And they didn't just hurt. Jae-un was trembling all over. Hobang, as always, was worried for his victims. But the opponent remained silent. Suddenly he felt that before him stood not just a simple newbie, but a strong master to be feared. Hobang asked if they could continue, but the opponent dropped his hands. After which he admitted that he had lost. Shock was clearly written on Hobang's face. So he decided to apologize, feeling he should. Jae-un had never seen anyone apologize for a victory before. But it was even cute. Meanwhile, the training had already ended. It was so strange that it fell to the one who had the advantage and was advancing. Jae-un couldn't believe he was just an ordinary person. This was a monster. After all, Hobang had never even fought. The director said that in that case, he would take care of him, and they, along with Jae-un, would train together. Of course, the athlete didn't like it, but he had no choice. Meanwhile, the event shifted to the school. Hobang lived his ordinary school life. The bell rang. With that, classes were over. Hobang looked at his notebook. Suddenly, he noticed something. Gae was standing there, seemingly waiting for him. Hobang was scared that something was wrong. They exchanged news. Gae asked how his boxing was going. Hobang was studying English words because an exam was coming up soon. Gae watched him intently. It was no wonder that she wanted to look at such people more often, as everyone else seemed gray to her. How did she not fall into depression at all? It must be so hard. But unfortunately, such gazes always ended with the object of contemplation noticing it. Hobang noticed it too. Gae quickly looked away. After which, she said that maybe she was proud of him, but it sounded rather sarcastic. Hobang decided that Gae had completely lost her mind, but it was beneficial for her. Suddenly, Hobang was called. It was Shidao. Gae told him to sit down. They would give Hobang a ride, but he wanted to warm up before training. Just a 15-minute walk. Strangely, she even seemed a bit upset. They said their goodbyes. Gae yelled that Hobang wasn't watching the road and could get hit by a car. She watched him for a while longer. Gae suddenly asked her sister what she thought. Shidao said she also noticed that Hobang was sweet, honest, and kind, but that wasn't the point. Gae wanted to inquire if there was anyone who could defeat Kwanil. Shidao stretched out a long well, after which she said that it was only Kwanil himself. Gae thought so too. After that, she wished Hobang to grow well. Meanwhile, the teenager was heading to training, not looking around, studying words. He was walking down a road where there were no people around. Suddenly, the sound of a motorcycle was heard. Hobang initially didn't react, but when the sound got closer, he turned around. However, he turned around too late. The motorcycle passed right by him, and the passenger hit him with a metal pipe. Hobang was so caught off guard that he flew back hard and hit his face on the asphalt. For a while, he lay there unconscious. The driver asked if his partner was sure there were no cameras here. Then they realized that Hobang could be dead. So the guys decided to flee quickly before anyone arrived, especially since the sight was not the most pleasant. Hobang lay there unconscious all alone. At first glance, it seemed that he was fine. In reality, he was unharmed. But in recent times, the boy clearly understood that it was better to pretend to be dead in such moments. Meanwhile, the events shifted to another building, and there filming was taking place. That idol was filming, and not alone. The director called for a break. Hyunsu received a notification on his phone. His brother wrote to him saying he was worried about that boy. The young star couldn't hide his joy. Even his filming partner became curious, thinking he had a girlfriend. But Hyunsu replied that it was just a school friend. Then the partner wanted the idol's number. Hyunsu looked at her closely. It was a typical situation. That look and expression were a usual reaction to him. The partner even asked him to call her Unnie. And it didn't matter who it was about. It was all about Hyunsu. He agreed to those terms. After all, any woman would be his if he wanted. Meanwhile, the events shifted back to the school. All the girls suddenly stopped and blushed. Their gazes were fixed on Hyunsu. The rest just looked like squids next to him. In Korea, anyone who wasn't good-looking was literally called a squid. Such attention was just a typical situation for an idol. But when he lifted his eyes and saw them again, his gaye, who didn't even look at him, they just walked past, as if Hyunsu didn't exist. The idol was in shock. What the hell? Why was that jerk walking around as if nothing happened? The events shifted back a few days earlier. Hobang, as always, was heading to training after school, studying along the way. Suddenly, he heard shouts that seemed to be directed at him. In front of them was a group of bikers who didn't exude warm relationships. One of them stretched out that familiar bat and said that it was because of Hobang that they were all in trouble. They advised him not to move, then it would all end quickly. Otherwise, they would smash his head. And they threatened that Hobang would die if he wasn't lucky. The teenager just stood there in shock, silent. He couldn't think of anything better than to ask who they were. The masked boy ordered him to shut up and let them kill Hobang. This time he dodged. This only enraged the attacker more. But while he was talking, Hobang simply ran away. The gang gathered to chase after him. It looked like subway surfers from the outside, to be honest. Hobang showed fear and tried to figure out who these people were and what they wanted. The masked boy said he didn't need to know that. They were just going to break something of his. Real psychos. Two of the thugs rode on a motorcycle. Hobang understood what they were planning to do. It had happened before. So he skillfully dodged again. Suddenly, memories flooded back. And he recalled that situation when he was hit at the same spot. It was those same guys, yes. Hobang just remembered that now. And he asked the thugs if it was them from that time. Exactly, and if Hobang had gone to the hospital back then, they wouldn't have to chase him now. Suddenly, the teenager realized that this masked guy knew him. However, this only made him angrier. Bosh him. He swung the bat. Hobang blocked it and didn't even flinch. Suddenly, another danger. Hobang blocked again. As always, he wasn't in a hurry to counterattack. He just waited for the attackers to get tired of it or lose interest. They struck at various places, even in those where Hobang didn't block. But each time, they were surprised that this jerk didn't feel pain. At some point, it seemed they began to suspect something. But they continued to hit him anyway, as their number of chromosomes wasn't capable of analysis. At one moment, Hobang himself got tired of it. He stopped the bat with his own strike. This time, even those jerks felt the difference. Hobang spoke calmly and asked if it was dangerous. After all, if he got hit by something like that, then a broken limb wouldn't be the end of it. He could even die. During the conversation, those idiots didn't even notice Shudal's presence. She calmly greeted them. Shudal said that Hobang's movements were strange, so she came. And she didn't think they were just local thugs. Then who were they? The robbers, to be honest, were scared of the witness. Shudal ignored them. She said she had been watching for a bit and asked if Hobang wanted to be beaten again. He fell silent, as if he was embarrassed. Shudal continued that Hobang had already had a sparring match, and she and Gay knew he was good. So he didn't need to worry about that. She also added that there wasn't much difference between being good and being foolish. Shudal said that these guys weren't weaklings, so she ordered that idiot to fight. Suddenly, a bat appeared in front of her face. The masked boy threatened her to step back if she didn't want to die. But Shudal didn't just not get scared. She simply ignored him and asked Hobang what he was doing. That idiot was putting on boxing gloves. To be honest, the thugs were a bit scared. Hobang said he didn't want to spar, so he was letting Jaeun win because he didn't want to fight since he didn't know how to do it. But he told Hobang something. From the moment he put on the gloves, it was no longer a fight but a sport. Shadao was a bit happy. Finally, something interesting was starting. Their gang leader ordered them to hit Hobang. The idiots immediately began to follow their boss's orders, who, to be honest, was scared to attack first. Hobang, as always, was calm and took his stance. Yes, since they attacked him first, he could block the strike. And it wasn't his problem that his strikes were several times stronger. While the partner was in shock, a kiss from Hobang's fist flew into his face. To be honest, the teenager didn't even exert effort, but his opponent flew straight into the wall, after which he fell to the ground. Their leader was already trembling with fear. Behind him awaited a surprise in the form of a taser. Hobang stood in shock. That jerk was screaming so much. Shadao commented that it was probably painful, but it wasn't worth bothering Hobang. She became curious about something, who these robbers actually were. Hobang was very scared. He feared Shidao and what she could do. The girl took out her phone. To be honest, the stupid Hobang still didn't understand anything. But it was obvious that these thugs weren't just from some neighborhood. The attack on Hobang was not just a coincidence. There had to be a reason. And all the answers were simply in this phone. Meanwhile, it had already grown dark. The events shifted to a small street called Suo, more precisely to the rooftop. There was Shadao, and she was tracking someone's geolocation. At the very bottom, she watched as a man beat up the gang that had attacked Hobang. Well, was supposed to attack. As you might have guessed, they were hired to take care of the teenager. Hyunsu was also standing nearby. He said enough, as it was disgusting to watch, especially since they were not at fault. The guy was in shock. He even asked for clarification. Suddenly, a sneaker flew into his face. Hyunsu hit the man. He justified it by saying it was his fault, so he deserved punishment. Makes sense, right? Shadao heard all these words and conversations perfectly through her earpiece. After a few punches to the face, the man said he understood everything. After that, Hyunsu gave them a week to choose. Either they break Hobang or he breaks them. A choice without a choice. All in Hyunsu's style. Intimidation, manipulation, power. But how long would it last? Now it was time to scold the gang. Their boss said he wasn't afraid of Hyunsu, but of the one standing behind him. The gang asked who that was, but the boss had enough sense not to reveal it. Shadi understood that she wouldn't hear anything interesting from here on. Meanwhile, a new day had arrived. Shudao told Gae everything about her classmate Hyunsu and the attack on Hobang. But the younger sister didn't even know who he was. How could that be possible? They were celebrities who attended the same school and had even talked together 21 days ago. Yet Gae truly didn't remember. Shidao forgot that these worthless people had ordinary memories. She told her about Park Hyunsu, the youngest member of the idol group ATM. The most popular group of their time, and Hyunsu was such a star there that he was not even compared to the other members. A diamond with a stunning face and an equally stunning voice and body, he entered school with an honest, charming face and excellent grades. Was he a fraud? They said he was the director's nephew, which is why he was promoted more heavily. Gae just listened while Shae Dao fumed over her worthless memory. However, the younger sister now understood even less why such talent would treat Hobang that way. But that wasn't the issue. The illusion of pride in Park Hyun-soo was in fact his madness. The events shifted to a house. Someone rang the doorbell and the door opened. A very exhausted girl peeked out and asked in a frightened voice who it was. There stood Shi Dao, asking if this was Kim Yona. A week ago, she had met with Hyun-soo, so claimed the older sister. After that, Kim Yona abruptly shut the door. But Shi Dao was ready for this. She blocked the door with her foot. This, of course, scared her. But Shi Dao had something up her sleeve. She told Yona that she knew something and could help. After all, she knew about her meeting with Hyun-soo a week ago and what happened that day. The news reported that the famous actress Yona was leaving the screen due to health issues. How could this even happen? Then the door opened again. There stood Kim Yona, all in tears, asking if they would really help her. Meanwhile, the events shifted back a week. There, Hyun-soo and Kim Yona indeed met at night. When the girl asked where they had been, the idol simply said they stood out too much, so it was better not to be outside, as there was no one inside at all. Yona decided he was trying to intrigue her, but how wrong she was. However, Hyun-soo also made a huge mistake that day. Such a mistake could cost him his career. They went to karaoke. Yona said she was very touched that Hyun-soo rented the whole place just to be with her. And at that moment, the door opened and someone walked in. Yona got scared. She felt some danger even then. A simple guy walked in, yawned, and apologized for being late. Yona began to fume and shout that this idiot had entered the wrong room. But Hyunsu said he had been waiting for a friend. The guy recognized Kim Yona. He said she was much cuter in real life than on TV. And very appetizing too. Hyunsu suddenly asked. Did Yona really think he would go on a date with her? After all, she was gray and boring. Did she think they were on the same level? But since she was there, she should enjoy herself. Hyunsu said it would be good for her too. After that, Yona finally decided it was time to run. But she didn't make it. They blocked her way. She looked into his eyes, which somehow were so alluring. That jerk asked if Yona wanted to look at him, but she remained silent. However, her eyes, they suddenly began to close, feeling so heavy. He asked if Yona was feeling good, and she said she felt very good. After that, he started to undress and asked if Yona would like to make it even better. Yona said she was hypnotized and couldn't resist, and she didn't understand why he did that. The video filmed then was sold only to VIP clients for a very high price. But now similar information had been confirmed about other celebrities. The ability, this guy, he used a superpower. Gay knew for sure and couldn't be mistaken. The younger sister was so furious, and she swore she would do something to that jerk. Shudal didn't understand one thing. What did he need all this for? He had everything he wanted. She didn't think Hyunsu was normal, as a normal person wouldn't like Gay. In any case, if this idol invited Gay, then it was their chance. They could get into their hideout. And there they would find him, that guy in the mask. Gay thought for just a second, then immediately agreed. She ordered Hobang to free up time for tomorrow. They would take advantage of it. That's why they came together. Hyunsu was in shock and a bit nervous. Just like on a first date, it seemed Gay really liked him. Hobang greeted him, and so they gathered. The guy who was attacked, his hostess, and the instigator of the attack. Is this really normal? The answer is obvious. No. Hyunsu didn't know what Gay liked, but he heard the food here was good. He acted like a little puppy, even stuttering. Gay said she preferred tteokbokki, and Hobang supported the idol, saying he liked everything. After which, he took a big bite of meat. That's Hobang for you. Nothing would change him. Gay offered him her portion, of course, and this idiot didn't refuse. Hyunsu felt like a complete fool. But the way these two interacted, jealousy was killing him. Hyunsu said he would step out for a bit. Meanwhile, someone was playing on the computer, completely naked. That ugly haircut. By the way, he was still playing here, not what you might think. Yes, it was him, that superhuman who assaulted girls. By the way, he was still playing here, not what you might think. At that moment, Hyunsu called him. Although his brother thought he was on a date, but what the hell kind of date was this? Yet Hyunsu himself said he met the one, and now he was whining, although that was in his style. When the idol told everything, his brother couldn't hold back and laughed until he cried. The best man in the world, Park Hyunsu, became the third wheel? What a loser he was. Even his brother mocked this idol. In any case, Hyunsu was so disappointed that he didn't want to endure it anymore and asked his brother for help. But he didn't really want to, as it was technically his day off. However, he still agreed. Hyunsu asked his brother to take those guys too, as Hobang was still walking around without a single fracture. Suddenly, Gay's phone rang. She received some message and read it without a single emotion. Then she asked Hobang to beat someone up. The guy nearly spat out his food at such a request. Hobang couldn't understand why he had to beat someone up just like that. After all, Gay promised he would only deal with superhumans, yet she asked to just get straight to the task. She asked if Hobang could protect her. And of course, he couldn't refuse her, not just because she was paying him. At that moment, Hyunsu returned, saying he had received a call, and suggested going to karaoke if they were done eating. He knew a good place where it was quiet and no one would bother them. Gay was dissatisfied. She remembered what that jerk did to Yonayu. Suddenly, Hobang said, "Of course!" What kind of questions were these? Of course he could protect Gay. Hyunsu's face showed surprise, and a smile appeared on Gay's face, and she agreed to go to that karaoke. The area where it was located had been closed off because many people had gone missing here, and there weren't many passers-by on the streets. That's why Hyunsu could feel at home in this place. The idol entered first. Gay decided to ask Hobang once more, if he was sure, but the teenager had never been so sure in his life. So they went in. Gay looked around carefully while Hyunsu said that not many customers came to karaoke. However, in the booth, she saw a sufficient number of guys. Hyunsu said he didn't expect so many customers this time. There were two more people standing in the hallway. Gae played along, saying it was indeed a bit strange. Hyunsoo asked if they would be having drinks and asked Hobang to get some. He refused, but Gae insisted. She whispered that she hadn't seen the one in the mask yet, so she asked him to act as natural as possible. Hobang complied. He went to the vending machine that was in the hallway. Hobang might have wanted to act naturally, but when something like this was happening, it was very hard. Meanwhile, Hyunsoo wasted no time and asked what kind of relationship they had with Hobang, since they were always together at school. He said he just didn't understand since she and Hobang were on such different levels. Didn't she know all the scholarship students came from poor families? They would never compare to someone like Hyunsoo. Even just watching how they ate, if Gae was with him out of pity, the idol thought it wasn't worth getting too close. But she didn't understand why Hyunsoo was speaking for both of them. After all, if that was the case, it applied to him too. He wasn't on that level to be around Gae. They weren't cows or pigs, so why was Hyunsoo ranking everyone? At that moment, someone entered the room. He greeted everyone, walking in boldly as if it were his own home. Gae immediately understood everything. Finally, the jerk with the bowl haircut had arrived. Gae had seen him, the person in the mask from the video. Hyunsoo introduced him as his close friend and the owner of the karaoke place. Gae hadn't expected him to arrive so quickly. He immediately sat down next to her as close as possible, and he said again that Gae was much cuter in real life. It seemed those were all the compliments his tiny brain could remember. To be honest, Gae started to panic a little, but she calmed herself with the thought that Hobang would come soon and they would handle everything. Suddenly, she felt something strange. What was that? Her body? It suddenly felt so weak. Was he using his power on her? That jerk broke into a smile and asked what was wrong. He was just mocking her, asking if she felt sick or if she was ill. Gae didn't think he would act so thoughtlessly. That jerk put his hand on her shoulder, said she looked tired, and suggested they go to his place to relax. A strange feeling. Gae felt better. It was as if she was coming out of a drunken stupor. He said she had very nice lips and asked if he could kiss her. Gae felt as if she were under hypnosis. She closed her eyes but didn't respond. Suddenly, she remembered the look of that jerk, the one who killed her mother right before her eyes. At that moment, Gae snapped back to reality. Meanwhile, a bunch of idiots didn't understand why they were all called in just to get rid of one Hobang. But those who had already fought him said that this guy was actually not as simple as he seemed. Still, they wanted to finish him off quickly since he was just a beggar. Such expressions and stereotypes only worked in Hobang's favor. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the sports club. Han-jae and the director stood in shock. The punching bag was completely torn apart, and it had even come down from the ceiling. Han-jae didn't even know what to say. Then Hobang asked to hit the bag with his bare hands. He wanted to try hitting without gloves. Han-jae was scared, as it sounded like Hobang was just warming it up. But it didn't matter how hard you hit. If you did it wrong, you could get injured, so he advised wrapping his hands in bandages. And he asked him not to hurt himself due to inexperience. Hobang explained that he just wanted to learn how to control the force of his punches. So all of this was done by that rookie, and he was still controlling his strength. The events returned to reality, where, as you understood, it was not Hobang who was in danger, but all those decent people. He said he was very busy right now, so if they wanted something, he asked them to hurry up. Some decided that Hobang was clearly slow-witted, but the teenager just went back to the room if they didn't want anything. That confidence left them in a daze. But for some, it drove them mad. Hobang always waited and never attacked first. Everyone watched to see what would happen next, as the teenager took a very strong hit to the head. Yet he simply got up, not even moving from his spot. Then he turned and asked if this would now be considered self-defense. In the eyes of others, Hobang was just insane. And in some ways, they were right. People were used to calling those who were different psychos. But didn't they create the norm based on deviations? While all the other bullies stood in shock, their brother lay unconscious and possibly needed medical help. A few seconds of silence, after which those idiots jumped into a fight. One grabbed Hobang. "Please, don't bring them up in the comments. I know it's cute." The ginger thug started celebrating that he had caught him. But the joy stopped when he got hit in the face. Hobang could fight, even with some ginger monkey hanging from his neck, even though they were hitting him. Yet the teenager always responded with even stronger hits. It didn't even hurt him. Then the next ones approached. They tried to hit. Hobang didn't defend himself, as if he was letting them enjoy it. before he would smash their heads in. Or maybe the teenager was enjoying himself, those shocked expressions on their faces. It's hard to believe he didn't like it. Meanwhile, the jerk had a mark from a slap on his face. Hyunsu didn't understand what was happening. Mommy's boy was about to wet his pants. He didn't understand how. How could she refuse him? He did everything as he always did. Meanwhile, Hobang's opponents were not doing any better. Those who were smarter realized their chances were slim. Hobang was even a bit tired. He didn't like what he was doing. He raised his eyes and asked, "Was that enough?" It sounded like a suggestion, since everyone already knew who had won, and Hobang didn't like hitting people. Or maybe they wanted more. Hobang said it was better to stop there. In fact, there was a threat in his words. His opponent was already trembling, barely holding the bat, but the ginger monkey shouted for him to hit Hobang and to do it quickly. This suddenly gave the poor guy strength, and he decided to obey his partner's command, choosing the easiest strategy, where he wouldn't even get scratched. Well, Hobang had no choice but to fight. Meanwhile, in the room, they were trying to figure out how Gae managed it. She was very angry and showed it with her whole demeanor. Hyunsu ordered his brother to stop with the jokes and finally do it. But he wasn't joking, as his power didn't work on Gae. Hyunsu began to panic, so he switched to shouting. He was interrupted by Gae, who said she knew all the tricks of that idiot. She asked if Hyunsu wanted to film a movie with her, and if he even understood who he was dealing with. Although Mommy's little bunny was scared by this, he didn't show it. After all, if Gae assured that she knew everything, then she became a problem. And what would she do now, run away and start screaming? He just wanted to keep the video for himself, but now he had no other choice. Hyunsu began to openly mock and intimidate, saying that Hobang wouldn't help her because he was already dead. And to be honest, Gae was a little scared, but still held on to hope. She believed in Hobang. The brother asked what Hyunsu was planning to do. Did he really want his brother to deal with her company? The idol admitted that from the very beginning, they planned to handle Gae. The brother said he had a bad feeling about this. He didn't think it was worth going this far, but Hyunsu calmed him down, saying it was Gae's fault. If she were just a regular chick, there wouldn't be any problems. But she was a chaebol, so if she got out of here, it would be a complete failure for them. The brother was angry that Hyunsu brought someone they couldn't handle. He had to make some calls, and it was always so scary. Gae asked what company they were talking about, and what did their dealing mean? The guys silently looked at Gae, after which the brother ordered Hyunsu to take her phone while she was calling. The idol asked Gae to behave herself because he hated hitting women. Her look annoyed him. She wasn't scared. But how long would that last? Gae only said she didn't understand anything. Hyunsu had money and popularity, so what did he need all this for? And no matter how much she thought, she didn't understand why. The brother called another guy, saying there were business problems, specifically with the goods. A smile appeared on Hyunsu's face. Gae suddenly realized that the idol was just insane. Did she really think that this jerk got this far just by having money and talent? Gae would probably be surprised to know who was in her contacts and phone. Police, doctors, judges, they were all in his hands. That was his real power. Even the radio station director couldn't treat him without proper respect. And that's why now Gae also had to treat him with the appropriate respect. He wasn't someone she could handle. Suddenly, an undisguised shock appeared on her face. Did he really do all this for such a reason? Gae decided it was time to put him in his place. Hyunsu just laughed awkwardly and exaggeratedly, but even the brother didn't support him and asked him to behave quietly. The idol said that soon Gae would pay for her words, even if she begged for mercy. Suddenly, Hyunsu fell silent abruptly. After that, his stupid expression turned less self-satisfied, because at the door, he saw Hobang. The teenager started tugging at the handle to get inside. Even the brother stood up. He hadn't expected this. Well, if the door was closed, Hobang had no choice but to kick the door down with a light kick. It was nice to see that surprised, dumb face. Hobang was very calm and asked Gae what he should do now. She screamed that he should kill all these idiots. Kill in what sense? Well, no, that was too much. But while he was thinking, Hyunsu had already jumped into the fight. He leaped over him, wanting to swing. He was puzzled that Hobang was completely calm. So he managed to hit, although the idol dodged. And even hit back. And then again. This time right in the face, the blow was strong. But his shock knew no bounds. After all, Hobang didn't just look unscathed. He was skillfully fighting back. Gae managed to escape closer to the exit, hiding behind Hobang. The brother couldn't understand what his guys were up to. If that scumbag was completely unharmed right now. Hyunsu asked if his brother had called and how long they should wait. About an hour. Hyunsu looked at his fist, which was already throbbing. He told his brother he would pay double if he said to come right now. Meanwhile, the event shifted to a rather unpleasant-looking place. There was a naked, bound man trying to make even a whimper so someone would hear him. They peeled the tape off his mouth. A man with long hair apologized to the esteemed client, but this wouldn't have happened if he had paid on time. The man swore that if given another chance, he would pay everything back in a month. But it wasn't up to him to decide. He asked Hyun what they should do since the client requested another month's extension. But Hyun remained silent. Rapunzel even had to step closer. Yet Hyun still said nothing. Then the man started screaming that he would definitely pay and beg for another chance. But the boss was busy playing a game. He wasn't in the mood for this. He said he was tired of it all and asked to deal with it themselves. Rapunzel decided to let the poor soul go. He was immensely grateful, but he was warned that if he didn't keep his promise, next time they would take off the blindfold and make him watch. The poor guy trembled so much that he was ready to agree to anything. He was ordered to reach the intersection, take off the mask there, and then send it to the boss. Hyun Madik was told that they had called again from karaoke. He conveyed that they asked him to come right now and would pay double for it. Hyun Madik said let those spoiled kids pay the full price, and then they would send someone. Suddenly, a gentleman appeared and asked if they were talking about the karaoke in the closed district. He suggested grabbing a bite there since there used to be a decent noodle restaurant. The gentleman, who had a strange eye, insisted on going because he was very hungry. Meanwhile, the event shifted to karaoke. The guy with the strange haircut and squid-like face said his people would be there in 20 minutes. But now it would cost 3 times as much. Suddenly, the brother noticed Hyunsu's hand and asked if he was okay. The idol said he probably hit wrong, but it wasn't worth worrying about. Just then, his expression suddenly changed. After all, Hobang didn't waste any time and punched him in the face. But Hyunsu managed to dodge just in time and hit back. A fiery fight broke out between them. But there were moments when Hyunsu genuinely feared for his life. However, for now, the idol could skillfully evade, and even inflict damage as he thought. The brother noticed that Hobang fought well, even if you couldn't tell by looking at him. The teenager was hit so hard that he had to regain his composure for a moment. Hyunsu said that when he looked at Hobang, he only thought of him as a flea. He was nobody. The idol couldn't understand how someone like that could be kept around, and if he wanted to, he could easily kill. Hobang asked if he was okay since Hyunsu was the one bothering everyone, while the teenager genuinely didn't care about him. He hit the nail on the head and deeply offended Hyunsu's sensitive soul. So the idol punched Hobang with all his might right in the chin. And again, Hobang endured, but then his voice changed sharply. Even the idol noticed it. He said that if Hyunsu hit so hard, he had no choice but to hit back painfully. The idol was simply in shock. After all, Hobang didn't have a scratch on him, and the teenager was very aggressive. If the rules of the game changed, he would play by the new rules. Due to his inattention, Hyunsu weakened his defense. Shadal then asked the teenager why he didn't want to box. He said he had seen many martial arts online that were much better than boxing, and Shadal agreed with him. In practice, mixed martial arts were much more useful, considering the teenager's strength. This was fatal for Hobang's opponents. But Shadal chose boxing because it wasn't as deadly. Even if you took judo with Hobang's strength, he could easily knock someone out. Meanwhile, Hyunsu received the first hit, but it was such a blow that it couldn't compare to everything he had done to Hobang. Gae was in shock. After all, Hyunsu immediately fell. He simply couldn't stay on his feet. To add to that, he hit his back hard against the wall. The brother was also in shock and stupor. Hyunsu showed no reaction. The brother asked Hobang who he was. He reminded him that they had called him a flea themselves. The brother immediately started betraying his friend, saying he never said anything like that. Meanwhile, it had already grown dark in that closed district. Hyunsu still hadn't come to his senses, so he had to be helped a little. Before him, he saw a blurred image of Gae, Shadal, and Hobang, and then he finally came to. Gae ordered him to think faster as they had little time. Hyunsu, of course, tried to get up and threaten as usual, but then he realized he was tied up. With his brother, whose face was in much worse shape, he still didn't pity him, so they showed no mercy. But it was unknown if Hyunsu would still be able to earn with his face after everything he had done. Gae told him that he should be worried about himself. You perverted maniac. Hyun-soo still couldn't accept the reality he found himself in and ordered her not to call him that. But Gae had evidence, which she shoved right in the idiot's face. The photo showed Yo-na, the one he had assaulted. It was proof. Gae explained that she had conducted an investigation into Hyun-soo's activities. But Gae wanted to know how many people this scumbag had brought to this place. However, Hyun-soo still thought he was in control of the situation, so he denied everything. After all, in his opinion, Gae had no evidence that he was involved. He wasn't in that video, and probably not in any, because he just brought those people here, and that was it. And what was Gae doing? Just jumping on him, tying him up, and holding him hostage? Did she even know how many prosecutors Hyun-soo knew? Besides, she had seen it herself. Did that woman of easy virtue look like she was being forced? Did Gae still not understand why Yona hadn't told the police everything? Hyun-soo claimed she wanted it herself, and all of it was on tape. Gae couldn't take it anymore and punched the scumbag in his stupid face. He wanted proof? What an idiot. After all, with his own stinking mouth, he had just confessed to everything. The glasses Gae was wearing were actually a hidden camera, and they recorded everything that happened on that wonderful day. There was also a video from Hyun-soo's phone and a list of all the buyers. Gae sent all of this to journalists and the police, who were already on their way. Now Gae wanted to see how the former idol would handle his connections, because she was sure it wouldn't be so easy now. Meanwhile, the police had already arrived. They led Hyun-soo out, who was already wearing headphones. At that moment, the people called by the brother arrived, and they were very glad they hadn't come earlier. Hyun Madik was in shock. How could this idiot get himself into such a mess? But the youth was quite brazen and had no manners or restraint. At that moment, they noticed that the gentleman had also disappeared somewhere. Meanwhile, they were packing everyone who was in that casino into the police car. And there, it seemed, was where the gentleman was. He asked a police officer where they were taking those people and what they had done. How could he have the audacity to ask such things of law enforcement? Meanwhile, several days passed. The news reported on what had happened to Hyun-soo. The most shocking thing was that among his victims were minors. The police also received a list of buyers of those videos, thanks to an anonymous tip. His accomplice, Mr. A, swore he only did what Hyun-soo told him, but the investigation would judge everyone involved. The list of Hyun-soo and the identities of the buyers were horrifying. It included the names of prosecutors, doctors, professors, judges, and even members of parliament. Shadal turned off the TV. She felt disgusted, as that was all they talked about all the time. Gae said they had to make sure all the names on the list got what they deserved. At that moment, a breathless Hobang burst into the room. He showed his bank account, yelled at Gae, and asked what this was all about. He had been credited 40 million won. Shadal replied briefly that it was money. Gae explained that he had done very well this time, so he honestly earned it all. She asked if it wasn't enough for him, Gae could add more. But that wasn't the point. For Hobang, it was too much. He had never seen such sums. He said it might sound strange, but he asked if he really deserved all of this. Gae was in shock. She simply couldn't believe it. She had never seen anyone receive a cash bonus and return almost everything. Gae herself now doubted whether he had earned it. Shadal explained that Hobang had never earned even 1 million an hour, let alone 10. Gae concluded that for him, it was a bit frightening. Because of his grandmother, he had to earn money. Due to his age, he couldn't get a regular job, so he worked for pennies just to survive. Maybe Hobang was convinced he didn't deserve a good life. Shadal said it was even sad, and asked if Gae wanted to fix this. Meanwhile, the event shifted to a noodle cafe. Someone was eating very loudly and with great appetite. There was a pile of food on the table. It was Hyun Madik. He paid just pennies for such quantity and quality. A person had recommended this place to him. Hyun Madik gave many compliments to the establishment and then asked if he could look at the surveillance cameras. He explained that he just wanted to because he was looking for someone. Meanwhile, the event shifted to a gaming club. There, the gang was watching recordings from the cameras. Although the video from the time of the incident had been deleted, there was a recording from a week ago. And there was some girl. Hyun Madik noticed something. She seemed very familiar to him. The gentleman asked about the dyed hair, as if he knew her. It turned out he knew Shadal very well. But what was she doing there? They hadn't seen each other in a long time, and he was glad to meet her again. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to an upscale men's clothing store. There, Shadal remarked that it didn't really suit him. Hobang tried on things that were completely uncharacteristic for him, and was outraged that she had called him out for work in the first place. But that was his job. After all, he didn't know how to choose clothes for himself at all. It was important, so Shadal asked him to try harder. And she ordered him not to pay attention to the price. But how could he not pay attention when Hobang had never earned that much in his entire life? Meanwhile, several hours passed, maybe 5. But Hobang still hadn't chosen anything. They even went into very popular and expensive stores. But nothing felt right. However, Shadal didn't give up. And each time she found something new and interesting for him. Eventually, Hobang managed to buy something, but Shadal wanted to visit a bunch more stores. He thought that was the end of it. But for her, it was just the beginning. Hobang decided to latch onto something and said he was already starving. So, Shadal took him out to eat, but to a very expensive and elite place. Gay was waiting for them there. Hobang didn't expect to see her here. But in reality, it was a typical place where the sisters dined. Gay was sipping some pretentious purple liquid. Hobang asked if it wasn't too early for her to be drinking, but it turned out to be juice that she drank as if it were alcohol. The teenager decided to get to the point and asked what they were going to do this time. But Gay didn't understand anything. Hobang thought that for the expensive clothes and the meal at the pricey restaurant, he should do something in return. But Gay explained that he simply hadn't brought any money. She said that if they hadn't intervened, there would have been many more victims, and Hobang had saved them. Gay ordered him to remember that he had done something important. And she had no choice but to take care of him since Hobang hadn't brought any money. But if he wanted, Gay would pay again. And in general, she had this feeling that she was always doing something not very significant. Hobang listened obediently, not even chewing. Then he asked if it was really that important. Gay wanted to say something, but she was interrupted. Hobang said that this time it simply wasn't work. He asked if it wasn't natural to help someone in trouble. Gay was shocked and stunned. Suddenly, she remembered something. How they had watched Hobang when he was still working in the store. Back then, Shadal was doing it to gather information. But she noticed one interesting scene. Hobang helped an old man and took no payment for it. He also gave the old man lunch because it was more important to him. The old man was sincerely grateful, and Hobang told him to come back the next day at the same time. Shadal had overheard the entire conversation. And then, the next morning, she told Gay that Hobang was kind of boring. He was quiet, honest, but so good. And no matter how much they dug into him, he still remained such an angel. Gay thought to herself that it sounded like she knew something. But she couldn't not know this. After all, he shone so brightly. Gay had been shocked by this from their first meeting and couldn't just look away. And that feeling never left her. Hobang said that it was indeed very nice here. He appreciated the upscale places. And he asked if he could order something else. Of course, Gay couldn't refuse him, so Hobang decided to take something with him for dinner. Meanwhile, night fell. Hyun Madik stood by some high-rise building. When he was sitting in that establishment, his master ordered him to bring Shudal. Hyun Madik tried to prove that those idiots had gotten caught by their own stupidity, and he didn't necessarily have to do it. His master was surprised at how Madik had grown. After all, now he thought he could contradict his master. At those words, Madik's body began to tremble. He was so afraid of his boss that he immediately started apologizing, lowering his eyes and stuttering. But the master didn't react at all, only said that Madik was boring. After which, he explained that if it was Shidal, then she had come for him. After all, those idiots were their clients, and money wasn't everything. They had to deal with this because something more important than their reputation was at stake. And moreover, they would be well compensated. Madik stood by some house. 3 years had passed. His partners called him, but Madik asked them to wait here. He wanted to go alone. In that house was an apartment that reeked of cigarette smoke. Only one person could smoke like that, Shadal. She was just silently staring at the ceiling, just like she used to in childhood. Back then, she was still a little dark-haired girl who stared at the ceiling and waited for her dad, who for some reason hadn't returned yet. Every time he came, there were such screams behind the door. Someone was yelling that he earned nothing and lost everything. It was clear that a man and a woman were arguing. It was so loud when Dad came home. Father always hit Mother. It was always like that, so little Shidal thought it was normal. And when she thought about it, she wondered how her mother hadn't gone insane. Shidal opened the gate. There she immediately saw something. Maybe she was wrong, and her mother had long since gone mad. Meanwhile, it had already grown dark. Shidal sat with her mother until late, silently. During that time, her mother smoked an entire pack of cigarettes. Her lips became so dry from it that deep wounds appeared that could never heal. Suddenly, tears streamed down her cheeks. She couldn't hold back her sobs. Shadal noticed this. Her heart raced because it was painful for children to see their parents cry. Mother said she owed something. She reminded her daughter that she had once said she had something to give her. But Shadal said she was no longer a child and didn't believe in superpowers. But she was only 10. In any case, her mother was tired of this. She felt very sorry, but she wanted to give it to her earlier. Shadal asked if her mother had any unusual ability, and she did. The daughter said for her mother to do as she wished, as long as it was good for her. For a moment, the mother really thought that Shadal was no longer a child. After which she felt so good and warm, she thanked her daughter. Then she called her over. It was such a touching moment, the embrace of mother and daughter. But at that moment, she was passing her ability to Shadal. Not much time passed. That was the end of it, but Shadal didn't even understand anything. The mother said that now her power was in her daughter. But Shadal looked around, examined her body, and realized that nothing had changed. The mother hadn't expected her daughter to believe her so quickly. But her words were indeed true. For the first time, Shadal noticed this the very next day at school. There was some test, and suddenly she felt it in her head. A strange sensation when she tried to remember something. She had gained the ability to remember everything. Shadal ran home joyfully to share her grades with her mother. But then something terrible happened. Dad was drunk again and asked where her mother was. He asked as if she weren't his wife, as if they had no connection with her at all, just the mother of Shadal. It turned out that the mother had left them and her child, and just walked away. The father was very angry with her. He yelled at Shadal because he thought she should have known where her mother had gone. But what could a child say whose mother had just run away? And at that moment, they began to hit her. The mother had left her child to be tormented. From those memories, Shadal still felt scared. She always took a long time to recover from it, but she could never remember beyond that. She always stopped at one moment. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Shadal didn't think it was strange that someone had come to her so late. So she opened the door and didn't ask who had come. Shadal still didn't feel any danger. She heard a rough male voice, which blended into the darkness. Shadal suddenly began to panic, for she saw Hyun Maddox standing at her door. The man had his eyes closed, after which he began to come to. The image was unclear, but he still saw Shadal in front of him, who was calm and smoking. A smile appeared on her face, for she hadn't seen Maddox in a long time. The man only now realized that he had been tied up. When Hyun Maddox stood at the door, he didn't even have time to call out the name of his old acquaintance, as if someone had shocked him. He immediately lost consciousness and collapsed to the floor. It was Shadal. That's why she wasn't afraid to open the door so late. She was always armed. Hyun Maddox recalled all this and was furious that he could be so easily harmed. He began to scream that Gay wanted to kill him, but he wanted to understand how he had scared her. Did he allow himself too much? He completely forgot that Shadal was older than him. Hyun Maddox said he didn't care, but when she turned the taser back on, he changed his mind. Shadal didn't think he would come asking how she was doing 3 years later. Hyun Maddox said it was about Hyun Soo, as was obvious. But Shadal said she didn't know him. The brute said that it didn't matter anymore. So he was asked to bring Shadal. Kwang Il Hyun Hyun. The events shifted to the past, where little Shadal was beaten, just like her mother once was. Her father ordered her not to dare lift her gaze when the girl looked at him. But she didn't listen in that very moment, so she received a slap for such disgusting behavior. Her father threatened that if Shadal did it again, she would join her mother. He insulted the little girl he hadn't even noticed until that moment. But is it right to treat your child like that? Her mother left, and the father's cruelty was passed on to Shadal. The little girl had long ceased to be little, for she was not angry at her mother. She endured this for 10 years. But the problem lay in the memories that Shadal now recalled in the smallest details. That image was deeply rooted in her memory. With each passing moment, Shadal became more and more frightened and helpless. With each blow from her father, with each of his words and humiliations, she clearly remembered every instance of her father hitting her. This hell lasted for 7 years. Shadal entered high school. The old ladies in the neighborhood whispered that the girl's father often drank and harassed her. Shadal's pain ended as absurdly as it had begun. One day she received a phone call, and Shadal reacted very unemotionally. Her father was gone. The cause was chronic alcoholism, a rather fitting death. As you might understand, Shadao was completely alone at the funeral. No one came. Perhaps no one even knew. Or maybe they just didn't want to know. And that was it. It was all over. But no, nothing was over. It would never end. Shadao would never forget this. She was so scared that even after death, she was afraid. Shadao always came to her senses at the same moment. Finally, it was all over. This phrase echoed in her mind throughout the funeral. But even if the pain stopped, it didn't signify the beginning of happiness. For some reason, Shadao didn't leave. She silently sat by her father's coffin, as if waiting for someone to come. And someone did come. However, Shadao didn't even notice the man in the black suit. He placed a small flower on the coffin and asked if there wouldn't be even a sharp soup with veal. Shadao was startled that she hadn't sensed another's presence. It was Kwang Il-hyun. He sat down next to Shadao and said he wanted to eat, which was why he came here. What soup? She wanted to know who he was. Kwang Il-hyun didn't give his name. He only said he had lent money to her father, and now she had to pay it back. Shadao wasn't even surprised, but honestly, her heart raced. She asked about the amount of the debt. The sum was about 200 million won. Who even lends such amounts to alcoholics? But Shadao's reaction surprised him, for she began to laugh so hard that tears flowed. Kwang Il-hyun didn't understand what was going on. Shadao simply said it was really complete crap, for even after his death, nothing was over. Shadao asked what she should do, as she had no money at all. Kwang Il-hyun simply replied that she had to earn it. Then she demanded he give her a job. After all, Shadao was already in high school, so she wanted to know where and how she could work. Kwang Il-hyun exhaled heavily, after which he silently stood up. Then he extended his hand and ordered her to get up, for he was hungry, so he suggested they eat and asked her to call him Uncle Kwang Il-hyun from now on. The grown-up Shadao licked the knife and said she really didn't want to do that. Hyun Madik said not to joke like that. He didn't want to show fear and asked to talk. But suddenly, the knife whistled down. Hyun Madik closed his eyes to not see or hear it. But when he realized he was alive, he opened his eyes and saw that his hands were untied. Shadao asked him to leave because she wasn't in the mood to meet with her uncle. Madik's tone suddenly changed, and he said it wasn't for her to decide. Shadao got angry that this jerk only grew bold when his hands were untied. Shadao said he wasn't planning to take her today anyway, for if he wanted to, he would have gotten up right away with those guys. Hyun Madik exhaled and quietly laughed, to which Shadao threatened to hit him for laughing. He said that out of old friendship, he didn't want to do it sneakily, so he was giving her a chance to return on her own. And he said that next time he would have to take Shadao by force. She told him he had to leave the premises now. Hyun Madik shouted that she was crazy. After all, she knew what kind of person Kwang Il-hyun was. But she knew and knew better than the big guy, so he didn't need to worry. And also, Shadao said that if her uncle wanted to take her, he should come personally. Meanwhile, morning arrived. Shadao calmly recounted the whole story. Gay was left speechless by what she heard. She was worried about her sister. But Shadao knew perfectly well who was behind this and understood it wouldn't be easy. Gay asked what would happen next. Would he seek revenge? But there were other reasons. Kwang Il-hyun wanted to take Shadao back. To be honest, this didn't make Gay feel any less anxious. Her sister explained that it was all because of her ability. If you think about it, Hyun-soo was just an ordinary gangster to Kwang Il-hyun, nothing more. And if they easily dealt with him, these guys wouldn't be so simple. Shadao said that because of her, Kwang Il-hyun became like this, and she was his karma. Gay asked what she would do next. Shadao calmly took a sip of coffee, after which she said they would be ready, and added that it was time to check how Gay's secret weapon would handle this. Meanwhile, the events shifted to a sports club. There, in the ring, working at maximum. Hobang was beautifully absorbing punches with his face. For Halloween, he decided to be a punching bag. Another hit from the opponent. But this time, Hobang dodged. It seemed he was starting to grasp the lessons and was dodging all the punches that came at him every second. The next swing from Jaeon. But here too, Hobang managed to dodge at the last moment. His reflexes were getting better. However, still not perfect. In boxing, you can't make mistakes as it always leads to defeat. But for Hobang, that wasn't scary. He was completely unscathed and said he thought it would be very hard to dodge. However, Jaeon praised Hobang's progress. It had only been a month of training, and he was making incredible achievements. At first, he didn't believe those words. But how could one doubt the champion's opinion? And in general, Jaeon said that this training on dodging punches didn't make sense. But Hobang sincerely didn't understand why. But what kind of psycho would think to fight Hobang? It was absurd to fight and then have the attacker's hands hurt so much. He apologized, truly feeling guilty, saying he just wanted him to succeed. Jaeon exhaled tiredly, and then said that this time it was all, as he couldn't take it anymore. Jaeon wanted to leave, but not so quickly. For Shadal had arrived. She was the very picture of friendliness, asking if she could take Hobang again. Jaeon turned beet red. It seemed someone had a strong crush on him. Hobang asked what was going on, and Shadal asked if he wasn't hungry, and invited him to have lunch with Nuna. Jaeon clenched his fist tightly, as if gathering all his courage, and he overdid it a bit, shouting that he wanted to as well. He hadn't eaten anything either. The rest were shocked by such a reaction. Meanwhile, the events shifted to a restaurant. Shadal apologized, as she had to treat them to something delicious. But Hobang, he loved fast food. She said her friend had talked a lot about Jaeon and was grateful to him for many things, so Shadal wanted to repay him somehow. But Jaeon was still in shock that she knew his name. But how could she not know the reigning middleweight champion? Jaeon simply couldn't hold back tears from such an abundance of praise. Hobang asked if they had just come to eat, but Shadal replied that now wasn't the best time for conversation. They would talk later, first they needed to eat. At that moment, someone entered the restaurant. Hobang didn't pay much attention. Shadal didn't either, she was expecting this. Kwang Il-hyun sat down next to them. He asked Shadal how she was doing. To be honest, her heart raced, for this meeting had a special significance for her. But she held herself together, saying that Kwang Il-hyun had come early. He sat silently, and sat right next to them, so calm that you couldn't even predict his next move. But Kwang Il-hyun decided just to eat. He said he was hungry and treated himself. Shadal asked why he was covering for those scumbags. It turned out they had paid enough, and he never chose whom to cover and whom not to. Shadal noted that Kwang Il-hyun wasn't as popular anymore. He agreed, adding that it was much better with her. He asked why Shadal was bothering with those losers, and added that he didn't touch them, knowing she was responsible for them. Shadal asked what world Kwang Il-hyun lived in, as it was natural to be accountable for crimes committed. He just laughed at that. The others were in shock. Did they just get called losers? Kwang Il-hyun said he didn't expect to hear such a thing from Shadal, to be accountable for crimes. If this world were like that, it wouldn't be able to live in peace. And did she really think she could live just as well? Shadal noticed that her uncle had found his voice. She ordered him not to embarrass himself in front of the youth and to say why he had come. Kwang Il-hyun said she already knew the answer. He called her to come with him if she wanted to walk on her own 2 feet, or he would lead her by the hand like a dog. At that moment, the chair creaked sharply. Jaeon stood up and asked Kwang Il-hyun if he wanted to leave on his own 2 feet or if he needed to be beaten so he could crawl out. Hobang was in shock. He actually wanted to finish his meal. Shadal didn't expect that Jaeon would decide to protect her. Jaeon noticed that Kwang Il-hyun seemed like a thug, so he asked him to leave while it was still early. There was tension between the two of them. They stared at each other. Kwang Il-hyun said that Shadal had asked him to come personally, so who were they anyway? She yelled at Jaeon, telling him to go back to his place and not to interfere. But the champion couldn't just stand by. That jerk was getting too bold. Those words were unnecessary and provoked Kwang Il-hyun. He wanted to hit Jaeon, and it seemed he was about to succeed. But he didn't know he was dealing with a champion, so hitting him wasn't so easy. Kwang Il-hyun took a solid hit, but he stood his ground. Jaeon said he would never allow him to treat Shadal that way. Kwang Il-hyun even staggered back a bit. The hit was that strong. A smile appeared on his face. The game was getting more interesting. Jaeon appreciated that Kwang Il-hyun had withstood it. What a tough bastard. Kwang Il-hyun attempted to charge, but against a champion, that made no sense. However, it amused him like a game. If his goal was to anger Jaeon, then he succeeded. And he hit him again, right in the gut, that cheeky idiot. After that, he struck one again, but this time to the face. And then once more, Kwang Il-hyun was already leaning back, barely holding himself up. Jaeon suddenly found something strange. That feeling was quite familiar to him. Kwang Il-hyun asked if that was all, after which he lunged at Jaeon, but the champion dodged again. However, they weren't trying to hit him but to grab him by the collar. Kwang Il-hyun asked if it was now his turn. His gaze was so wild that it sent shivers down the spine. This all took place in a small restaurant. from which Jae-un flew out like some trash. He managed to regroup, but in reality it didn't help him much. However, at that moment, Jae-un was only worried about how much he had embarrassed himself in front of Shadal. But all of this triggered deja vu for him. It reminded him of the fight with Ho Bang. He felt as if he were in a bulletproof vest. And Jae-un's hand hurt just as much after all those hits. Kwang Il-hyun stepped out and sadly asked if that was all. Jae-un realized that he was facing an opponent just like Ho Bang, so there was no point in fighting him. Kwang Il-hyun was upset by this. He wanted more show and fighting. But suddenly someone stopped him. Jae-un was in shock. Shidao was in disbelief. Kwang Il-hyun didn't understand who dared to act this way. Of course, it was Ho Bang. He suggested talking to the uncle. But Kwang Il-hyun ordered him to let go quickly. Ho Bang disagreed. As if he did that, Kwang Il-hyun would continue. He simply exhaled tiredly, another kamikaze. After which, he tried to yank his hand away sharply. But nothing worked. Ho Bang turned out to be very strong. Kwang Il-hyun was in shock. Nothing had surprised him like this in a long time. Ho Bang also couldn't believe he had found someone just as strong. They both didn't understand where such strength came from in each other. Meanwhile, events shifted to another place. They asked Hyun if it was really worth going this far. He replied that they simply had never encountered her. Shida always had some hidden motives. So they had to be cautious before their heads flew off, and he ordered them to stop whining and get to work. Gay overheard this entire conversation as Hyun Madik ordered to capture Shadal, her sister. Meanwhile, events shifted back in time 7 years ago. There was a war with a rival organization, and it was a war in every sense of the word. Young Shadal, still a teenager, was running fast from someone. At one moment, Kwang Il-hyun found himself trapped and surrounded. It turned out that Shadal was not running from someone, but after someone. There were many bodies of people. They were all bloody and showed no signs of life. Kwang Il-hyun asked the little one if she had come. He told Shadal not to worry, everything would be fine without deaths, as she didn't like that. But she was in shock for another reason. What happened to the face? Kwang Il-hyun said it wasn't his. They had splattered everything here. Meanwhile, events shifted to another place. They hadn't come here in a long time. Now he couldn't even remember the name of that organization. But back then, it was a big war. Kwang Il-hyun asked if Shadal remembered how she thought he would die and hurried to him. Back then, it was so romantic. Shadal ironically asked if he was really asking her if she remembered that. Kwang Il-hyun completely forgot that she never forgot anything or pretended to forget to ask her something. He asked why such a smart girl chose such a path. Wasn't it an ancient method of solving problems? A one-on-one battle, a victory that determined the winner in the conflict. Didn't she know what a battle meant for gangsters like them? It wasn't a child's fight that ended with a bloody nose. It all ended when the opponent couldn't move anymore. It meant risking everything for the sake of the duel. But all of that was in the past. Of course, gangsters were no longer romantics, and they knew how to use their heads. Kwang Il-hyun told Ho Bang that he just wanted to take Shadal, and he had no desire to harm him. This was not a dispute of his level at all, so he told Ho Bang that if he wanted to leave, he should do it right now. This was their fight for survival, not his. Kwang Il-hyun saw the dumb expression on Ho Bang's face and wondered if he was mentally challenged. Shudal said that there were no romantic gangsters because they died quickly, and it seemed her romantic uncle had learned this lesson well. Then she said she would repeat her terms. If Kwang Il-hyun won, she would be his loyal pup. But if Ho Bang won, then the uncle would never touch them again and leave them in peace. Kwang Il-hyun found this quite amusing, but he agreed to play by her rules. Suddenly, something made his expression change. Ho Bang took a stance, showing readiness. Kwang Il-hyun decided he was either very brave or very stupid. But that expression on his face? Shadal tried to apologize for not saying it earlier, but Ho Bang interrupted her. He understood that Kwang Il-hyun was just like him, the same kind of superhuman. The uncle said he would knock Ho Bang out with a few hits, so he suggested he start. Usually he never struck first in a fight, only defended himself. But this time was different. Kwang Il-hyun seemed to not react in time to Ho Bang starting everything so abruptly and quickly. So he didn't manage to dodge, and the teenager hit him right in his stupid, cheeky face. Just imagine, it's a fight between two superhumans. Isn't it interesting what it will end with? I know you're just as curious as I am. From that hit, Kwang Il-hyun managed to dodge. He asked if that was all. After those words, Ho Bang suddenly jumped up from his spot and lunged at Kwang Il-hyun with a new barrage of numerous strikes. It's hard not to notice how his accuracy and speed improved. All that training was undoubtedly paying off. But still, there was something that troubled him. Usually by this point, anyone would have already fallen to their feet. Kwang Il-hyun asked what Hobang was doing and why he had stopped. Hobang set up a block, realizing that it was now his turn to take hits. But Kwang Il-hyun struck him in the gut. And what happened next was something no one expected. For the first time, Hobang felt pain. It seemed he had never felt anything like it before. But this time, he felt like all his opponents. And that feeling was one of the worst in his life. Shadal sensed that something had gone wrong. Specifically, that he had broken through the barrier and was falling straight down. And he fell flat on his back. Kwang Il-hyun reminded that he said he would fight until his opponent stopped moving. He told Shadal not to worry as Hobang seemed strong, so he would definitely live. In any case, everything pointed to the fact that she had lost. Shadal had promised to be a loyal pup herself, and now Kwang Il-hyun was her master. He warned Shadal not to even think about being sly, or else her previous master would suffer. Ironically, there was a warning on the stairs that people often fell from heights here. However, it seemed that some were not going to just give up. Shadal and Kwang Il-hyun were in shock, as it could only be one person. The sounds on the stairs grew louder. A slightly out of breath, Hobang climbed up them. Honestly, everyone was in shock, and no one even tried to hide it. Hobang asked if that was still not all. He asked if being thrown out of the zone didn't count as a loss. He spoke completely calmly. They silently stared at each other for a while, after which Kwang Il-hyun began to laugh. He was simply unstoppable now. It seemed to be hysterical laughter. But at the same time, it was very frightening. Shadal asked if Hobang was okay, and for the first time he said he was in pain. When Kwang Il-hyun finished laughing, he said that Shadal wouldn't have set those silly terms just like that. He suddenly understood everything. He realized that Hobang was just as much a monster as he was. The teenager had understood this long ago, but now he realized that before him stood a superhuman, but definitely not one like himself. Hobang had never felt anything like this. In the city where the blow had landed, a pulsating pain remained. He recalled Jaeun's words, who had asked what the point of fighting was when it hurt the one who strikes. And now he understood those words. But he had no choice. The agreement was already made, and Hobang always kept his word, especially when it came to protecting his friends. Hobang understood that no matter how many times he attacked like this, as long as Kwang Il-hyun stood there like that, it wouldn't make sense. The uncle asked if Hobang was still not scared and promised to give him a bit of a head start again. Shadal added that Kwang Il-hyun had been quite soft on him, but the teenager knew that himself. In fact, she had a backup plan, so even if she got taken, everything would be fine. Suddenly, Hobang apologized. Shadal didn't understand what he was apologizing for. She should have been the one to apologize. But it turned out that Hobang wasn't trying at all, yet now he promised that it would be for real. After which he ran very fast. Something had truly changed. And even Kwang Il-hyun understood this for a moment. Something had indeed changed. Hobang struck that scumbag completely differently. He had never fought like this with anyone before, because he had never had to. Kwang Il-hyun was in shock. As he was coming to his senses, he barely managed to dodge another blow that smashed through an iron beam. Imagine what would have happened to Kwang Il-hyun's face if he hadn't dodged. Hobang asked the uncle why he had been lying. He claimed to be a cool gangster, so why did he start running from a fight? Kwang Il-hyun even laughed. Before him stood no ordinary punk. But that didn't save him from another punch to the face, and then to the stomach. Kwang Il-hyun barely held back from screaming in pain. But the most important thing was that Hobang didn't stop at all. His punches were strong, precise, and very frequent. That blow even made Kwang Il-hyun jump. I think the landing was quite painful. I know you think Hobang enjoys this now and feels his advantage. Shadal appreciated it too. She had never seen anyone hit the uncle. And to see him feel this way after a fight. Gay walked through the desolate alleys and heard those gangsters say that she was making their job easier. After all, she had ventured into such a deserted place herself. But Gay wasn't worried because she, as always, had a plan. Behind her, she felt the presence of those brutes. But suddenly, a man in dark glasses told him that they had messed with the wrong people. Hyun Madik was furious. Who dared to speak to him like that? But when he turned around, he noticed that Gay's people had surrounded them. Not much time had passed, and the gangsters lay on the ground in severe pain. Their faces were no longer so self-satisfied. The leader told Miss Gay that the second group had already headed to their base, and she asked that no one knew about it. She approached Hyun Madik. He asked how Gae had found out. In fact, she hadn't thought the gangsters would be so stupid. Did he really think there was something Shuidal hadn't anticipated? Hyun Madik said that they shouldn't mess with them in either, actually. This time they were lucky, but what would happen next? But what was he even saying? Did he really think she was afraid of old thugs and had done nothing all this time? She didn't like them, so Gae could handle them on her own. What she truly feared was Kwang Il-hyun, because if such a monster wanted to kill someone, nothing would stop him. What was she getting at? Gae said that of course she was worried about Shuidal, but she was sure they would manage. And Gae was not mistaken. Shuidal couldn't believe that Hobang had actually defeated Kwang Il-hyun himself. A smile even appeared on her face. Shuidal couldn't help but smile back. Suddenly her expression changed sharply. Hobang didn't like that. Shuidal's face became even more frightened. Behind! It seemed Gae was mistaken after all. Kwang Il-hyun reminded them that in a fight with gangsters, as long as the opponent could move, it wasn't the end. What kind of monster had survived such blows? Shuidal understood that things were very bad. Kwang Il-hyun suddenly apologized. He treated Hobang like a child, but now he promised to be more serious. Hobang prepared himself. He was not one to scare easily, but honestly he was scared now. Kwang Il-hyun said that he had never fought before. It had always been one-sided beatings. And to be honest, Kwang Il-hyun was now extremely nervous. Hobang suddenly turned to Nuna and asked her to stay as far away from here as possible. She didn't understand at first, so Hobang shouted for her to run away as fast as she could. Shuidal wasn't used to doing that, but for some reason this time, his words sounded very convincing. Hobang wanted to swing and strike, but Kwang Il-hyun lunged first and struck with his knee, after which he grabbed Hobang by the head and began to knee him every second. I don't think that was a fair move. However, Hobang blocked, after which he struck that scumbag Kwang Il-hyun. Meanwhile, Shuidal was fleeing faster from the place where some military actions seemed to be taking place, and in general it was unknown whether this construction would survive. In the fight, Kwang Il took the initiative. Hobang was still holding on, although it was difficult. Kwang Il seemed to decide to test the teenager's strength, so he hit him with such force that Hobang's face kissed the floor. A large crack was left beneath him, but Hobang couldn't recover for long. After all, Kwang Il wasn't going to lose the moment and wanted to pounce again. At that moment, a very loud rumble sounded and the ceiling began to crumble. Shuidal's heart was pounding wildly as she worried for Hobang. A whole hole formed in the ceiling. Kwang Il stood in a cloud of dust. He was no longer afraid because he was confident in his victory. However, this was in vain, as Hobang was not so easy to defeat if it was even possible. Kwang Il got hit right in his stupid face. And then again, Hobang slammed him against the wall. Meanwhile, Shuidal had already descended to the lower level. Hobang and Kwang Il fell through that hole, and they found themselves at the bottom next to Shuidal. Everything that was happening was beyond her understanding. Among the dust, Hobang became visible. He was completely intact. But where was Kwang Il? Shuidal saw him behind Hobang, and she realized that her friend's situation was dire. Before she could warn Hobang of the danger, the scumbag Kwang Il had already lunged at him. Hobang turned at the last second. That was enough to react to the danger. He blocked and dodged. The guys found themselves on opposite sides. Hobang was in shock that Kwang Il hadn't been knocked out. The hit didn't land. The event shifted back in time to one of Hobang's training sessions. Back then, the coach was yelling at him for not listening to his advice and just swinging his fists. He said that if Hobang thought he could win just by brute force, he was right. But honestly, the coach called him just a strong idiot with not a drop of talent. And he finished his first sparring match so quickly thanks to his innate strength, which allowed him to easily defeat the reigning champion. Moreover, the coach added that Hobang had a pretty strong and resilient body. But being strong didn't mean he was skilled in boxing. The coach yelled for Hobang not to flail his fist, but to do as he was told. What was he teaching him? Feet shoulder-width apart, toes diagonally and the right foot back. A strong punch is not just a swing of the arm. While Hobang recalled and recited everything he had been taught, Kwang Il charged at his opponent. He was about to pounce. Kwang Il had never learned to fight professionally. He just swung his fists, and it always worked. But in such situations, technique played a huge role. First the feet, then the torso, and finally the shoulders. Momentum from the whole body and punch! Even Kwang Il understood a second before the punch what this would lead to. Meanwhile, Jae-yun was licking his wounds. The coach came to him. The champion was worried about the trainer, as he needed to rest for a few more days. It turned out the coach had a broken arm, and he didn't like being treated like an old man. And besides, it wasn't even broken. It was all trivial. The coach lashed out at Jaehyun in response, asking how he got so hurt. He said he had already mentioned that Hobang's punches wouldn't be stopped by gloves. But the coach had already noticed that the idiot couldn't even throw a proper punch once. He asked Jaehyun if he was also curious about what Hobang could do if he did everything right. It was such a shame they didn't get to see that triumph. Hobang finally managed to throw a proper punch, and it was very good that his first victim was Kwang-il. After all, if such a tough nut fell to the ground, what could be said about an ordinary person? Kwang-il was in a lot of pain. He hadn't felt such pain in a long time. The events shifted to a distant past when televisions were still black and white. But that was Kwang-il's past. His mother had just returned home. But the little boy was so engrossed that he didn't even notice her. She had brought him something sweet. But even that couldn't tear Kwang-il away from the television. His mother asked what was wrong, but her son changed the subject and asked what the cake was for. She tried to find out why Kwang-il was avoiding her gaze. Maybe he had fought with someone, but her son kept asking about the cake. When the mother realized that there was no point in this, she simply lit a candle. After which, she lit her cigarette, saying it was all in vain if Kwang-il was upset. But she added that it was nothing serious because she wasn't interested. And then she ordered Kwang-il to blow out the candle and make a wish quickly because mom was busy. The little boy did this very weakly and uncertainly. This angered his mother. She said how much it annoyed her and how much time she had wasted on this. She stood up and said that if her son decided to rebel as he got older, she wouldn't tolerate it. After which she returned to work. Before leaving, the mother asked what Kwang-il had wished for. The little boy calmly said he wished for his mom not to sell her body for money. The mother even stopped breathing for a few seconds after those words. Silence fell, and it seemed she was no longer in a hurry. Kwang-il confessed that he had played with his friend Sun-chul, and his mother had called her a woman of loose morals and ordered her son not to play with him anymore. The mother took another drag of nicotine, after which she scolded him thoroughly. She asked if that was why Kwang-il was so sad. The son apologized, but the mother said he didn't have to. It wasn't his fault. She asked if Kwang-il really thought she wanted to do that herself. The mother said she would leave as soon as she paid off that damn debt. She had only a little left. She also added that she generally didn't have time to come, but at that point, she suddenly fell silent and wished her son a Merry Christmas. Meanwhile, a new day arrived, and little Kwang-il was walking down the street. Suddenly, he heard shouting. He immediately recognized his mother's voice, who was fighting with Sun-chul's mother for what she had said to her son. The friend noticed Kwang-il, and he ran to the boy. He was crying and begging Kwang-il to stop his mother, but he didn't understand why. Sun-chul was in shock. But Kwang-il reminded him that he had said earlier that they were no longer friends, and his mother was getting what she deserved for her foul mouth. By the way, his mother was now apologizing for her words, but it was too late. In his childhood, Kwang-il had many happy moments, and all of them were connected to his mother. Kwang-il was truly happy, and at one moment he became even happier. His mother was packing and said that starting the next day, she wouldn't be going to work anymore. Kwang-il couldn't believe what he was hearing, but it was true. His mother had paid off all her debts and would now look for a normal job. This was his wish, and it had come true. The son promised to take care of his mother, but she told Kwang-il to play enough, to find new friends, as mom would manage on her own. After which she got ready but promised to return soon. You can't imagine how happy Kwang-il was then. It was the best day of his life. However, would this happiness last long? In one room, everything was covered in blood. Many bodies showed no signs of life. And a woman was crying because she had been beaten. The man who seemed to be the leader there told her it was her own fault, since she had been told to behave quietly. And soon, it would all be over. Suddenly, someone asked if it was right for the man to hit the woman. It was Kwang-il's mother. She said she didn't care about their quarrels. But all of this was wrong. Moreover, she didn't work here anymore. After all, she had paid off all her debts. The boss was shocked, saying he didn't remember giving her any money. He said it seemed she didn't understand anything, as the owner was now different, and she wasn't getting anything back from them. But that was nothing serious. He said sometimes girls needed to be given a clear example, especially since she had a pretty face. So even limping, she would still sell well. She turned her head and saw a bottle there. And in that bottle, she saw her salvation. Noise, screams, broken glass, swearing. That day there was such wonderful fluffy snow. Kwang-il didn't listen to his mother and sat for a long time in front of the television. Suddenly the door opened, but the sound was somewhat nervous. Kwang-il began to worry a little, especially when he saw his very tired mother. It was clear she was scared. She ordered her son to get up quickly and leave immediately. Little Kwang-il's heart raced with anxiety. Questions spun in his head. What happened? Was everything okay? Would they come back? But instead of answers, his mother grabbed him and pulled him toward the door. However, they were met by that man. His face was covered in blood, and he wanted revenge. Tears streamed down Kwang-il's face and his body was bruised. All because that scumbag's foot had struck the small body of the child. His mother, whose face was even more beaten and covered in blood, screamed that her son was innocent. But who cared? That pig even said that Kwang-il was to blame for choosing the wrong parents. And then he reminded her that he could have gone blind. Kwang-il told those scumbags to let him go. The leader couldn't help but notice that the child had a very dirty mouth, just like his mother. The man asked how she could repay them. It was a rhetorical question because he had long had the answer. Boss leaned down to Kwang-il and said he must never forget this, so he needed to leave a mark on his body. The last thing the little boy saw with that eye was the bright light from a cigarette. That bastard told Kwang-il to thank his mother for this. After that, eternal darkness fell. And the screams, Kwang-il had never felt such pain. It was the first time and the last. That man said the screams were the best sound he had ever heard. Suddenly, Kwang-il saw something with his one eye. He saw his mother preparing to pounce on that bastard with scissors. After that, more screams, a lot of blood, and a dull sound. Meanwhile, some time passed. Police arrived at their house and arrested that bastard. He would finally pay for everything he had done, as those behind bars knew what to do with people like him. But that wouldn't bring anything back. His mother lay in intensive care. Her condition was very serious, as she had taken the brunt of it. Kwang-il's eye was bandaged. They couldn't save him. The son sat by his mother, just waiting for her to regain consciousness. Suddenly, unfamiliar footsteps were heard. Kwang-il didn't even notice at first, but when someone spoke to him, he got scared. The little boy was now afraid of everything. A man with very dark hair asked if he was Kwang-il. There was silence for a moment, after which the man realized it was him, as Kwang-il looked so much like her. The boy asked who the stranger was. He confidently replied that he was probably his father. Meanwhile, some time passed, and Kwang-il's newly minted father was smoking outside. Suddenly, someone asked what it was like to meet a child he had never known. It was a woman with bright hair, and she said that if she hadn't found Kwang-il, he wouldn't even know about his existence. But the man truly didn't know. He didn't even understand when it had happened. He couldn't even imagine what to talk about with that woman, and she felt embarrassed that she had to explain condoms to an adult man. Now he was in a state of denial and asked why she even thought this was his child. But only he was involved in such dirty business. He found a voice recorder in his pocket. She said there was a recording of an order for a general assembly. Regarding him, he asked if they had to go right now, but they had to. The man tried to argue as he hadn't even talked to him properly. However, no one was listening to him. The two of them seemed to have fallen through the earth. The person who had suddenly appeared and suddenly called himself a father left Kwang-il an envelope with money, but he never came back. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the hospital. Everyone was running and shouting to that same room. The last thing his mother said to her son, it was that people were dying, much easier than he could have imagined. This was something a 10-year-old boy had to come to terms with. Meanwhile, 17 years passed, and the events shifted to a correctional facility. A man with a Bible in his hands walked out. It was the same man, just a bastard, and he was greeted by his people. However, it seemed he didn't know them. They bowed to Hyun and thanked him for his hard work. The man realized they had come from Won-il. He ordered the man to be shown to the amenities, as if he deserved it. But it seemed Hyun understood something. He said he no longer wished to deal with them. After all, he had met Gam and now lived according to his word. He prayed and atoned for his sins. Suddenly, tears welled up in his eyes. He said he had to thank Won-il for remembering him all these years. So he asked to be taken to him. But they brought him to some distant place. At first, he didn't understand anything and was in a stupor. Suddenly, when his questions went unanswered, he saw someone in front of him. But he didn't see Won-il here. He asked where the boss was, looking around. At that moment, he turned around. Kwang-il said he had missed him very much. The man's heart raced. He began to suspect something. but he had made many enemies, so he asked what was going on. Kwang-il said he was the child of that woman he had beaten to death. The former gangster even dropped the Bible from his hands. Kwang-il said the reaction wasn't very cheerful. His friend, who had leaned back a little earlier, reacted more cheerfully. 17 years. He would like to forget, but he couldn't. It was him. He made Kwang-il remember everything. He wanted it himself. The events took place in a culinary workshop. On the day Kwang-il burned his body, he suddenly wondered what he was supposed to live for now. Kwang-il couldn't even imagine what he would do after revenge. Only absolute emptiness remained. Perhaps that was why he found himself at that funeral, and that was why, when he first saw her, he talked to her, he heard her laughter. Such a strange reaction to such openly horrific life that was only getting worse. He felt then that he had finally found what he was meant to do. Kwang-il finally came to his senses and first saw Shi-dal and Ho-bang, who was scared because he had killed a man for the first time. The first thing he said was that he had lost. Shi-dal asked if it was disgusting. Kwang-il replied that it was somewhat unexpected, and he asked where Shi-dal had found this monster. Kwang-il got up and asked where his boys were. They were tied up, and if it weren't for the uncle, they would have been taken away long ago. Kwang-il asked to let the younger ones go. Shi-dal herself knew they were just fools. She said she would watch his behavior. What a shameless girl. Kwang-il should have dealt with her the first time they met. And Shi-dal said the uncle was still the same, and she asked him to change his tone, as she wasn't sure she would listen if he spoke without respect. But Kwang-il just walked away, saying that Shi-dal would sort everything out herself anyway. He suddenly put his hand on Ho-bang's shoulder and told him he was really cool. Then, a bit quieter and less confidently, he asked him to take care of Shi-dal. Ho-bang was just in shock. Kwang-il asked about the boy's age. He said he was a high school student, just in his first year, so he was about 16 years old. Kwang-il was left speechless from such surprise. He asked Shi-dal if it wasn't too much, a 10-year age difference. Shi-dal started shouting that the uncle had completely lost his mind because they didn't have that kind of relationship. The events shifted to the police station. There stood Kwang-il, repeating once more that he had come to turn himself in. The police were in shock. And although this became known later, the next day Kwang-il turned himself into the police, on the condition that his boys would be released, and that Kwang-il's organization would be allowed to disband quietly and peacefully. But Gaye seemed not very pleased about this. And so quite a bit of time passed. Ho-bang continued boxing. He began living a normal life again, as if nothing had happened. An interim exam was coming up, and Ho-bang had to prepare. Suddenly, Ho-bang saw something. A man was entering a password. He tried his birth date, but it didn't work. Ho-bang asked if he was a new resident. The man said he had just moved in and forgot the code. Ho-bang was very kind and believed in people, so he offered to open it. They rode together in the elevator. The man also selected the 4th floor, and Ho-bang thought that was strange. After all, the 4th floor was special. They reached the floor. The doors opened, and the man quickly exited the elevator. He stood in front of the doors and was about to open them. Suddenly, someone placed a hand on his shoulder. It was Ho-bang, and he said this floor was used by the landlord. The man didn't understand anything. Ho-bang demanded answers. Who brought him here? Kwang-il? Hyun-sung? But he didn't understand anything. Then Ho-bang squeezed his shoulder harder. The man screamed, as it was even painful for him. At that moment, the doors opened. Gaye came out, asking what was happening and why there was so much noise. Ho-bang told her it was dangerous here, so she should go inside and close the door. But there was one little problem. That man was Gaye's brother. And at that moment, Ho-bang felt a strong shame for nearly dislocating Gaye's brother's shoulder. The events shifted to the apartment. Ho-bang bowed and apologized. Was this the president of Hyeshin Group? But the man wasn't angry. He was the one who should apologize. He didn't know how to make surprises. And besides, they hadn't even introduced themselves to each other. He was Gaye's older brother, Kang Hye-sun, and he ran a small company. Ho-bang was so nervous that he called himself Gaye's servant. But Gaye herself corrected him, saying he was a friend. She repeated again, calling him her friend. The brother asked again, as if he couldn't believe it. Gaye's screams could be heard even from the windows, as she was outraged that no one believed she could have friends. Meanwhile, Hye-sun was already driving in his car. He told about Gaye's friend, Ho-bang. The driver said this needed to be noted. After all, it was the first time something like this happened. But Hye-sun was not as pleased and ordered to keep an eye on him. Besides Shidao, Gay had no one else close to her, so her older brother was worried. This was very unexpected. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the prison. There was Kwang Il, who politely agreed to serve his punishment. He was taken to the service room. The door opened. Kwang Il did not understand what was happening. There he saw a woman with light hair. After that, the door closed, leaving him alone. The woman called him by his full name, Ma Kwang Il, and she said that blood doesn't lie. He looks so much like JB. The woman added that Kwang Il lived quite messily, but he didn't even deny it and asked if they had ever met because he didn't remember. The woman ignored Kwang Il's question and asked, would Kwang Il live his life right if she gave him a chance? She knew all about his strength, the talent that Kwang Il inherited from his foolish father. After all, the boy hadn't seen him since that day in the hospital, so he had no idea. The woman told Kwang Il not to be too upset, as it wasn't that his father didn't want to return. He couldn't. His father had died while with her during surgery. Nonetheless, in his last moments, he spoke of his child, of Kwang Il. It turned out that the father didn't want his son to know about him. They were very closed off and busy. But looking at Kwang Il, she realized she had made a mistake. He asked again who she was. The woman said Kwang Il could call her his guardian angel. This only made him laugh. He asked what the point of this conversation was at all. Didn't the old lady see the handcuffs? He was under arrest, after all. But she reminded him that she knew about his strength. In that very moment, Kwang Il easily broke the handcuffs. He said that if she could handle it, he asked her to give him a chance. She placed her hand on his chest. Kwang Il asked what that was. As for a MILF, she was too old. The woman said he was exactly like his father and first needed to be taught manners, after which they both disappeared. It was as if no one had been there. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the school. Finally, the day had come. The midterm exam. For Principal Ashland, this was quite exciting. She gave a speech to the students that was supposed to inspire them. But the students were annoyed that they were forced to come in 30 minutes early for this. They thought their principal must be out of her mind. Suddenly, her voice changed and became less sweet, and she ordered everyone to take that exam, to just crush it. The exam started right after the speech. Gay also came to it. A few hours passed, and it was all over, including the test. Hobang sat alone, quite upset. Gay came over to him and asked if it had been that bad. Gay felt a bit guilty, as because of these events, he hadn't even had enough time to prepare. Hobang said he made 2 mistakes. There was an unreal despair in his voice. He said it was the end, but Gay didn't hear. She was coming out of her stupor. Was this some kind of bad joke? But overall, the midterm exam had come to an end. And aside from eating together, Gay didn't ask him for anything else. Daily life flowed quietly and peacefully again, and Hobang kept wondering if this was even possible. Gay told him to take the opportunity and rest. But when was the last time everything was so quiet for Hobang? He went to see his grandmother. The old lady was so proud of her grandson's results. He was first among his classmates. Grandma was doing well in the hospital, but she was a bit bored lying in the ward all the time. The doctors worried she would try to escape. Hobang told her to listen to the doctor, as she needed to fully recover to avoid any consequences. He asked her not to worry about money and just to rest. Finally, Hobang could take care of his grandmother, just as she had taken care of him all this time. She said it was very nice to see. Grandma hadn't seen her grandson smile in so long, but Hobang didn't even notice that he had just smiled. Now he looked at least a little happy. It was strange for him to hear that at all. Could he really be happy? Hobang had long forgotten what that was. Since his parents were gone, he wasn't allowed to be happy. Suddenly, Hobang felt very sick. He ran to the men's restroom. There, he was violently nauseated. He thought he felt better, but still, whenever Hobang felt happy, he would feel sick. That's why he was always very strict with himself, because he hated himself so much that it made him nauseous. And such a peaceful time brought too much pain for Hobang. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the sports club. Hobang was in shock when he was told about the training match. Jae-eun wanted to fight another athlete. With the match coming up soon, he wanted to sharpen his skills. Hobang offered his help, even though he didn't understand how he could do that. But Jae-eun refused. It turned out he was doing this because of Hobang. He wanted to fight again, like before. Hobang didn't understand anything, but it turned out Jae-eun knew everything. Shadal had told him that Hobang and that gangster were not ordinary people. And he had been boxing for a long time and was very proud of it. But that day, he realized it when Kwang Il threw him out of the room. Everything he knew made no sense. And for the first time, he felt scared in a fight. Hobang suddenly felt ashamed. He apologized as he didn't know this and had asked to fight with him every time. Jaeon asked why he regretted it. Then he seized the moment to ask to call Shadal. The champion decided that her presence would help him overcome his fear. He said he was very ashamed. He needed to show off his coolness at least once. Meanwhile, some time passed. Jaeon turned and all red and sweaty, which only indicated one thing. Shadal had arrived, well, and Gae for company. Jaeon was so embarrassed that he asked why they had come, but he had asked for this himself. Hobang asked Gae why she had come, to which he received a rude reply, because I could. After that, she pounced with questions about why he called his sister and not Gae. At that moment, the principal walked in and started yelling that this was not a passageway. How did they even get into this sacred place without his permission? Shadal told him that Gae was the sponsor, and the principal's behavior changed immediately. He started bowing. He yelled at his students that they hadn't warned him, and in general, why were they just standing there and hadn't brought tea yet? Meanwhile, Gae was already drinking her tea. Hobang asked why she was sitting with that expression on her face after she had already been treated, to which she replied that properly receiving service was also a skill. Hobang said he'd rather not ask and requested her to stop. Gae suddenly said that Kwang-il was missing. Hobang's face changed sharply. It turned out Shadal had been trying to find him. Phones, addresses, even social media. It wasn't just an escape from behind bars. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. That's why Gae was here. She was just scared to be alone. Hobang felt ashamed. Shadal continued the search so they would just wait. In their country, it was impossible to disappear completely without a trace. Meanwhile, guests arrived at the club. Principal Kim came, who looked more like a grandfather. When they shook hands, they exchanged a couple of jokes about the lack of strength and trembling hands. Jaehoon said that in their youth they were rivals, but the mentor always won. Principal Kim ordered his athlete Sol Chan to greet them. But he turned out to be no ordinary guy. He said he saw no point in greeting anyone who wasn't his mentor and asked to finish everything quickly because he had plans for the evening. While everyone was in shock at such behavior, Shadal was happy that something fun was finally happening. Jaehoon was already prepared. Principal Peck ordered him to finish off that punk, but Jaehoon didn't like that. That guy was completely new. Why did Principal Kim bring someone like that? He said he had asked for a professional. Jaehoon tried to smooth things over, saying it was just training. Shadal started shouting something motivating, but so far, she had only motivated little Jaehoon, if you know what I mean. Gae asked Hobang who he thought would win, but he didn't doubt Jaehoon at all. After all, he was the champion of their country in the light heavyweight division, and who better than Hobang knew his strength? And that was a rookie who hadn't participated in any competitions. The result was obvious. Gae closed her eyes. Then she opened them. They suddenly turned bright yellow, and she said she hadn't thought so. Principal Peck shouted that it had begun. He could hardly wait for Jaehoon to defeat that punk. Hobang asked if his Hyung would lose. It turned out Gae had seen Sol Chan, not as vividly as Hobang, but she had seen him. Quite a pale color. Jaehoon asked if his opponent wouldn't even wear protection. He replied that he had just gotten a haircut at the salon and asked to finish quickly. You could hear the pompousness in his voice. But Jaehoon even liked his self-confidence. After that, he lunged first to test if he was really as strong as he wanted to appear. Hobang couldn't believe that Jaehoon had been set up so badly. And still, he asked if he understood correctly that Sol Chan was superhuman. The boxers hit each other, each landing a punch right to the face. Jaehoon even saw stars before his eyes. But Sol Chan was completely unscathed, even though he was unprotected. Then Jaehoon hit Sol Chan in the face again, while he was struck in the stomach. And guess who felt the pain? Of course, it was Jaehoon. He began to suspect what might have happened. But probably due to the pain, he wasn't thinking clearly. Sol Chan said he expected to see a champion, actually, and it turned out to be just another loser. Hobang asked Gae if there were really that many superhumans, but she replied that it was just a pale color, not like his. They couldn't be compared from the very beginning. After all, if it were such a widespread phenomenon, did Hobang really think Gae would invest so much in him? Was she an idiot? Surprisingly, there were quite a few people with that color. Many of them were athletes, champions, and Gae could even distinguish them by color. And Sol Chan wasn't a superhuman like Hobang. He just had a lot more talent. And in a fight like this, the outcome was obvious. Sol Chan said he usually only needed 2 hits to win, Maybe it was because Jae-un was kind of a champion? He remained silent and just showed his readiness for Sol Chan to strike first. A smile appeared on his opponent's face. He was intrigued. He was curious how long Jae-un would hold out. Sol Chan's first strike missed, but Jae-un hit him. Sol Chan's second strike missed. Jae-un struck him in the face, and the third strike from Sol Chan missed. The opponent began to get annoyed, calling Jae-un a rat and a coward, but those words didn't bother him. Sol Chan made a fourth attempt, but it was all in vain. Hobang asked if it turned out that Sol Chan wasn't a superhuman, just a bit more talented. In that case, there was nothing to worry about, since Jae-un would win. Gay reminded him that she said Sol Chan was much better than an ordinary person, but Hobang didn't believe her. After all, Jae-un was extraordinary. When it came to boxing, Hyun was definitely not an ordinary person. And that irritated Sol Chan. He was like a cocky version of Hobang. He tried to hit Jae-un, but his technique and skill were unbeatable. And Sol Chan was annoyed that his opponent seemed to not be fighting at all. Then Director Peck came in and announced that the first round was over. Sol Chan just cursed. Suddenly, Jae-un finally spoke to him and asked him to be more polite. But that only made Sol Chan laugh. And he asked him to repeat that after the second round. If he could, of course. Meanwhile, the fight began. Jae-un's tactic was the same, and Sol Chan didn't know how to fight any other way than just swinging his fists. However, he was getting hit by the champion, but he still couldn't land a single decent blow. Jae-un managed to dodge and strike. He did everything so naturally, it resembled some kind of dance. Suddenly, Sol Chan couldn't keep his balance, after which he just fell down. It was so humiliating. Sol Chan cursed. Jae-un told him that he fell because his stance was useless. Now he began to mock him, saying that his 2-month-old brother would fight much better. Sol Chan was very rude. He reminded him that his fists didn't feel pain. Jae-un just asked Sol Chan to try to defeat him since he was here for that, right? The opponent got so angry that he promised to kill the champion. Meanwhile, not much time had passed, but it wasn't little either. Director Pak was angry. Director Kim was disappointed. But Shu Dao was happy. Hobang told Gay that he was right. Sol Chan was barely breathing. Of course, he was unscathed. But Jae-un wasn't tired at all. Director Peck said that was enough. Jae-un asked Sol Chan if he really thought this was boxing, as it looked more like a street fight. He looked and realized. Wrong stance, no support, no defense, just wild swinging of fists. He was still doing well only because of his great endurance. Sol Chan shouted for Jae-un not to get cocky over a lucky win. Jae-un said he was sorry. After all, Sol Chan had good potential, and the champion would want his opponent to give it their all. Then he was sure it would be a good replacement for him. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the parking lot, where the coach praised Sol Chan. He told Sol Chan that he could leave since he had mentioned his plans for the evening. But the guy suddenly fell silent and seemed to have nowhere to rush. He told the coach that his plans for that evening weren't particularly important. So, Sol Chan began to stutter heavily and spoke unclearly, saying that if the coach had time, but Director Kim understood everything himself. He called Sol Chan to follow him, and he immediately agreed. Meanwhile, 3 months had already passed. The scene shifted to the seaside at the lighthouse. There, a couple was taking pictures. To be precise, the guy was photographing his girlfriend. They were having such a great time together. Night, romance, just the two of them. Not too many people around. She didn't like it when it was too noisy. But why were there almost no people? It was so nice here. The guy was surprised that she hadn't heard. The story about the ghost. At first, there were many more people here. The guy's voice was so strange that she really got scared. He even said that in the whole country, people disappeared most often here. She realized they were trying to scare her, so she started hitting her boyfriend for it. Even though he swore it was true. As a sign of reconciliation, he suggested they take a joint photo. In that photo, there was something strange. A ghost? Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Gay's house. By the way, there she was, sitting on her phone. Shadal said she was jealous that Gay had summer vacation. She said they should have one for adults too because they also needed a break. Her peace was interrupted by a shadow looming over Shadal. It was Gay who wanted to know what had happened to those two. The sister said they just disappeared. Missing adults in Korea are classified as runaways. No investigation will be conducted until a crime is discovered. Gay found this strange because there had been so many disappearances in that area. Just last year, they reported 66,000 runaways. Gay was staring intently at her phone. Suddenly, her eyes turned bright yellow. She saw that in that photo, it wasn't a ghost, but a superhuman. Shadao was constantly amazed at how Gay could distinguish their color even in photos. The older sister reminded her that there was another superhuman among them. The scene shifted to the street. There stood the bear we already knew, and everything was fine until an outraged Gay appeared, demanding to know what Hobang was doing here. They sat down to eat. Gay was just irritated. How many times had she told him? She threw the bear's head. She couldn't stand seeing it anymore. Gay told him she would give him money if he needed it. And besides, it didn't seem like Hobang was lacking anything. So what was wrong? He said that Gay hadn't given him any special tasks, and since it was vacation, he was bored. She sighed tiredly and asked if Hobang was really just bored. But if he was bored without work, then Gay could come up with something. Hobang didn't understand anything on the street, didn't understand anything in the car, and didn't understand anything at all but was angry at the beach. He was just in a stupor. A ball hit him in the head. Gay asked how long he planned to just stand there. Had he never seen the ocean? Hobang asked when he should get to work. Gay concluded that in his past life, he must have been a slave. They arrived at that lighthouse. Hobang was surprised that there were so many missing people, and even more surprised that the police weren't dealing with it. Gay said she found a superhuman here, and he was found where people most often disappeared. Not too perfect for a coincidence? Hobang agreed that it was suspicious and asked what the plan was. Suddenly, Shadal appeared and said they would pursue. After all, they had a superhuman surveillance system, Gay, so they would wait until someone showed up. Therefore, first, they would have some fun. The beach was quite crowded. Shadal was swimming in the water. Gay was on the shore and was already feeling quite hot. Suddenly, someone brought a drink. It was Hobang. He said 5 hours had already passed, so he asked Gay to take a break. But she said she didn't drink soda. Meanwhile, evening came. Gay stood by that lighthouse, looking at that photo, and at the place where it was taken. Was it there? Suddenly, 2 men appeared behind her. She called out to Gay. It wouldn't be accurate to say she wasn't scared at all, but there was hope that this was a clue to the riddle. But it turned out to be just 2 guys who said they liked Gay. Gay felt sad. This was not a clue to the matter. She simply turned away, leaving the guys in shock. They insisted they weren't being weird and offered to have some fun together if Gay didn't have company. She just told them to go away. But the guys didn't back down. They said they were locals and could give her a detailed tour. Gay asked them once more to leave, but they didn't hear her. After that, one of them put his hand on her shoulder and said she came here alone to have fun. But Gay didn't think so, if these idiots didn't understand words. Then Gay had other methods to explain things clearly to them. The guys were stunned. No one had ever treated them like that. Gay was furious. She ordered them to get lost and never touch her with their disgusting hands again. The guys started shouting and humiliating her, claiming she was attacking people for no reason. One of them said Gay had such a pretty face but such a terrible character, to which she replied that they both weren't exactly lookers, stupid perverts. While they were yelling at Guy, Hobang arrived. He didn't understand anything but came over to the shouting. He asked what happened, and Gay said these jerks were asking for trouble. They asked Hobang who he was. Before he could answer, that idiot was already flexing his muscles to compare himself to the teenager. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. Those jerks couldn't believe Hobang could be Gay's boyfriend or even friend. He looked like a worm. The teenager was shocked that he was mistaken for Gay's boyfriend. The blonde asked if Hobang even knew that his girl Gay had hit someone. He asked how they were going to pay for that. Hobang was outraged that Gay hit people. He didn't support that, but they started it first. He thought for a moment. Then he apologized to the guys, but said he didn't think they were hurt in any way. So he suggested they pretend they didn't know each other. But the blonde was furious. Did Hobang really think he had the right to judge them? His friend was smarter and said that Gay was the one who threw the first punch, so he suggested hitting them back for fairness. Hobang was shocked that they actually wanted that. The guys exchanged glances. After that, the blonde couldn't hold back and lunged. He decided Hobang wanted to be brave in front of the girl. So he punched the teenager in the face, after which he yelped like a puppy, claiming his hand hurt. Now he needed moral support from his friend. Hobang was blamed for it, but he was just standing there. Then the second jerk decided to jump on him too. Hobang tried to talk him out of it. But can you prove anything to idiots? Those screams could probably be heard all over the beach. Meanwhile, it was getting dark. There were fewer and fewer people on the beach. Those idiots sat sulking with their bandaged hands. The blonde was screaming and furious. What a disgrace! They were just school kids. Suddenly, his friend suggested teaching those kids a lesson. The blonde was already scared, after all, his hand. But was he an idiot? He could still walk. He suggested gathering the guys and beating those kids. His fragile ego wouldn't let him rest. The blonde thought about it. It was a good idea, as he thought. But first, they needed to find them somewhere. The scene shifted to a restaurant. There, Gay was outraged that she was being scolded. She agreed that she had acted wrongly. Shadal arrived to break things up a bit. Suddenly, Gaia screamed. Hobang decided that something had happened to her, that she was in pain. It turned out that her foot was burning a little. When she took off her shoe, there was a large wound. Everyone was worried about Gaia. But Hobang understood everything. She had been walking all day, especially in this heat. Hobang had long been curious. Why was Gaia doing this? Why go through such hardships when she was rich and could do anything she wanted? She had rented an entire villa with a pool here. Was there really something she couldn't have? Then why, instead of a comfortable life, was she going through these problems? Suddenly, a pause fell in the form of silence. Gaia said that Hobang had answered his own question. She did it because she could. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to another place. The two boys were walking down a dark corridor. They wanted to talk to Byung-chul because the upperclassmen had bullied them. The blonde's partner said he was just a coward, and that's why Hyun hadn't given them any assignments. But the blonde said he hadn't given him assignments because he was stupid, not a coward. After which they opened the door and burst in abruptly. But suddenly, his expression changed. For in the room, not only was Hyun absent, but it was also a complete mess. Clearly, something had happened there. There was no one inside, and it felt as if a hurricane had struck. They decided it was worth calling the police, but didn't notice that they weren't alone. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to another place, far from civilization. The blonde was sleeping. Suddenly, he was awakened. It was his partner who told him to wake up because everyone was already here. They were in some room where there were other people as well. The blonde felt everything that could tighten hard. His screams drew unnecessary attention, but his partner had just woken up too. He remembered how they had come to Byung-chul's office. Their conversation was interrupted by someone approaching with a knife. It was a man in a white tank top with cigarettes. The blonde was so scared that he started stuttering. He tried to ask what kind of place this was and who was standing in front of him. But the man didn't have time to answer because a woman's voice asked if they had come to their senses. Suddenly, a woman walked in, and everyone began to bow to her. She was quite a young girl with very dark hair. The boys were frightened. It seemed she was someone to be feared. Suddenly, the girl received a phone call. While she was talking, her dark-haired partner said she was quite pretty. How could he even think about that at such a moment? On the phone, they told her that they only needed one, not two. The boys were even more scared, realizing they were talking about them. After which, the conversation ended. She apologized for her foolishness. Then she said it was up to them to decide which of the two would die, giving them 10 minutes to think. One of them got very angry. A not-so-smart idea came to his mind, to jump at this girl, and he didn't even care that she was pretty. He told her to get out of the way if she didn't want to get hurt. But she took Ed as if he just didn't want to choose, tossed the phone high into the air, after which she suggested having some fun. She suddenly lunged at that poor guy. At that moment, he realized he was the one who would get hurt. He didn't even have time to do anything before his body took 1,000 hits per second, after which came another blow to the chin, so strong that it sent him flying several meters into the air. The phone of that strange woman was also still in the air, but in that same second, she caught it. The partner of that poor guy was so scared, and in that same second, his friend's body fell down. It fell right at his feet. The blonde couldn't take it anymore and just peed himself. Even that girl noticed. She told her guy to take care of his pants, and also pointed to that body, telling him to deal with it and chop it up. Suddenly, a very thin and timid voice begged for mercy. He suddenly started crying hard and said he hadn't seen anything and wouldn't tell anyone anything, apologized, and begged for pity. At that moment, he was embraced. He was so scared, but that girl suddenly became very sweet and started to calm him down. She felt very sorry when the boys cried. She told him not to worry because he was their merchandise, and she wouldn't kill him so he didn't have to be afraid, and she even called him cute. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the beach. Gaia was looking down at him. Everything was gray for her. Hobang noticed that Gaia had been in this area had stayed for several days, except when she ate or slept. She was always looking for something. He asked Shidao how long Gaia would behave like this, to which she asked how long he would keep watching her. She recommended that he just rest and not worry about it. But Hobang didn't understand how he could relax when she was like this. It was as if she had lost her mind in these searches. Shidao laughed but warned Hobang not to say such things in front of Gaia. After all, a few years ago, the younger sister had heard this all the time from those around her. They had first met in a psychiatric hospital. Hobang learned for the first time that Gaia had been in such an institution. But Shidao didn't understand such surprise, as it was a place where people ended up with broken hearts. After all, Hobang knew that a superhuman had attacked Gaia's parents. Shidao decided it was time to tell the whole story. On that day, Gaia had hidden in a closet and hadn't come out even when the killer had left because she was afraid he would return. And she continued to sit in the closet until the next day. After all, Gaia was only 12 years old. That was too much shock for such an age. To imagine that the creature that had instilled such fear in her was still somewhere nearby. That's why Gaia overloaded herself with work. Meanwhile, the company decided to take a break and go to a cafe. Gaia was still looking around, searching for superhumans. But Shidao forcibly turned her around, saying that this time she just needed to eat. They would all just relax and have a nice meal. Hobang supported her, saying that only when the boss rested could the workers also breathe easy. He said this not very boldly because he openly feared Gaia. But she suddenly apologized, saying that Hobang was right. To be honest, she was tired herself. She just didn't show it. Suddenly, her eyes turned bright yellow again. She saw that girl behind Hobang. Outside, two boys were standing, waiting for their mistress. And she was speaking on the phone in Chinese, being told that they needed to find two pretty girls. She promised to make it before the ship arrived. They clarified that they needed Koreans. After all, she had once caught a Japanese tourist. On the phone, she was completely irritated, so she yelled and hung up. Then she unconsciously switched to Korean, cursing her interlocutor and expressing her desire to kill him. There were so many emotions that she didn't even notice the shocked cashier who heard all of it. She apologized, became sweet again, and ordered a milk tea. Then she turned to survey the cafe. She saw a group there, and at that moment, that girl and Gaia locked eyes. The mistress thought how beautiful the stranger was. After that, they exited the cafe. The group was being watched by those people. The mistress couldn't take her eyes off them. Gaia felt the same. She spoke in Chinese to her people that she had found two beauties, just as promised. Her boys asked if they should grab those people, but the mistress told those idiots that there were too many eyes here. The ship was arriving at 10 o'clock, so she asked them to quietly deal with them and left. Shidao seemed to suspect something. Meanwhile, it had already grown dark. Those boys arrived at their destination. They had a bag completely filled with bats. Their leader ordered them to be careful and not to harm the girls. She was standing above. Shidao greeted the kidnappers in Chinese. Imagine their shocked expressions when they heard this. Shidao asked why they were so fearless in engaging in human trafficking in a foreign country. Did they really think that speaking Chinese would keep them from being understood? The leader ordered the boys to quickly finish this. Shidao said that if they were criminals, they should at least behave accordingly. Didn't they have to at least try a little so that no one noticed them? The leader asked if she was alone, where her company was. Suddenly, Hobang spoke up, wearing gloves, saying he wanted to clarify whether they were superhumans. The leader turned and asked what kind of worm he was. Shidao ignored this question and told Hobang that they were definitely not superhumans, so it should be easy for him. After which, the boys lunged at the teenager, saying they didn't have time and needed to finish this quickly. Hobang told them that if they overdid it, they could die. After which screams were heard, a lot of screams of pain. Meanwhile, some time passed, and those bandits were tied up on the floor. Shidao said it seemed they were now ready to tell everything. Local cases of missing persons. It seemed all of this was their doing. Suddenly, the leader closed his eyes, after which he confessed to this and answered in Korean. But it turned out that out of the three of them, he was the only one who knew Korean. And he decided to use this to say he understood everything, so he could tell everything. Shidao noticed that it seemed a conversation was being set up among them. Gaia arrived, and her first question was why they were kidnapping people, and why they had come to do this in Korea, but it turned out that here they could just steal more money. Gaia didn't understand this. The man explained that recently, Korean songs and dramas had gained immense popularity, which meant that Koreans, particularly Korean women, were worth more money. Gaia did not like this at all. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the port. There stood the madam and her boys, asking to be let in. Then the door began to open slowly and very loudly. A good number of girls stared at her, with such broken and frightened looks. The madam exclaimed excitedly about how lovely her things were. After those words, the girls' hearts raced even faster. Shadal remarked that if they had such a well-established network, wouldn't it be easier to sell drugs? But the man said they were involved in that too. It was better to earn twice as much. Hobang asked what had happened to those people they had kidnapped. It was obvious they sold the girls, while the men were forced to do hard labor, and if necessary, they were harvested for organs and sold. Hobang was so furious when he heard this that he clenched the glove tightly, and he ordered them to speak until the end. But that was all. Koreans were simply expensive. They wanted to know the reason, but the man just complied with the request because there was demand. If there was a product that could be sold for a high price, then they, the traders, would acquire it by any means necessary. Suddenly, Hobang leaned toward him and said that people are not merchandise. The teenager was so enraged, he ordered them to reveal where they were keeping all the kidnapped people before he lost his temper. Shadal suddenly felt so sweet that Hobang was being so manly. The scene shifted back to the port, where the girls were moving somewhere in a crowd. One seemed smarter than the others, because she decided to escape. After all, she was not just like everyone else. She was an athlete. The girl thought this about herself, but she was mistaken. She trembled as the madam's hand approached her face. The madam spoke so sweetly, asking her not to do that, or else she might kill her. Meanwhile, some time passed. The bald-headed brute ordered them to move faster, and to watch their feet if they didn't want to break them. When he realized he was powerless, he felt all hope extinguish inside him, helplessness. Suddenly, someone greeted him. It was the madam. She said she liked his face. The man adapted very quickly. One can easily get used to even helplessness. At that moment, a guy approached the madam. It turned out there was a problem. He spoke about some boy. The madam was surprised that there was some boy. It turned out he had been informed that some youth had caused a ruckus at the entrance to their territory. The madam didn't understand how one boy could be a problem. But it could be so. If it was Hobang, he wanted to know where those people they had kidnapped were. Suddenly, one guy said it was just a schoolboy. This motivated them all, and they pounced on Hobang. However, they didn't know who they were dealing with. Hobang found it beneficial that he wasn't taken seriously because of his age. But on the other hand, it would have been easier if they simply feared him, because then proving this would take less time. However, he was paid more this way. Hobang remained completely whole and unscathed once again. The rest began to fear him, well, finally. However, Hobang didn't like that now no one was attacking. He suggested approaching himself. The teenager was not one to throw words to the wind, so he immediately lunged at those two poor souls. Outside the gates, a nice car stood out. Inside sat Dao. She noticed that Hobang was very angry this time. By the way, hadn't they called the police a long time ago and weren't the defenders supposed to be here by now? Gaia doubted that such criminals could operate without a roof. Shadao also found it obvious that they had their people in the police. Yun, she was known as the leader of a very dangerous dark society organization. More often, she dealt with drug smuggling, but it became known that not long ago, she had started trading in people as well. The problem was that she possessed a second-level ability, which is why they had come here. The woman turned and asked him if he was listening. There he stood, who, by the way, was not listening at all. Quan Il. The woman was irritated that he was like this. Not listening, being to himself, often distracted. But she had no choice. She would just have to give more lessons on good manners later. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the port. There, Hobang had taken down all those bandits, who turned out to be just a bunch of idiots. Suddenly, the teenager realized he had beaten everyone, and there was no one left to interrogate. Suddenly, she came and was shocked that it was indeed just a teenage boy. Hobang did not expect to hear a female voice. There stood Yun and her loyal dog. Hobang remembered seeing her during the day and asked where the kidnapped people were now. Yun didn't think he knew everything. But what could she do? After all, it seemed before her was just a schoolboy. Though she didn't want to, she had to kill Hobang. The teenager prepared for this fight. Suddenly, something strange happened. Without realizing it, he was somehow flying away, after which he crashed hard against the fence. Hobang was in such a stupor. Did she hit him like that? The madam asked how long until the ship's arrival. She was told about an hour. Then she told Hobang that he was a very interesting boy and asked if he could hold out with her for an hour. The teenager remained silent, just holding his stance. after which the madam suggested he have some fun. Hobang, as always, remained silent. She had not expected to meet such a young one with a legacy. The teenager did not understand what she was talking about. It turned out she was talking about the ability Hobang had inherited from his parents. She called it a legacy. Everyone in her organization had such a legacy. Compared to them, Hobang had a strong body. One could say this ability was insignificant. He asked if she was planning to fight or if she would continue with these empty talks. Fight? It seemed to Hobang did not understand. It was not a fight. A duel occurred when both opponents were on the same level. Suddenly, Yoon simply vanished from her spot. Hobang prepared for what would happen. There was no point in defending himself because she was too fast. Although it was still worth putting up one block. Hobang's face was plastered against the concrete. Yoon said that even among the same type of legacy, there were different classes. Therefore, Hobang was simply her toy, which would entertain Yoon. But the teenager was not one to give up easily. He sharply got up and was ready to pounce. However, there was no one in front of him. From behind, he heard a surprised question about how Hobang was still alive. The teenager decided to lunge again, but there was no one there either. Suddenly, Yoon appeared right behind him and said that Hobang turned out to be stronger than she thought. Well, now he would definitely manage to land at least some hit, but Yoon managed to strike first, again. She even had time to laugh when Hobang's fist was right in front of her face. She liked that the teenager was really strong, but she liked even more testing his strength. Hobang was sent flying far away again. This time, Yoon decided to do everything better, to definitely take down Hobang. She jumped with all her might and struck the poor teenager once more in midair. Hobang did not feel pain. He was shocked. Because Yoon was too fast, he simply couldn't keep up with her. He was thrown as far as a trash bag in windy weather, but he still remained completely unscathed. Yoon said she hadn't gotten this worked up in a long time. What was Hobang to do? He had to come up with something because he couldn't defeat her in the usual way. Yoon decided that the teenager had no other ability besides a strong body. She even felt sorry for the teenager. Hobang wasn't listening to her. He was devising a plan. He knew that at this pace he wouldn't even touch Yoon. She easily descended from the high roof and asked this strong man to entertain her a little longer. Suddenly, Hobang just ran away. Yoon stood in shock, but then burst into laughter. Did Hobang really just run away from her like that? As I said, a great advantage for the teenager was that he was often not taken seriously. Yoon said she would give Hobang 3 minutes. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to another place where it was now daytime. The phone rang. It was Hyesun's phone, Gaya's brother, and his younger sister was texting him. Suddenly, Hyesun's expression changed sharply. He said to Manager Han, he ordered all the Korean security personnel to be sent to the coordinates he provided. Manager Han was surprised by such a sudden request. Hyesun himself didn't understand what his sister was doing. He would ask her upon arrival. The events shifted back to Korea. The brother wrote to Gaia that they would meet when Hyesun returned. And what had she been up to? It turned out that since the last time, the brother had stopped letting Gaia use the guards because she had secretly taken them for Kwan-il, even though Gaia had asked them to keep quiet. It seemed someone had spilled the beans. Shadal said not to worry because Hyesun would send them anyway. She hadn't noticed the man with the axe by their window at all, after which the sound of breaking glass rang out. Meanwhile, Hobang was running quickly through the forest. He was running for some reason toward the sea. It seemed that 3 minutes had already passed. Because Yoon appeared on the horizon, she immediately pounced on Hobang as soon as she caught up. The teenager flew far away, almost landing in the water. But he quickly got back up. Yoon joyfully shouted that she had found Hobang. She just knew that tag was boring and asked him not to run away from her anymore. Suddenly, Yoon fell silent. She realized that Hobang was not just strong, he also knew how to use his brain. After all, he certainly didn't bring her to the beach for nothing. That was commendable. Yoon thought Hobang was just running away from her, but it was a trap. It worked to the teenager's advantage that he wasn't taken seriously. Suddenly, Yoon's voice became sweet and very high-pitched. Hobang didn't understand what was going on in her head, but he realized she was not normal. Yoon said it was so cute that the teenager thought it would work, that from this cuteness, she wanted to beat Hobang to death. Yeah, she had definitely lost her mind. Yoon said she really liked people like Hobang, full of hope. She liked it so much. The expression of despair on their faces when the only straw of hope snapped. Suddenly, Yoon disappeared, leaving a hole in the sand. Hobang prepared for an attack. One hit to the side. He didn't notice where Yoon was. She moved too quickly. After which, Hobang received a flurry of hits to various parts of his body. What? The teenager just stood still while Yoon ran in circles and hit him. It seemed she had become even faster than before. Was she really just playing with him? But he could still win. Meanwhile, the glass of the girl's car was struck by an axe. The man was surprised that the glass didn't shatter, only cracked. Shi Dao was astonished that such idiots still existed and didn't know about something like bulletproof glass. Suddenly, the car's headlights turned on and the engine roared. The car drove off and more people joined. They all pounced on the girls. Suddenly, the car crashed into a van. Shadal didn't understand what was happening. Gaia screamed that there was something else in front of them. Another car was coming at them. What persistent scumbags. Suddenly, someone in a white shirt burst out of the forest. Someone very fast and strong who managed to push an entire truck, so hard that the massive vehicle flipped over. Everyone was in shock. But Shu Dao was the most shocked of all, because the hero who saved them was Quan Il. However, the uncle was no less shocked. He hadn't expected to see Shu Dao there. They both asked simultaneously what they were doing there. Suddenly, an axe flew at Quan Il's head. Imagine the surprise of that idiot when he realized he was facing a superhuman. He asked in Chinese what was happening. The answer to that question was Quan Il's foot that flew into his head. The man was knocked back. Quan Il said that bald guy was probably cursing behind his back. And that was rude. And anyway, what were they all doing there? They came to Korea, so they should speak Korean, idiots. And where was their boss? The boss was trying to deal with Ho Bang. She was flying like a bird and hitting Ho Bang, who didn't even have time to dodge, let alone strike back. Finally, Yoon fell back from him. The boy's body was still trembling, but she seemed to enjoy it. She would call this picture the strong man. Yoon thanked Ho Bang because, thanks to him, she wasn't bored and had a great time. But even if she wanted to play with him more, unfortunately, it was already time to go back, so she would have to finish it quickly. Suddenly, Yoon lifted her shirt, exposing her belly. Behind her was a knife. She said that people like them weren't so easy to finish off, so she needed this. It was a knife made of a special alloy, so sharp that it could take a life, even from Ho Bang, the boy with heritage. Yoon even felt sorry that they were so strong because she loved to kill with her bare hands. Ho Bang was silent. It seemed he had no strength left for even a last word. Even if it was brief, Yoon had managed to get attached to the strongman, after which she disappeared again. Because she was running at Ho Bang, she promised it wouldn't hurt, she would do it quickly. The teenager just stood silently, although he knew this was a deadly weapon. The knife was approaching right to his chest. Yoon plunged the weapon so sharply and so forcefully that Ho Bang couldn't stay on his feet again. Suddenly, her expression changed sharply. She was scared. All because Ho Bang was smiling? Meanwhile, Quan Il was doing much better. The same woman was watching him, asking him to take it easy so as not to kill those idiots. Then she asked Shurdal if she would like to step out and talk. But it was hard to believe someone she had never seen before. The woman was surprised that such cautious young ladies had ended up there. She showed her ID and promised not to offend them because she was just a civil servant passing by. But Shadal said there had been many fraudsters around lately. It was suspicious that the woman was there at such a moment. Suddenly, they called for the grandmother. That's what Quan Il called her. He said Shidal was his little sister, whom he knew well and asked not to touch her. But now she started to doubt even more. He was a psycho. Meanwhile, half an hour had passed. All the scumbags were lying on the ground, but they were still alive. The woman said they were indeed fearless. After all, these guys were really dangerous. Quan Il asked if she was talking about those bastards. The woman asked him to watch his tongue, so he called them idiots. The grandmother got angry but understood she wouldn't change Quan Il, so she changed the subject. First, they needed to find their friend Yoon In. She was really dangerous. But suddenly, they were told not to rush. Quan Il reminded her that the grandmother had said Yoon In's abilities were of the second rank, and his were of the first. Meanwhile, Yoon In was still in shock because up to that moment, she thought Ho Bang could barely stand. Suddenly, the teenager apologized in a completely normal voice for the deception. He looked genuinely guilty, saying that from the very beginning until this moment, it had all been a show to catch Yoon. Suddenly, she remembered something. The moment she was given that knife. One of her friends gave it to her and said this thing was made to kill people like them. People with heritage. Most opponents would be defeated with Yoon's speed and this knife. She asked what to do if it didn't work. Would he protect her? But her lover said that if Yoon ever met someone it didn't work on, She'd better run with all her might. Otherwise, chills ran down Yoon's spine as she remembered those words and saw that Hobang's body was unharmed. She tried to escape, stepping back. Her heart was beating faster and faster, because then her boyfriend said that otherwise she would die. Yoonin was so scared that she started screaming. And then she began stabbing Hobang with the knife, desperately doing it every second. But the teenager didn't care. Suddenly, he began to apologize. After all, it was very, very low, but he promised it would hurt. After which, a blow occurred, so strong that it seemed the whole forest heard it. Yoonin had never felt such intense pain. Just from one blow, she fell unconscious. Hobang looked at her, and he truly felt sorry for her, sincerely. Suddenly, the same woman appeared, saying that all of this was just incredible. Just one blow. And she was curious why those girls were so brave. Now she saw who they believed in so much. Hobang immediately asked who she was. She repeated the story that she was just a civil servant passing by. Meanwhile, enough time had passed. The police arrived and all the participants were detained. Shadao was talking to Kwan-il. The rest were with the mysterious woman. She was pleasantly surprised that they were just high school students, and they had done such an incredible job. The woman asked if they at least understood that they could have died. Gaia said they had called the police before they showed up, to which the woman said that they had rats there and she had already caught them. But she was interested in Hobang. Yoonin, with whom he fought, possessed the second rank. The woman asked if she should tell Hobang what he had done. The doctor said she had a damaged spine and spinal cord, and the likelihood of Yoonin walking again was very low. Hobang didn't like that. The woman asked if he was satisfied with himself, but the teenager felt so much pain inside. He had never wished such a life on anyone and didn't want to cripple people so severely. Suddenly, Gaia told the woman to stop. She switched her focus to her, even knowing the girl's name. She mentioned being a bit surprised when she learned about Gaia's dossier, as she belonged to a conglomerate. She must have really needed it. Did she want to play superheroes? The woman suggested that she should be focusing on more important things at her age. Enough of this childhood. But Gaia asked her not to worry, as she considered this quite important. The woman was shocked. They had nearly died this time. Did they even feel the importance of life? Gaia said she should have asked them about that. Behind them was the blonde girl, crying so hard that no one could calm her down. By the way, the couple who had been kidnapped at the lighthouse finally reunited. Gaia asked if these people didn't feel the importance of life more than anyone else right now. The woman's response to the girl's words struck her. She knew how to stand up for her ideas. Meanwhile, a new day had dawned. In the car were Kwan-il and a civil servant who was just passing by. She spoke about that guy, Hobang. They seemed to know Kwan-il, but he hadn't told her. However, the uncle remained silent. The grandmother realized that Kwan-il had lost to him, and he started yelling for her to be quiet. The woman said that Hobang was a very impressive young man, and so young at that. Kwan-il asked if his ability was that good, but it wasn't. The woman was talking about Hobang's personality. After all, regardless of whether you have an ability or not, we all remain human in the end. When a person had power, they always tried to use it for their own benefit, which is why they existed, because of those who abused their power. The woman said she had deliberately tried to provoke Hobang. She could say a lot about how a person looked, how they spoke, or what they did, but Hobang's reaction, at least she didn't think he was abusing his power. Kwan-il asked if she had really heard that the girl was seriously injured, but that wasn't the case. She just stated how it was, but those like Yoonin recovered as quickly as they were strong, so in just a few days, she should be able to walk around calmly. Kwan-il noticed that the grandmother seemed to be in a bad mood. She smiled and said he didn't have enough experience to understand that. Because these abilities weren't earned through hard work or personal sacrifice, most didn't value them properly and used them carelessly. So that young man was a special case. She would even say he was an exception. Unlike the others, and that chaebol, she was so young but had excellent taste in people. She could sense them. Meanwhile, a week had passed. Hobang held a business card in his hands. The grandmother had given it to him. She asked him to contact her soon for some training and testing. Hobang asked what for, to which he was told that their country wasn't so indifferent to its citizens. So whether he liked it or not, they took care of people like him separately. She had heard that Hobang attended the prestigious Seal High School, so if he didn't call, the woman threatened to come to his school. Gaia asked her friend to be careful. After all, that woman, she was a superhuman. The business card had a name, Kim Mi-young. At that moment, a car arrived. Someone called out Ho Bang's name. A man was sitting in the car and asked if he was supposed to have training and testing. Ho Bang simply admitted to that. The driver said he worked for Kim Mi-yong and asked him to get in the car. Ho Bang did as he was told. He looked around the whole time. They drove into a new area for him. The car stopped. Ho Bang got out, his eyes as big as oranges. He stood in front of a very beautiful large building. The scene shifted to an audiovisual hall. There, a lovely woman was speaking on video, addressing people with abilities. She was going to conduct training on their abilities. Ho Bang was in shock because he hadn't prepared for the lesson. She started by saying that they all inherited this ability from their parents. When one of the parents with an ability died, it was automatically passed on to the child. If there were several children in the family, the ability went to the eldest child. But the ability could also be passed on not only when parents died. The ability could be given to any child, not necessarily the eldest, at will. The woman said that anyone watching this video probably already knew this story and laughed. After which she suggested moving on to the next topic. Suddenly, Ho Bang didn't seem so cheerful anymore. He recalled Gaia's words, who had been surprised that the teenager didn't know about inheriting his power from his parents. Ho Bang had received it without knowing anything. It was a very painful memory for the little boy. Suddenly, someone placed a hand on his shoulder. Ho Bang was startled, but it was Mi-yong. She asked what had happened. He must have been lost in thought because the training presentation had already ended. However, Ho Bang hadn't even noticed. The teenager probably hadn't even looked at her properly. Then Mi-yong ordered him to follow her. She led him to a place marked for special personnel only. Ho Bang looked around with his mouth agape in curiosity. Mi-yong immediately said that he shouldn't have been there from the start. But it was her personal whim. In this city, they could check his rank. It turned out that there were many types of abilities, so categorizing them by rank was difficult. But for people like Ho Bang, with physical abilities, it was easy to assign a level. The problem was that during the test, the teenager could get hurt, so they could only conduct it with Ho Bang's consent. Mi-yong asked if he wanted to, but he didn't really. This wasn't what she expected. She asked if Ho Bang had inherited his ability from his mother. The teenager's eyes widened sharply. How could she know that? But Mi-yong knew about the fire and that his mother had died there. And the cause of the fire was arson. The culprit had not yet been found. Mi-yong said that if Ho Bang agreed to take the test, she would tell him everything she knew about the case. Suddenly, her expression changed. When she saw Ho Bang's mood, he was furious and asked to start right now. After the teenager learned that he had inherited this ability from his mother, that day he had one question. The scene shifted to that fateful day. Before us was little Ho Bang sleeping in his crib, carefree, when suddenly smoke from the fire seeped into the room, and it woke him up. He sat up and first thought of his mother. He opened the door to his room, not sensing any danger. Suddenly, the boy's expression changed drastically. The whole house was on fire, but that wasn't the only strange thing. Ho Bang didn't understand why his mother, who had that ability at the time, why did she look like that day? Ho Bang had never seen a scratch on his mother, so her appearance terrified him. She said she couldn't even move due to a lack of strength. She said that in such moments she had expended too much energy. Ho Bang told her they should get out of there first. He was coughing and screaming. It was very hard for him to be among the flames. Suddenly his mother understood everything. When she saw her boy who had so little chance of survival as she had no strength. She didn't know how to pass this power to him. But when she became a mother, she just instinctively knew how to do it. She told her boy how much she loved him. But now Ho Bang understood that on that day, his mother had been fighting someone. Mi-yong repeated again that the teenager could get seriously hurt. But Ho Bang was ready to do anything in exchange for the story. He had to know who the arsonist was. Mi-yong was glad to hear he agreed, but many people had been injured during the test. Ho Bang stood his ground, repeating that he would do it. Mi-yong told him that when adults warned him, he should listen to the end and not interrupt. She finished what she wanted to say. Ho Bang could get hurt or even die. But the teenager was confident that he would be fine. This was getting interesting because he wasn't afraid, and Mi-yong liked that. She flicked a cigarette, snapped her fingers, and ordered to shoot. Ho Bang didn't understand. Was he supposed to shoot? With what? But the thing was, he was the target. And they were shooting at him. A man with some very cool-looking weapon fired. Ho Bang was in shock. He didn't even have time to understand what had happened. The man said the evaluation test was over. Mi-yong said that Ho Bang indeed had a first level, as there wasn't even a scratch on him. The teenager shouted that they shot at him. He was outraged. Was this the test? Was this even normal? It was normal since he had agreed to everything himself. So why was he outraged? Mi-young said they first conducted safety tests, but Hobang had beaten Kwan-il, so she knew he would definitely pass this test. But Hobang was still outraged, as firearms were dangerous, and he was a bit scared. Mi-young said that he had been hit with this very powerful firearm, so he was much more dangerous. If such a weapon didn't affect him, then he was a first level. In any case, promises must be kept, so Mi-young ordered him to follow her. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the team leader's office. Mi-young said she would reimburse the cost of the clothes, but for now she gave him a suit to wear. She offered him something to drink, but Hobang declined. Mi-young fixed her gaze on the boy. He was very focused on the conversation. And then she realized it was better to get right to it and tell him everything. Mi-young placed a photograph on the table and said this was the person Hobang wanted to learn about. His reaction was quite strange. In the photo there was a man, his face obscured by long, light hair the color of mud. Hobang said he couldn't really understand anything just by looking at that one photo, but it turned out to be the highest quality picture of this man. The teenager wanted to know where this person was now and if he was even alive. Mi-young apologized, as that was all she had. Hobang was outraged, as this was different from what he had been promised. The Grim Reaper. That's what they called him. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to another place. There, a man was barely breathing, his body completely beaten and covered in blood, but he was still on his feet. The floor was littered with bodies that, most likely, were not breathing and would never breathe again. But one of them seemed to still be conscious. He even made the stupid mistake of opening his eyes. Why a mistake? Because immediately a foot came crashing down on his head, from that very same Grim Reaper. Meanwhile, dawn was breaking. The bodies still lay on the floor. Everything around was soaked in blood. Young Mi-young reminded them that she had told them to run. And that man, who was probably Kwan-il's father, he didn't even notice the Grim Reaper charging at him. Mi-young's words made him turn around, but it was too late, because the Grim Reaper had already struck him right in the stomach, so hard that blood flowed from Kwan-il's father's mouth. Mi-young understood that this was the end, because Won-yop was trembling all over, and she had never seen anything like it. He said that Mi-young was seriously annoying him. After all, her screaming wouldn't help him at all. He yelled at her because he was angry that he couldn't handle it and asked Mi-young to get lost instead of acting like a stupid horror movie character. Tears streamed from her eyes. He turned and spoke about his son, asking Mi-young to protect Kwan-il from all this mess. He wouldn't be able to handle such a crappy job. But she just stood there, and Won-yop shouted that if she had nothing to say, she should just leave right now. And at that moment, the Grim Reaper's hand pierced through Kwan-il's father's body. That was his last breath. The hand went right through. Mi-young was in shock. Her body froze. She couldn't move. Suddenly, the other hand of the Grim Reaper swung back. Toward the wall, there lay metal beams, and one of them suddenly began to fly. After which, the Grim Reaper waved his hand in the other direction. And the beam flew at his gesture. It was headed straight for Mi-young. She didn't have time to react, so the metal object hit her in the face. But then it broke through the wall because Mi-young had vanished. The Grim Reaper was in shock. He seemed unaware of this ability of hers. While recounting this story, Mi-young even cried. Hobang asked if they had ever seen each other again after that incident. It turned out to be the last time Mi-young saw him in person. But the Grim Reaper hadn't given up the hunt. She explained that all his victims were just as superhuman as they were. Mi-young didn't know the reason, but it was clear that he tracked his victims and then attacked. Hobang suddenly became very angry because he realized his mother was also a victim of this scumbag. Mi-young seemed to read Hobang's thoughts and confirm this theory. Hobang was furious, but Mi-young herself remained calm. She asked if the teenager was planning to take revenge. Mi-young immediately warned that it would be an inevitable disaster and asked him not to even think about doing anything. Hobang wanted to know why. Did his aunt really think she could pull it off? Mi-young suddenly became angrier. She told the teenager not to get cocky, as all her colleagues had died right before her eyes. She had once thought the same way he did. It seemed her head was melting with rage, and she could think only of revenge. But time passed and she grew older. The anger faded and she cooled down. And when Mi-young realized this, she saw that she had wasted a large part of her life in vain. She provided information about the Grim Reaper, not for Hobang to take revenge. She warned that this person could return. And there was one more thing. She gave Hobang a nickname. and ordered him not to call women aunts. Next time, she asked him to simply call her captain. Meanwhile, the events shifted to an elite business district, more specifically to a large high-rise building. There sat an enraged Heesun, and in front of him sat Jia. The older brother had no idea what to do with her. His sister suggested leaving her alone. Heesun was irritated that this was all she could say to him after she had nearly been kidnapped by human traffickers. Jia said that if she was only called to be scolded, then she would leave. Heesun knew how to stop her and asked if she remembered what day was coming next. It worked. Jia stood in shock, but how could she forget? How could she not remember? Heesun said that now they were just the two of them. Their mother and father had passed away, and Jia was the only family he had left. Suddenly, she burst into tears, saying she knew it. Jia wanted to say something in her style, but she was interrupted. Heesun ordered his sister to stop talking about being a superhuman and other nonsense. Jia was so furious after those words. He shouldn't have said that. The sister immediately recalled her childhood when their parents were gone. She realized that to her brother, she was still just the crazy sister. Heesun began to apologize, saying that he didn't mean it at all, but it was too late. Jia said she wasn't angry. She was just sad, so much so that she couldn't hold back her tears. After which, the sister ran away. Heesun didn't even try very hard to stop her. The door slammed shut, and he was left alone in his office. Meanwhile, the events shifted to another place. There, Ho Bang got out of the car and bowed to the driver. And he drove off, leaving the teenager alone. Well, that's what Ho Bang thought. But he noticed Jia ahead, standing somewhat lonely by the door. Ho Bang approached to ask what she was doing there alone. But Jia remained silent. Then he realized something was off. The atmosphere was different than usual. Jia decided to ask a counter question about what the teenager was doing there with Mi Young. Ho Bang said he had been shot at, and it turned out to be too boring for her. He asked again what Jia was doing there and entered the password, thinking she had forgotten it. After that, Ho Bang opened the door, and he said that if Jia had nothing to say, then he would leave when suddenly he was asked what his plans were for the next day. That was not the answer he expected to hear in response to his manipulation. But Jia called Ho Bang to have some fun if he had no plans. What? Meanwhile, a new day arrived. Ho Bang kept thinking that he and Jia had a relationship. Were they friends? Or was it a princess and a beggar? He was only sure of one thing. You could say that their relationship was strictly business. Ho Bang received a large sum of money in his bank account again. And for this reason, the teenager found it hard to refuse Jia and her requests. But there was another question that troubled Ho Bang. Was that the only reason he obeyed her so submissively? Suddenly, Ho Bang covered his mouth with his hands at the sight of Jia. He said everything was fine, while forcing himself to come to his senses. After all, this wasn't a date. Jia asked what they would do. A strange question, considering she was the one who called to have fun. Ho Bang nearly burned with embarrassment. He hadn't thought of anything. Where could they go? He stammered, mumbling something incomprehensible to buy time. Jia suggested they eat first, and Ho Bang thought that was a wonderful idea. After which, he nervously turned around and went to find somewhere to eat. For some reason, a smile appeared on Jia's face, and Ho Bang had a multitude of thoughts in his head. He had to come up with something quickly for how they would spend the day. Meanwhile, they arrived to eat galbitang, a meat dish. Obviously, this was Ho Bang's idea, as Jia hadn't really expected that. The teenager explained that he had heard rumors that it was quite a popular restaurant, after which he stuffed a whole spoonful of rice into his mouth. After a while, all their plates were completely empty. For Ho Bang, this meant that the choice of dishes was perfect. Next, he wrote on the announcement board, asking for advice on what to do with a friend besides eating. Ho Bang hadn't felt this anxious and sweaty in a long time. Suddenly, someone wrote that they could go to the movies, and the teenager immediately suggested this to Jia, but he overdid it with the tone and ended up shouting at her. She hadn't expected such a blunt proposal, but she still agreed. They chose some screening, another drama. Ho Bang didn't really understand the film because he kept looking at Jaya's face to see if she was enjoying it. Meanwhile, the movie ended, and Ho Bang was once again pleased with himself, as it was clear he had guessed right with the film too. But now there was a new problem, to think of where they could go next. Jia crept up, looked at her phone, and asked what Ho Bang had been distracted by the whole time, which startled the poor guy. She managed to read everything and admitted that it was also her first time hanging out with a friend, and she didn't know anything, so she suggested they figure it out together. Jia had read that many were talking about the cafe life 4 cuts and asked what it was. However, Ho Bang couldn't take his eyes off her, because this time she looked especially beautiful. Meanwhile, the events shifted to the cafe they had been talking about. There, they got drinks, but everything suddenly felt so strange. So they decided to make it even worse and go to a photo booth. It was clear that there was no awkwardness between them. Were they people or mannequins? Meanwhile, it had already grown dark. The day was coming to an end. Ho Bang thought it had been quite a wonderful experience. A nice day. When suddenly Jia noticed something. A couple walked by, holding hands. And this day could have ended beautifully. If only Jia suddenly hadn't done that. She commented that she was just curious about how it felt. But Ho Bang could no longer hold himself back. These emotions were begging to be released. He let them flow. This day, it was very pleasant. You might ask, how pleasant? To the point of nausea. And Jia felt all these emotions on herself, or rather, on her shirt, to make this day even better. A heavy rain began. And now Ho Bang had nowhere to run. He had to stand next to Jia and die of embarrassment. He decided that she was very angry. Ho Bang resolved to act like a real man and apologize. Jia was silent, and this silence weighed on him, so he said he would compensate for the expensive clothes, but she said it wasn't that expensive. Ho Bang was already embarrassed for not shutting up. Jia asked if he was okay suddenly. She said she was scared because Ho Bang had suddenly felt nauseous. Jia decided it was because of what they had eaten recently. What a relief. Ho Bang lied that it was hard to explain and asked her to forget about it. He had already thought he had messed up badly, but it could have turned out much worse. Ho Bang suddenly decided to ask why Jia had asked to hang out with her specifically on this day, and it turned out it was her birthday. What could be worse? At that moment, a car arrived. It was Shido. She asked them not to go anywhere and to stay home, adding that she would also like to have fun with them, but couldn't. Shurdal said she needed to study in more detail what they had recently talked about. Jia realized they had discovered something new and interesting. After that, the car left. Ho Bang told Jia that he should have mentioned earlier that it was her birthday. Then he would have prepared something. He felt sorry. Jia didn't believe him. She asked if Ho Bang really felt sorry. But if that was the case, Jia asked to stay with her a little longer. The events shifted to a very fancy apartment. Of course, it was Jaya's house. And Ho Bang was there, feeling lost as it turned out she meant that she wanted to drink together. Jia confirmed this thought, but Ho Bang refused. How could she not understand? They were still minors. However, Jaya suddenly asked who she still smelled so bad from. This girl definitely knew when and which strings to pull. Warning, underage drinking. Blah, 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 blah. After the first sip, they both started coughing and grimacing. Ho Bang asked why Jaya suddenly decided to do something she had never done before. She repeated that she had already said it was her birthday. Ho Bang remembered that, but Jaya had a birthday every year, so why this time? Suddenly her voice became very calm and quiet, at times even trembling. She said her birthday was the day her parents died. Jaya also recalled that their family hadn't held a memorial service. She didn't remember a single happy birthday since their parents passed away. They just ate with the older brother. So this time, Jia wanted to celebrate her birthday joyfully and do something she had never done before. Ho Bang apologized for not knowing this and ultimately ruining everything. Jia didn't understand this. She didn't understand why Ho Bang thought that way. After all, the food was delicious. That restaurant was really nice. And Jaya enjoyed watching him eat with such appetite. Although the film was black and white, for her, it was still something new, because she hadn't watched a movie in a long time. And Ho Bang looked so funny when he ordered espresso, not knowing the menu. This day, Jaya was sincerely grateful to Ho Bang for giving her these happy memories. He was left speechless after hearing that. Meanwhile, the events shifted to another place. There was an elegantly set table. Hee-sun sat alone. The table was set for two. Suddenly, Jia called him, and the brother immediately began shouting that she must have forgotten what day it was. But on the other end, an adult voice spoke, introducing itself as the Galbitang restaurant. It was just a waitress who said that a visitor had left her bag with them and no one had come to collect it. So she decided to pick up the phone when someone called, thinking it was the owner. His son didn't listen any further. He was furious with Jaya. She had traded dinner with him for a trip to some cheap place. Meanwhile, a new day arrived. Jaya was sleeping in her bed. Ho Bang was asleep on the table. Suddenly, the apartment door swung open. A shadow loomed over Ho Bang. It was Hee-sun, carrying a Jia handbag. There was a bag on the table. Meanwhile, Jia herself had already woken up. She was in a good mood. She saw Ho Bang sleeping on her table and suddenly remembered how he had fallen asleep. They had drunk heavily, and Jaya had asked why Ho Bang felt so nauseous, as he looked fine on the outside. But he couldn't utter a word, having gotten drunk from just one glass. Ho Bang said it was his thing. He was skilled at throwing up. Jia understood it wasn't serious, but in a way, the teenager's words held some truth. He said he was disgusting. Jia didn't understand. Ho Bang repeated it, calling himself disgusting. But it still felt strange for her to hear that. Ho Bang's voice suddenly became very calm, just like when Jaya opened up to him and said that this body, he got it from his mother. She sacrificed her life to save him and died from burns all over her body. Jia told Ho Bang it wasn't his fault, but he didn't think so as the last words he said to his mother. He said that she wasn't his mother. And those words were the last his mother heard from her son. Jaya said Ho Bang was very young, and he understood that himself as he was just a child back then. But Ho Bang still remembered it and couldn't forget. And over time, he realized what he had done. And so, from a certain moment, he began to feel nauseous from disgust towards himself. Every time Ho Bang was happy or having fun, those words struck Jia deeply. When was he happy or having fun? It was all because Ho Bang didn't deserve it. Silence fell between them. In that time, the idiot had managed to fall asleep, but he looked very sweet at that moment. Jia stood up. She couldn't forget those words. Did Ho Bang feel nauseous from such pleasant emotions? Jia was glad, because it meant that the day he spent with Jaya, it was a joyful and happy one for Ho Bang. Suddenly, the teenager woke up. He shot up, startled. He hadn't even noticed when he fell asleep. Suddenly, someone asked him if he was awake. It was Jaya. She had just come out of the shower and said that Sherdal had brought food and Ho Bang could go to the kitchen. However, all Ho Bang could think about right now was how to hold back the nausea, and he couldn't. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a sports club. Jae-eun was already working out there. He was distracted from his training. It was Ho Bang! Hyun hadn't expected to see him, especially in school uniform. But it turned out that the holidays were over, and Ho Bang had to go to school right after training. Jae-eun was shocked at how diligent his partner was. It was disgusting. Ho Bang had a lot on his plate, and many changes had occurred. His grandmother had become much healthier, and she was transferred from the hospital to a sanatorium. She started to escape less, and the hospital staff were endlessly happy about it. Looking back, Ho Bang realized that time had truly flown by unnoticed. So much had happened to him. But somehow Ho Bang managed to resolve it all, and it all started from school, more precisely from Jaya. Oh yes, it all began with her. She started smiling and visibly enjoying Ho Bang's presence. But nothing had changed for Ho Bang. However, he could never hide his happiness. It annoyed him that Jia found it funny, but she could never hold back. According to her, Ho Bang looked too funny, and thus began the second semester. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to another location, among a pile of crates. At the port, we had seen this somewhere before. Someone stepped off a boat. Someone had arrived. It was a very strong-looking man with a corresponding physique. Yunin, the man said his name in Chinese. The scene shifted to the school, where there was a ceremony for the start of the new semester at Seal High School. All the students lined up, just like at the beginning of the last semester, and they were all very shocked. Because in front of them was an energetic group called Pickle Lover, and they had come to congratulate Seal High School on the start of the new semester. The students couldn't understand why their tuition money was being wasted like this. Suddenly, Director Ashlyn appeared and said that it wasn't a waste of money. She appeared out of nowhere among the students and asked them not to worry because she hadn't spent a single penny of their funds on this. Because the entire event was at her expense, so she asked them to simply enjoy the show. But they still couldn't understand why the ceremony for the start of the new semester was happening like this. Suddenly, Ashlyn voiced their question. Was she reading minds? But it was all because they were students of SEAL School, and the director simply couldn't allow the ceremony to go to waste. Ashlyn used that same voice and manner that scared the students all the time. How could she talk about such pleasant things so ominously? Ho Bang said it was madness, and Jaya said the students' parents would like it. After all, their school was different, a banal marketing tactic. Parents had the impression that their child was attending a school that was unlike any other. Jia reminded that the school primarily selected people with connections. This school was for those who had them. And she added that Ho Bang was indeed a special case. Meanwhile, Pickle Lover had already finished their performance. Seal High School. Tuition here was higher than at university, and only the wealthy attended this school. Most of the students belonged to the upper class, so similar people gathered here to establish friendly ties for future cooperation. But there was one person in this school that everyone wanted to get close to, and that was Jaya. She was a true cable, and her status was different from that of all the other wealthy people gathered in this place. Jaya was the only younger sister of the head of Hyesen Group, one of the three largest conglomerates. Everyone froze when her behavior changed. Jaya turned and calmly asked why he was standing still and not moving. She was talking to Hobang, who was currently under the gaze of 100 eyes. Because he was next to such a person, he also became famous, and Jaya didn't want to pretend at school that she didn't know him, as Hobang had asked. Everyone was pointing fingers at him, and everyone knew he was that same scholarship beggar. Hobang's eye twitched when he heard that about himself. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to another location. Shidal was standing by the car. Hobang and Jaya approached. The older sister asked how they liked the idol group's performance. The younger sister was outraged that her brother wanted to meet today. It was so hot, and she just wanted to relax. It was annoying. Suddenly, someone called Jaya a rude name, and her eyes suddenly shone yellow. It was some strong-looking man who said they looked the same as ever. It was Quan Il. Jia immediately got upset that he was here with them. But it turned out it was an order from the management, and Quan Il was stuck with them for a while. Shidal didn't understand anything. She asked him, but that idiot didn't explain anything properly. The girls began discussing that this idiot couldn't be trusted, but he heard everything. Ho Bang approached Quan Il, greeted him very politely and respectfully, and asked how he was doing. Jaya was annoyed that he was so friendly. While the teenagers were arguing, let's find out the real reason for Quan Il's sudden appearance. Protection. You didn't mishear. It was indeed protection. Mi Yong noticed that Quan Il was already familiar with them, so she asked him to keep an eye on them for just a month. But he reminded her how Ho Bang had dealt with him back then when he still needed protection. Mi Yong reminded him about Yun In. They had recently caught her. In all those underground organizations, there were truly terrifying people. So much so that even the local government couldn't easily deal with them. Whoever they got involved with from the organization would definitely seek revenge. Yunin was third in rank among the leaders in such an organization. They were holding her now, but Quan Il asked, "So what?" Mi Young sighed tiredly, as she had already said so much, and all that idiot could ask was, "So what?" She repeated that Yunin was third in rank, a superhuman of the second level. The head of their organization was Li Shan. This wasn't confirmed, but there were rumors that he was a superhuman of the first level. Yoon and Lee were in a relationship, and now Shan had disappeared from the radar, and they couldn't find him. Well, now did Quan Il understand? Their entire personnel was searching for Li Shan, so Mi Yong asked him to think of it as a vacation and to take good care of the kids. What a mess. Quan Il had to protect the guy he had fought nearly to death. Life is so unpredictable. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the less desirable areas of Seoul. These streets smelled of poverty and theft. Some man, likely a thug, was afraid to even lift his eyes. Above him stood the same Li Shan, asking about Seal School. The man told him everything. About the girl with pink hair, the redhead, and the boy. It turned out that when the police had taken him from the port, he clearly heard Seal, but still didn't know where Madame Yoon had gone. Li Shan spat out a bone and said that Korean chicken was very tasty. But there was still something Li Shan didn't understand. Yoon was nowhere to be found, and all this man's comrades were in prison. So why was he the only one free? The poor man's legs trembled so much. Because Li Shan had the impression that this man had betrayed his brothers. After which, there were so many screams, although they didn't last long. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the opposite district, the wealthy district. Everything inside screamed that there were very important people here. Well, the VIP sign on the door also testified to that. There sat Ho Bang? He seemed just as surprised to be there as we were. In front of him sat Hye-sun, who was imitating friendliness. How uncomfortable it was. Hye-sun noticed this and asked. That idiot Ho Bang initially agreed, then denied it when he realized what nonsense he had blurted out. But it was too late. Although the older brother seemed calm and told the teenager to feel at home. It turned out that Hye-sun had always wanted to organize something like this. He explained that Ho Bang understood Jaya's character, so the older brother thought she would never have friends. And so one could imagine Hye-sun's surprise when Jaya suddenly announced her new friend. The older brother was curious about who Hobang was, and Hae-sun was genuinely happy that he was Jaya's friend. He, like a father, asked about the teenager's studies and the scholarship at SEAL school. Hae-sun was genuinely impressed because he couldn't get Jaya to study at all. What hadn't he tried? At that moment, Jaya couldn't take it anymore. She got up from the table and left, saying she needed to go to the bathroom. Hobang was not happy about being just abandoned. You two had the thought that, did his son do this on purpose? A pause came and they were left alone together. The brother continued to eat as if nothing had happened, after which he turned to Hobang, frightening the teenager quite a bit. His son asked if they had been through a lot together with Jia, and he wanted to know if Hobang was the one whose eye color Jia could see. Meanwhile, the events shifted to the car. There sat Jaya, Hobang, and Shidal, and all of them were silent. Jia apologized, saying it was all because his son wanted to have lunch with Hobang at least once. But he said it was all good. However, Jia understood that something was off, because he wasn't looking her in the eye as if he was avoiding it. Jia asked if something had happened, but Hobang didn't confess. His son then asked about the superhumans. He added that this was what Jia called them, and there was a slight mockery in his words. Hobang didn't get a chance to explain how Hee-sun said it didn't really matter. He was about to say it directly when suddenly all his friendliness vanished. Hee-sun said he could give Hobang much more than Jia could. The teenager said he didn't understand what he meant, but Hee-sun didn't believe him. He knew Hobang understood perfectly well. He said he already knew everything, that the world was actually that terrifying, and that they were involved in a lot of incidents. Hee-sun asked if Jia had given Hobang money for this, and added that he could give much more. And for that, he wanted just one thing, for Jia not to get involved in anything so dangerous. Hee-sun asked Hobang to stay close to her as a good friend and report to his brother about everything his younger sister did. It shouldn't be hard, definitely easier than what Jia had asked for. Hee-sun promised he wouldn't be in debt if Hobang agreed. But would he agree? His servant approached him with a folder. Hee-sun opened the papers and saw a photo of some man. The servant added that he had also prepared the money Hee-sun had mentioned. It was in the car. There was 100 million in cash, but Hee-sun said that was no longer relevant. After all, he had refused. That friend or whoever he was, Hee-sun thought it was all about the money, but he was very mistaken. He asked his subordinate to wait for his boss outside, and he pulled the handle. Suddenly, his own hand trembled. His face was covered in sweat, and his breathing became heavy. He said it was hard to get used to this, after which Hee-sun disappeared into that building. Meanwhile, a new day had arrived. The events shifted to the school. Students were sitting in class, the ordinary routine of ordinary school children. However, some of them were still not that ordinary, and we know who they were talking about. Below, Shidal and Kwan-il were waiting. The latter said he thought they would be doing something cool, but in the end, they were just babysitting kids. Shidal said it was better than being a thug, to which Kwan-il told her to stop smoking so much. She would get stupid. But he didn't have to worry, because even so, Shidal would be smarter than the uncle. Kwan-il said he would have been better off keeping quiet. Shidal asked her uncle to buy ice cream, but he told her to go by herself because he was on duty after all. Meanwhile, in the store, Kwan-il was buying ice cream. He realized that this brat actually had more money than he did. But why should he be doing this? Li-shan? He was definitely in town. The bastard decided to announce his presence so loudly. He just broke every bone of that man. Li-shan turned out to be even crazier than they thought. Mi-yong ordered to first get all the recordings from the surveillance cameras and instructed all agents who were on assignment to return. And she also left the body of that man, asking to take care of it. But it was about that body. Even for a man with experience, it was hard to get used to something like that. Because no matter what, it was hard to get used to. The events shifted back to the school. Superhuman. There were actually many of them. Perhaps some were among us. Human. Superhumans were, after all, still just people, and they often encountered each other. A little boy walked past Li-shan and called him a giant. They had a lot in common. For example, superhumans were afraid for the same reasons as humans. They understood that. There was a predator among them when they faced each other one-on-one. To be honest, Shidal really started to panic a little. Li-shan grabbed her hair, so brazenly, showing that he had power. He spoke loudly about the girl with pink hair. Li-shan spoke in very poor Korean, sometimes in Chinese. Li-shan asked, though it was more like a statement, if Shidal knew Yun. At that moment, she realized that Kwan-il had been with them all along because of this man. Li Shan could no longer hold back. His aggression was about to burst out. Shudal screamed for him to take his hands off her because she didn't know him and found him disgusting. And then she asked if he even knew who her boyfriend was. She advised him to go where he was going and not to bother her. A pause came during which Shudal was so nervous that she was ready for anything. But Li Shan left. After all, she was a great actress. However, something stopped him. Pink, it was such a rare hair color. Did Shudal really not know Yun? But she stuck to her role and shouted again, telling him to get lost. Li Shan said it was strange and thought maybe he should just kill her. He said this out loud. Or maybe first tear off one arm and then ask again. What to do? Shudal held on, but her hands betrayed her. They were trembling violently. Li Shan said it was strange because, for some reason, he felt that this bitch Shudal understood everything he was saying right now. After all, it was her. That girl who knew Chinese. Suddenly, someone called Li Shan. He got distracted. It was Quan Il who said this place was his and told him to get lost. An enraged Li Shan. He saw the ice cream in Quan Il's hands and obviously thought this was the boyfriend of that girl. Li Shan asked who he was, to which Quan Il started laughing at his pronunciation. Of course, this big guy began to get annoyed. Quan Il continued to mock him, saying Li Shan was really stupid. The big guy got very angry, and it showed in his appearance. When suddenly the sound of wheels and the roar of an engine was heard, it seemed Quan Il was deliberately stalling for time so Shudal could escape. He told Li Shan that this stupid bastard was wasting time for nothing. Quan Il wanted to say he would stay and spend time with him, but he didn't get to finish because a fist from Li Shan flew into his face. Quan Il flew far away and hit the ground several times like a ball. Li Shan seemed to be very angry. Of course, this didn't harm Quan Il at all. But the big guy wasn't planning to stop there. He chose a strategy to attack from above, probably imagining himself as some kind of bird at that moment. Li Shan hit Quan Il so hard that the poor guy's head smashed into the concrete road. The big guy wasn't going to stop and hit with all his might to finish the job. People began to flee, screaming. It seemed there was already blood on the ground. However, one idiot still remained. You can't call someone who decided it was a good moment to start filming anything else. Li Shan noticed this. For a second, he got distracted from his important business. Now his attention was focused on this idiot. Li Shan was amazed. After all, Korea already had a high suicide rate, and they were still looking for new ways to die. Suddenly, someone grabbed the big guy by the leg. It was Quan Il, who was about to stop Li Shan from killing anyone. Suddenly, the puzzle in this idiot's head began to come together. Quan Il said in a jealous voice that Li Shan should have fun with him. The big guy asked him to wait. He would deal with the girl who had escaped and come back. Meanwhile, it was hot on the road. Because behind the wheel, Shudal was probably going all out at 200. She hadn't panicked or been scared like this in a long time. And Hobang wasn't picking up the phone when she called him. Behind her, meanwhile, footsteps could already be heard. Shudal was scared because she was driving very fast on a highway filled with cars. But in the rearview mirror, she saw Li Shan. And where was Quan Il? Shudal was a skilled driver, so she took the turn beautifully at high speed. But there was a truck ahead. However, for Shudal, that was not a problem. People are capable of great actions when driven by fear. The truck driver stopped to yell and curse at Shudal. But it didn't last long because Li Shan covered his mouth. What the hell? Li Shan was indeed chasing her. She had to come up with something to shake him off. But what? Shudal pressed harder on the gas. It seemed she was about to break the bottom of the car. She wondered if Li Shan had really defeated the uncle so quickly. Suddenly in the window, Shudal saw him. What kind of car was that? How did he get there so fast? Suddenly, Shudal's car was lifted, right on the move. She screamed. She had never been so scared. Because Li Shan flipped her car. It rolled over several times. Shudal's glasses flew out of the car, a reminder of who was inside. Everything suddenly went silent. There was no sound of the car or footsteps from running. Shudal was alive. Her seatbelt held her in place. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was that bastard monster. The events shifted to the past. When Shudal was still very young and small, with her natural hair color, she walked inside where there were 3 big men reeking of cigarettes and danger. The boss was asked who this girl was, and he said she was their partner. They were worried that she looked underage because if they took a schoolgirl to work, they would have big problems. Quan Il said that this brat's dad borrowed money from them and died. So this brat decided to work off the debt herself, so let her clean the office. He told Shudal he would pay her $20,000 a day, so she had to work well to pay off the debt. Days went by. Shidal honestly did her job. Winter came, and she was still working. Shidal always remained silent, never complained. She was like a shadow. Meanwhile, spring had arrived. The gang was in trouble. Some scoundrels had created complete chaos in their office. Someone heard that they were not locals. But how could they not know who they were dealing with and what enemies they had made? Kwan Il remained silent. His servants suggested they go and deal with those scoundrels immediately. Kwan Il continued to be silent. The servants said that since those idiots were not locals, it seemed they didn't know who their boss was. If they had known, they wouldn't have done something so foolish. Another partner said the problem was that they were in deep trouble since those scoundrels had burned all their report books. Kwan Il remained silent. It was strange that their affairs had never crossed paths before. While they discussed what had happened, Kwan Il noticed Shurdal already cleaning the office and restoring it to its previous state. He asked her what she was doing, but the answer was obvious. She was cleaning. One man began to shout and curse, saying that cleaning was not important right now. After all, they might have to start everything over because they no longer had a single report book. Shadal asked why they had left something so important out in the open, which infuriated the man. But she was not afraid of the shouting and threats. She simply said that thanks to them, she was able to look at those books. All the men were stunned by such audacity. Meanwhile, some time passed. Shudal was writing on the floor in a book, after which she handed the last book to Kwan Il and asked him to check it. While the men were astonished at how this could even be possible, Kwan Il said it was suspicious and asked her to explain why she had reviewed all those books. To which Shurdal replied that in her opinion, it was she who should be listening to the explanation. Kwan Il was not just stunned. Just imagine a serious gangster being disrespected like that by a mere schoolgirl. Shurdal said that in the books, they recorded reports of the sums of money they received down to the tens. But there was not a word about the money she returned. Yet they had agreed that every day Kwan Il was supposed to deduct 20,000 from the debt amount. And then Shurdal realized that this scoundrel had no intention of forgiving the debt. He planned to sell her when she turned 18. She continued to say that as soon as Kwan Il realized how useful she was, she declared that she had no desire to wait to be sold while doing cleaning. Shudal said she could also work normally and addressed Kwan Il as uncle. While the men were outraged, their boss ordered them to shut up. Kwan Il suddenly began to laugh, remembering that he himself had asked Shudal to call him that. He told everyone that from that day on, this brat was one of them. Events returned to reality, where Kwan Il said that from the very beginning, he hadn't even thought about taking money from her. Suddenly, he began to come to his senses, opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Mi Yong. She gave that idiot a hard slap, so that the scoundrel would finally come to his senses. Mi Yong was so furious. After all, she had clearly told Kwan Il to protect them. Meanwhile, the police arrived at the scene. A towel was thrown to Kwan Il. Mi Yong ordered him to wipe himself off, while she spoke with her staff about Li Shan. After which, she hung up and asked Kwan Il if he could get up, as that big guy seemed to have dealt with him well. However, for him, it was trivial. He wanted to know where that scoundrel was. Mi Yong promised to find out soon, as they were tracking Shurdal's phone because he had taken her with him and disappeared. Mi Yong said it was her oversight because she hadn't expected him to be so incompetent. Suddenly, she was called Grandma. Then Kwan Il corrected himself and called her captain, asking how long it would take to track their location, and asked if the captain could teleport there as soon as she found out the location, using her power. Mi Yong was shocked that Kwan Il had suddenly become so polite. Meanwhile, events shifted to the school. The students were informed over the radio that an incident had occurred near the school, so the students were ordered to stay in their seats and not go out. Ho Bang was surprised to hear this, trying to see something out the window, when suddenly he was called. Some boy found Ho Bang's phone and came to return it. At that moment, an enraged Jaya burst into the classroom and shouted Ho Bang's full name, indicating something bad. Everyone in the class turned at the shout. Ho Bang felt everything freeze inside him. Jaya's voice trembled as she said she couldn't reach her sister. Ho Bang understood what was going on. He had 45 missed calls on his phone and he already knew from whom. Meanwhile, events shifted to a construction site. At the very top stood Li Shan. He was eating that chicken again. As he had expected, it was very delicious. Meanwhile, Mi Yong and Kwan Il were flying through the air. As the captain had said, there were sometimes small discrepancies in the location. So she ordered him not to whine. especially since they had gotten close enough. Therefore, the next matter was Kwan Il, and his priority should be to save the hostage. Mi Yong ordered him to run away as soon as he found Shudal. The captain added that she could only use her power 3 times a day, so this was already the limit. After which, she wished Kwan Il good luck and disappeared before he could even protest. There were simply no words. After all, it was too high for him. What a crazy woman. Meanwhile, a rather loud but muffled sound, like a fall, echoed. Li Shan heard it. Events shifted to a place where entry was forbidden to outsiders. There, Mi Yong appeared. She was breathing heavily, as if she had run a marathon. Suddenly, drops of blood appeared on the floor. It was flowing from Mi Yong's nose. Damn, now it was 3 times too much. How she hated getting older. Meanwhile, events returned to that high-rise. There, Li Shan was walking towards the sound. He turned around, just in the direction where Kwan Il was. He pretended everything was fine, stretching his legs after such a fall. Li Shan said he was just about to return to Kwan Il and asked how he was even able to do that and not fly through the sky. Kwan Il asked where the girl was, but Li Shan ordered him to first tell where Yun was, and then he would say, "What a scoundrel." Kwan Il didn't understand why Li Shan understood Korean so well, but was so stupid. He said he would now show Li Shan where his Yun was. But the big guy couldn't understand that expression in Korean. However, Kwan Il wasn't worried. He was already flying to strike the scoundrel. Li Shan dodged. Then Kwan Il executed a kick. But this time, Li Shan didn't just dodge. He also asked if Kwan Il even had any experience. After which, he prepared to hit him. Just the sight of that fist instilled fear. Kwan Il managed to block. The blow, as always, was very strong, and the opponent flew back several meters. He would have flown further, but the wall stopped him. Li Shan said he often dealt with people like Kwan Il. However, he said he didn't understand anything. Li Shan continued talking about the abilities of people like them. Due to their innate superpowers, idiots simply led a calm life without putting in any effort. He meant those who didn't improve their skills. After all, they all died by his hands. Kwan Il said that this idiot was too annoying and boastful. He ordered him to stop talking and attack already. Meanwhile, events shifted to the office, specifically to the captain's room, where her agent was shocked that Mi Yong had left Kwan Il there alone, but she had bled for the first time in a long time because of him. The agent asked if he would be okay since Li Shan was a first-level ability bearer. Mi Yong asked if he didn't believe in Kwan Il, and the agent immediately confirmed her words. He didn't hesitate. But the captain reminded him that, after all, he was also a first-level bearer. That was true, but the agent reminded her that Mi Yong herself had said that Kwan Il was lacking in many areas. But those were just empty words, and he said he would share Kwan Il's location with the other agents. Mi Yong had something else to say. For Kwan Il and the girl Shidal, she was like family, and their policy was to ensure safety for families. Mi Yong herself wasn't very confident, but in any case, men became stronger when they had something to protect. The agent listened to this, and then grimaced at how sweet it was. What vanilla. But then he asked if this also applied to Li Shan. After all, this scoundrel had come to Korea to protect Yun, so judging by the captain's words, Li Shan also had something to protect. And here Mi Yong realized what mistake she had made. However, the agent didn't believe it much, as from the captain's expression, he understood that she knew everything. Meanwhile, Kwan Il understood how much he was losing. Li Shan said that judging by the fact that the opponent was still on his feet, he was indeed capable, but he really lacked experience. But honestly, Li Shan was even curious how many people of their kind lived in such a small country. Kwan Il suggested attacking himself if the opponent only wanted to talk. Li Shan didn't stop, saying he ended up here after dealing with many like them, and most were like Kwan Il. Due to this chatter, the big guy nearly missed the fist that was right in front of his face. But Li Shan dodged, as always. However, in response, he struck Kwan Il in the stomach. It hurt so much, to be honest. But Kwan Il knew what it was like to endure pain, so he gritted his teeth and swung at Li Shan. However, the opponent dodged again and even wanted to share advice on why, in his opinion, Kwan Il was not unbeatable. But he wasn't interested in that. Finally, he made a few strikes, but Li Shan blocked. He understood this immediately when he looked at Kwan Il's body. After all, his muscles looked as if he were just a lightweight. Kwan Il was not unbeatable because he didn't train. Kwan Il wanted to say that this was just nonsense, but he didn't have time to finish because he saw a fist in front of his face. He managed to only block. But it wasn't so easy. The blows were indeed strong. Li Shan didn't like that, so he hit Quan Il again. And this time, he hit him right in the face. He was thrown back again several meters. It seemed Li Shan was right about Quan Il being able to fly. It was hard, but this time he even managed to stop himself. However, the difficulties didn't end there, because Li Shan appeared in front of him again and asked if Quan Il now understood the difference between the two of them. He managed to just block and wait for this big guy to tire out. Damn, it was quite strong. They held the case on Li Shan. Well, there was his photo. The agent didn't believe that this could be. He decided that Mi Yong's informant was mistaken. But it was impossible. Everything was as written in the case. It turned out that Li Shan Mi Yong didn't let the agent finish, completing the thought for him that Li Shan had been a second-level bearer from the very beginning. They said he had strengthened himself through endless training. Mi Yong had heard that such a thing was possible, but she had never encountered it in reality. Meanwhile, the events shifted to that tall building, from which Quan Il was flying. What a mess. He landed with a loud thud. And to be honest, Quan Il was already tired of falling. Li Shan was coming down on him from above. It was his favorite move. Quan Il was lucky because the giant landed nearby and didn't crush the poor guy. Li Shan said the opponent wasn't as bad as he had thought, as Quan Il had a great sense of timing for the strike. However, instead of a thank you, he sent him a curse. Li Shan wasn't angry. On the contrary, he said he wanted to praise him, as most of his opponents. They relied solely on their strength and didn't even block the strikes. In the end, Li Shan usually smashed their heads, but thanks to Quan Il, he got at least a little enjoyment. He decided that the strike in their first encounter had helped Quan Il. His speech was interrupted by laughter. It was Quan Il. He agreed that if he were in his past self's place, he wouldn't have blocked either. But he wanted to clarify that he blocked the strikes not because of Li Shan. Quan Il had his own teacher. He said that experience was undoubtedly important. Meanwhile, the events shifted to the elite district of Seoul, specifically to the rooftop. Someone was jumping across them, looking at the location on the map, and jumping from roof to roof. Agree, it was indeed faster that way. And that strong man, of course, was Quan Il. Meanwhile, the events shifted back to the battlefield. Everything was trembling. The structure was already fragile. And with these fights, it seemed like it would just collapse. All because of Li Shan's incredible strength and speed. Quan Il held on. He was blocking and simply enduring. The opponent was having fun mocking him like this. Perhaps the fact that he relaxed led to Quan Il dodging for the first time. And he even managed to strike back. Honestly, Quan Il was very happy inside. But it didn't last long, because in that very second he received a response for his poor legs. And honestly, it hurt. But Quan Il couldn't afford to suffer for long, because he had to be ready to dodge strikes at all times. I don't know what suddenly happened, but Quan Il started to fight back. Even Li Shan appreciated it. However, it wasn't enough. The opponent was a strong jerk. It seemed that Quan Il's attacks were completely ineffective. He was just like, suddenly blood flowed from Li Shan's nose. Quan Il simply couldn't hide his smile at that moment. After all, Li Shan seemed to have received such an injury for the first time. It worked. Quan Il's attack finally yielded results. He was just mocking Li Shan and his training and skill improvement. There was no need for that. After all, that crazy idiot he was fighting, he hadn't spilled a drop of blood. So what was Li Shan saying before? That the opponent lacked experience? Quan Il realized that the giant had never lost, and added that Li Shan was just a stupid, strong fool. I don't know if intentionally or not, but Quan Il managed to infuriate the opponent. All the veins bulged on his body as if they were about to burst. Li Shan was eager to show Quan Il who was the stupid one here. He probably had never been this angry. However, Quan Il wasn't afraid. Well, at least he pretended not to be, only saying that Li Shan's chatter annoyed him. After those words, the giant lunged. Quan Il stood firm, but also prepared for a fight. The guys simultaneously delivered powerful blows to each other. Quan Il aimed again for the opponent's nose, but Li Shan struck harder. So hard that he stood his ground, but Quan Il flew far away. This time, he landed against a concrete pillar. Li Shan didn't wait and immediately punched that brat in the stomach. He enjoyed it, feeling the power, taking life from people. This way, he felt superior to others. Not the best way to boost one's self-esteem, but very effective. Li Shan was pleased with himself, especially when he saw the expression on the opponent's face, suffering from pain. The pillar that held Kwanil, it crumbled immediately. A hole just appeared there. Can you imagine what it's like to break through walls? This time, Kwanil didn't even hold back. Li Shan hit him again in the stomach. Kwanil flew into the wall. He really had no strength left, as he just let himself be beaten and thrown away like trash. Although Kwanil still held on, Li Shan wanted to confess that his opponent was indeed quite good, so much so that he even felt sorry for killing him. For some reason, Kwanil decided to look around. And it was a big mistake because he saw a horrifying sight there. He saw Shidal with not a single unscathed spot on her. Kwanil's heart raced and his body went numb. He immediately stood up. His hand trembled so much, but he had to make sure. Everything became blurry in his eyes. Tears were welling up because it was definitely Shidal. Her once beautiful face was now completely mutilated. Kwanil suddenly became a little boy whose mother had once been beaten so badly that she died. It was the worst feeling. It hurt so much, more than after all the blows. Li Shan mocked and asked if that bitch was still alive. He apologized for not controlling his strength well and laughed. Just then, at that moment, he heard a landing. He turned around and saw someone else there. Li Shan didn't know him, but this encounter with Hobang promised to be very pleasant. The events shifted to the past. It was snowing heavily then. Such weather made you want to just lie under a blanket and sleep all day. Kwanil entered the office to find out the debt collection schedule. But suddenly he fell silent because he saw Shidal, who had fallen asleep in the office. Poor thing, she was so tired. Kwanil wasn't such a jerk as to wake Shidal. Although Shidal woke up because someone was waking her, she saw her angry father shouting for her to wake up before he killed her. Suddenly Shidal became that little girl again who could do nothing against her tyrant father. He beat the little girl for sleeping when her father came home. That jerk hit her more than once. Suddenly Shidal woke up screaming. Her heart was beating very fast, and Kwanil's jacket lay on her knees. The boss said the little one had slept at home. He said that Shidal had slept in a bad place, which was why she had bad dreams. Sleeping in the office was a bad idea. But the problem was that these weren't dreams. Shidal couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't, as these were memories, and she had just confessed this to the uncle. It was then that he realized that such a memory was not a useful talent at all, as he had thought. It was not a gift, but a curse. Meanwhile, the events returned to reality, where Hobang had flown to Li Shan. The giant asked if it was now fashionable to fall from the sky and if he knew Kwanil. Li Shan suddenly got angry because he had asked Hobang a question, and he was silent. Just then, his attention shifted to something else, specifically to his clothes. He realized that this brat had studied at Seal High School, and he understood that Hobang was that jerk who had fought with Yun. However, the teenager didn't react to Li Shan at all. He just walked past looking for Shidal, and there Hobang saw them. He asked Li Shan if he had done this. The giant didn't understand why he was being ignored, so he asked where Yun was. Hobang stood his ground and asked Li Shan if he had beaten his Nuna, and he confessed, calling Shidal a woman of easy virtue. Li Shan proudly said this and asked what of it. He detailed how he had slapped her a few times, and she had lost consciousness, then switched to another topic, saying he had many questions anyway. Li Shan said he was going to find Hobang anyway, and he had come to him, after which he laughed. Then he placed a hand on the teenager's shoulder. But that was his mistake. Hobang was never taken seriously. However, Li Shan should have done so. After all, he probably had never felt such pain. Suddenly, he even felt scared. Hobang didn't even exert much effort. He just asked that jerk why he had done it. Kwanil asked if that was a curse, adding that it was very weak, after which he asked to leave the rest to him and to take Shidal to the hospital. Hobang wanted to object. He wanted to do it himself. But Kwanil's voice was very confident. He said very seriously that that jerk was his. Hobang understood him. That feeling was very familiar to him. He agreed to take Shidal. It was no less important. At that moment, Li Shan peeled off from the wall. He promised to wipe Hobang to dust. The teenager asked the uncle to be careful. Kwanil told him to go already. Hobang hurried off immediately. Li Shan was furious. Where was that bratty schoolboy going? However, Kwanil just stood still. Li Shan ordered him to get out of the way in the way he knew how. But this time it didn't work for him. Kwanil stopped him with just one hand. He said it seemed that his little one had gained another bad memory, and it looked like it would be even harder for her to fall asleep in the future. Li Shan didn't understand what was being said, but he was very angry. Suddenly, Kwanil tightened his fist even harder, with incredible strength, so hard that Li Shun trembled from the pain and groaned. Quan Il spoke very calmly and seriously, which was quite frightening. He knew how hard Li Shun had worked and trained, but now, Quan Il was about to reveal a very unpleasant fact to him. Suddenly, Li Shun's face changed, and it was no longer so confident. Quan Il's hair suddenly turned white. He told Li Shun that the world had been very unfair from the very beginning, to the point of pain. Li Shun screamed. He wanted to wrench his fist from Quan Il's grip, but he couldn't, for the opponent had told him the truth, that the big guy was about to feel a lot of pain. Quan Il promised Li Shun that he would feel a lot of pain, because the world has been unfair from the very beginning. Of course, that really ticked the other guy off. However, he couldn't do anything. Quan Il was holding him too tightly. Li Shun still had his other hand, so he was planning to hit this punk with it. But before he could even open his mouth, he got a punch to the gut. Quan Il was intimidating just with his presence. He radiated fury and anger for everything this scumbag had done. His strength was enough to send Li Shun flying back, crashing painfully against the wall, nearly breaking through it. But this giant was still worth something, as he was still on his feet, because he was fueled by aggression. But that couldn't overcome the despair in his voice. Li Shun didn't understand who was standing in front of him, who this monster was that just minutes ago had been a loser and a weakling. Without waiting for a response, he charged at Quan Il, shouting and swinging his fists. He thought this was far from over. Quan Il didn't even dodge. He stood there obediently waiting for his strike. Just look at that smug face of Li Shun, as if he had done something really important in his life. But that emotion didn't last long. His expression changed abruptly, and Li Shun was already screaming in pain. He had started celebrating too soon, so he didn't notice when he got hit in the stomach. After which, he immediately received a blow to his thick skull. Li Shun flew a few meters, his blood raining down. Quan Il watched the spectacle for a few seconds, but he didn't waste time. More than anything, he wanted to finish off this scumbag. So it was easy for him to deliver the final blow to Li Shun while he was still in the air. Look how considerate Quan Il is. He gave Li Shun such a soft landing. I don't know about you, but I see that Li Shun is quite comfortable. He sweetly woke up, and the first thing he saw was Quan Il. He was about to finish what he had started. Finally. Suddenly, someone told Quan Il to stop. Someone who had flown down from the sky added that Li Shun had already suffered enough, so Quan Il had to back off. According to him, if he went any further, they would face diplomatic issues. Quan Il was just stunned. He didn't even understand who was talking to him. The stranger understood that expression on his face and said he had heard a lot about Quan Il. For the first time in a long while, someone with useful abilities had joined them, but now that he saw how things looked in person, he realized it wasn't just gossip. The stranger shouldn't have come here at all. He introduced himself as Wang Yap and called Quan Il Sunbai, like a senior colleague. The stranger expected a warm welcome, at least a handshake, but Quan Il thought otherwise. To make the atmosphere even more awkward, Wang Yap asked if people usually greet each other in such situations. Quan Il ignored that and asked what diplomatic issues this idiot was talking about. It turned out to be quite a long story, but to sum it up, scumbag Li Shun had been asking for trouble everywhere for a long time, which drew attention to him, because he had caused that mess right in the city center. Most likely there was an uproar in his country as well. And since they were the aggrieved party, they could resolve the situation on their terms, but if Li Shun died, his country might react too harshly. Wang Yap agreed that it sounded pretty awful, but what could be done? You can't go against an entire country. In any case, Wang Yap praised Quan Il for a job well done, but asked him to leave the rest to him as Sunbai. Suddenly a smile appeared on Li Shun's face. It turned out he had heard everything, and couldn't help but laugh at the situation, even though he didn't have enough strength to do so. His voice suddenly became more confident and strong. He laughed at these scumbags who thought they could always please everyone and bow down. Did they really think this was the end? But Li Shun warned them that they were known for giving back what they received. And if he couldn't do it himself, he would bring his brothers, tear them all to pieces and take his yun back. Did they not understand who they were dealing with? They would regret it and cry bloody tears. Li Shun wasn't the brightest, as you might have guessed, so his watermelon took a bit of a beating. It was such a loud and dull sound. The entire structure where the events were unfolding shook. Wang Yap not only lost his voice, but also dropped his phone. Quan Il didn't doubt for a second. There were no emotions on his face because he was just getting started. Suddenly, someone's phone rang. It was Captain Mi Yon who picked it up. She was equally speechless at what she heard. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Hai Sin Hospital, more precisely to the operating room, where visitors were not allowed. There was dead silence, and only the drops of blood dripping onto the floor testified that someone alive had been there. Quan Il arrived at the hospital as soon as he was free. Ho Ban was sitting nearby. Everyone was silent. He didn't say a word when he arrived. It seemed like he hadn't even breathed this whole time. Finally, the silence was broken. Someone called for the captain. Wang Yap felt very awkward. Mi Yon even ordered him to shut up because he was annoying. Quan Il knew perfectly well who had come, but he didn't raise his eyes, even when he was called. However, that shadow hanging over him still irritated him. Then he caught sight of Mi Yon swinging her arm to hit him. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the past, where Quan Il said he was ready. After those words, he received a nice slap. Mi Yon asked if he felt anything after that. Surprisingly, Quan Il did feel something. Not to say it was painful, but it was unusual to feel anything at all. Mi Yon explained that she didn't have the physical capabilities of Quan Il, but she was also a superhuman, and they used the same kind of power, even though their abilities differed. Quan Il, of course, didn't understand how that worked. Mi Yon thought about how to explain it so even such a dimwit would understand. For example, while electrical appliances run on the same electricity, their purposes differ. The powers that superhumans wield are electricity, but each of them is a different electrical appliance. They share one nature but have different functionalities. Quan Il said he was too lazy to understand all that. And what did Mi Yon expect from this idiot? In any case, the important thing was that if two superhumans had the same ability, the stronger one was the one with more power. So a second-level bearer could never defeat a first-level bearer. At this point, Quan Il chimed in, as this injustice irritated him the most. So no matter what he did, due to the difference in strength, he would never defeat that little scumbag Ho Ban? A smile appeared on Mi Yon's face because she knew that such a thing had happened before. There was one way. Quan Il needed to increase his power capacity. They called it awakening. The scene returned to reality, where Mi Yon gave that idiot a very powerful slap, and again asked if he felt anything. But this time he felt absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, someone was running very fast. So fast that it didn't matter who was in front. They only ran like that in one case, when their loved ones were in danger. Hei didn't even know where she was running to, but she felt it in her gut. She was being pulled toward her sister. Just in time, she arrived with the others. Mi Yon turned her attention from Quan Il to Hai. She immediately asked where her sister was. That was all she really cared about. Ho Ban was the only one with Shidal at the time, so he explained that the doctor said the operation needed to be done as soon as possible because she had a hemorrhage. But she could go blind in one eye. Mi Yon was also unhappy to hear that, especially seeing Hei trembling with fear. She would tell the poor girl that she had warned them not to play heroes, and now look where it got them. And that wasn't all. Mi Yon decided to add that Shidal was lucky to survive at all. At that moment, the captain was saved from Hei's screams by the doctor. He said the operation was complete. Meanwhile, it had already gotten dark. A black car drove down the road. Inside were Mi Yon and Quan Il, who still hadn't lifted his eyes. The captain began to speak, breaking the dead silence that had been haunting Quan Il and filling the space around him. Mi Yon said the reaction from above was very sharp. Quan Il decided to interrupt her, calling her grandma, but the captain wouldn't let him, suddenly raising her voice and ordering him to shut up. She yelled that she understood it was very annoying, but what could Mi Yon do? Cleaning up the mess was her job, which is why they called her captain. Quan Il, though stubborn, knew well that in such moments, he really should keep his mouth shut. Mi Yon was completely shocked. Just look at Quan Il. Was he worried? The captain advised him not to worry and just be polite until everything calmed down. Quan Il apologized because he wanted to object. Mi Yon interrupted him again, shocked that this idiot even had a shred of respect. But she celebrated too soon, as he said he was just hungry. What a jerk. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the hospital. The doctor said the critical condition had passed, but since the operated area was quite sensitive, complications could arise after the injury, and moreover, it was impossible to predict what symptoms would appear during complications. They could only conduct a detailed examination once Sherdal regained consciousness. But even so, everything pointed to a high probability of blindness in her left eye. Hay couldn't help but cry when she heard this and saw her sister in that state. Her gift, or rather, the curse that would make Sherdal never forget how it happened. The human brain never understands the concept of denial. As soon as you hear the words, "Don't think about the apple," your mind immediately pictures that fruit. The more you try not to think about something, the more intrusive that thought becomes and the more often it pops into your mind. Forgetfulness is a divine mercy, but you only understand that when you know what it's like to remember everything. Because of forgetfulness, we might not remember sorrow, failure, or traumatic events and move on. But Sherdal, her God had abandoned her. Some guy was kneeling naked, swearing he would return all the money and wasn't even planning to run away. Sherdal just smoked and watched this with no emotion. Once she read in a book that the best way to erase bad memories was to replace them with good ones. But, unfortunately, her world was far from that. So she suffered. Every day, every second of her worthless life, which she remembered all too well. Suddenly, some jerk just yanked the cigarette from her mouth. Of course, it was Quan Il. He said that the little brat still had milk on her lips, and asked why she was doing that, to which Sherdal replied to the uncle that she was actually grown up. To which Quan Il said that if she spent 8 years learning only bad things and doing stuff like that, she would die young. In response to his words, she just lit another cigarette. In fact, Sherdal knew very well that when she smoked, the cortex of her brain thinned and her cognitive abilities worsened. But it suited her perfectly, didn't it? Quan Il silently watched her for a while as if trying to understand if she was joking. After which he tried to brush it off. He didn't want to believe that Sherdal was that miserable. Quan Il joked that if she were stupid, she would have been sold off long ago. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to another location, where yet another poor soul was being beaten half to death over debts. The thugs didn't understand why the client was portraying them as bad people, since he was told to pay only the interest. Was that so hard? The poor guy wanted to argue that the amount of interest he had already paid exceeded the principal debt. It was too much. One of those giants said that because of that, the client should return everything as soon as possible. Weren't they doing everything by the book? Sherdal, in the meantime, was doing as she always did, silently smoking, trying to block out the crap around her. Quan Il called her. He yelled that he had told her not to smoke in the office. After which, he ordered her to take the newbie and go collect debts. Now, when Sherdal thought about it, it seemed to her that the uncle actually cared about her. Back then, her life was filled with suffering and had absolutely no meaning. But Sherdal didn't have the courage to die, and she was very scared. Suddenly, Rapunzel approached from behind, which startled Sherdal greatly. She yelled at him, as she had already warned him not to call her like that from behind. Mahdik was still new and didn't understand why they had come to the hospital. It turned out that Mr. Kim's son, who had borrowed money from them, worked as a doctor. But everything indicated that he had cut off all contact with his son. However, in that case, they had no choice but to find his family and demand money from them. So they didn't give money to those without families. Mahdik asked if the son would return their money, to which Sherdal explained that they had to make him pay it back. She expected the doctor to feel ashamed and uncomfortable that collectors had come for him, so he should pay everything just to make them go away. Or Sherdal had another backup option that the doctor would pay everything because he would be scared of Mahdik's face. They reached the psychiatric ward. Sherdal approached the reception desk as if it were completely normal. She asked for Dr. Kim Jong-min to be informed that they were here because of his father. Suddenly, a sound distracted Sherdal. It was Hay. She had fallen to the floor and was trembling all over. Sherdal didn't understand why, but she just couldn't take her eyes off her. Now she was grateful for her memory because she clearly remembered their first meeting. The first thing Sherdal thought was, what the hell has this girl been through? Because she looked so scared. And Sherdal had scared her. Suddenly, Hay couldn't take it anymore and started screaming loudly, covering her face with her hands to isolate herself from the fear. Mahdik understood nothing, just like Sherdal. Hay was screaming something about Sherdal, that something was wrong with her, but she didn't understand what. Within seconds, a bunch of doctors and nurses rushed in. They acted as if Hay's behavior was nothing new, and it didn't surprise them at all. Usually when something so terrifying happens, people turn their eyes away to avoid being scared. But Shudal just couldn't look away from that girl. She didn't understand what one had to go through to have such a look. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the office. Boss Kwanil was very dissatisfied that they hadn't even managed to meet with that doctor. Madik was worried because it was his first assignment and it had failed. But Shurdal honestly didn't care. She was smoking and said they had been thrown out of there, and they couldn't do anything. Suddenly, Kwanil's voice changed. He stepped into the role of the boss and reminded Shurdal that he had told her not to smoke in the office. But she had something to say. She pointed to the other employees in the office who were smoking and not being reprimanded. To which Kwanil called Shurdal a devilish bitch and added that he had spoiled her, swearing that one more objection and he would really kill Shurdal. She understood everything and asked if she just needed to go outside and finish smoking. Kwanil's concern needed to be interpreted as if he had a disease that would kill him if he were honest. But Shurdal understood everything, so she accepted at least that kind of concern. She had no other. However, something still wouldn't leave her mind. The way that little girl screamed in fear. Shurdal clearly understood her pain because she herself hurt just as much. She had been in her place. But it also irritated her because she couldn't think about all of this anymore. Suddenly, a fancy car arrived, stopping right in front of Shurdal. The window rolled down. Some guy asked if she was Pak Shurdal. Suddenly, she was overwhelmed with both fear and surprise. It turned out to be Hei's brother, He's son, and he asked Shurdal to spare him a moment. The scene shifted to Hei Sin Hospital. They were showing video from the surveillance camera where Hei had a seizure, but now she had calmed down thanks to the medication. He's son explained that this happened due to severe post-traumatic stress disorder, and the nurse said that Hei had a seizure because of the girl on the screen. It was just a hypothesis, but it seemed that this girl had triggered memories of a traumatic event. She reminded Hei of the reasons for her stress. The doctor asked if a year had already passed, adding that this was the first thing Hei had said. His son stared at the screen for a long time, a whirlwind of thoughts spinning in his head. The doctor addressed him, bringing him back to reality. She was very careful with her words, but this could be their chance. And His son was ready to do anything for his little sister. Shurdal was shocked that there was a request for her. She was no longer afraid, as His son didn't raise any suspicions. He began to recount what Hei had been suffering from. Suddenly, His son's voice began to tremble because it hurt him. He had hoped that over time, his sister would get better. But in reality, things had only gotten worse. At one point, she had completely stopped speaking. But Hei, who had been silent for a whole year, suddenly spoke when she saw Shurdal. The emergence of a reaction, whether good or bad, is a positive sign from a therapeutic perspective. And the doctor said that Shurdal could help with the treatment. Long-term exposure therapy is a treatment method where the patient is constantly given objects that remind them of the trauma, and which teaches them to feel safe in the process. Hei sat on the bed as usual, just looking down. Nothing new. The doctor warned that she would come in, otherwise the patient would get very scared. Hei silently looked at the door. From there, Shurdal entered, and it seemed like everything was happening in slow motion. The girls silently stared at each other for a few seconds, which felt like an eternity. As you might have guessed, Shurdal agreed to help with Hei's treatment. Although she doubted it would be effective, even the doctor couldn't give a clear answer to that. No one knew what to expect from such a meeting, but everyone was curious about Hei's reaction. The doctor wanted to personally ensure this, and now she knew for sure that Shurdal had triggered traumatic memories in Hei. The treatment they had worked on for so long was finally starting to bear fruit. Finally, the doctor wanted to say one more thing. She asked Shurdal to come in different clothes. That's why the scene shifted to a clothing store. The doctor assured Shurdal that it suited her very well. The most important thing in this treatment method was that Hei had to feel safe around Shurdal and experience positive emotions. Are you also curious about why Shurdal accepted this annoying proposal? He sat, as usual, on her bed. When the door opened and she was called, she was already ready to be scared. Her body instinctively began to tremble. In the doorway stood the doctor and Shurdal. Hei's eyes widened sharply. She was very frightened. It was impossible to get used to that. In fact, Shurdal had been thinking about something the whole time. Those thoughts just wouldn't leave her head. By the way, this time she even tried to be nice and greeted Hei. When Shurdal looked at that girl, terrified to death, she saw herself in her. That was the reason for her visits. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to yet another gang case. You ask how I figured that out from this picture? It was easy because cries of pain always echoed from there. Madik was also taken along so he could see how things should be done. Kwan-il was just asking him where that little brat Sherdal had gone. Madik relayed that she had gone to the hospital to collect debts. But the boss was surprised that Sherdal still hadn't returned. He wanted to know the name of the hospital immediately. The scene shifted to an apartment building in an upscale area of Seoul. There, Sherdal was holding a thick envelope full of cash and didn't understand what was happening. Hee-sun explained that this was payment for the ride, but if Sherdal received a few more payments like this, she could buy a car. Her brother asked her not to worry and just accept it. Sherdal didn't see it that way. It weighed on her because she knew there was no such thing as easy money. However, Hee-sun insisted that it was hard work and that it was important to him. He also added that they could offer Sherdal more, depending on the results. Since they were on the topic, Hee-sun wanted to clarify something else. He wanted to create a treatment schedule. Sherdal didn't realize that the treatment wouldn't end after one session. It required a long-term commitment. For her, it was a real job with a pretty decent salary. Sherdal listened carefully, and after a long silence, she said, what surprised her was that Hee-sun spoke as if Sherdal planned to keep coming back. After that, she turned and left, saying she only came because she thought it would be fun and that she would come when she wanted and could stop at any moment. She added that if they didn't like it, she would refuse and ask them not to worry so much about her, because she was doing it because she wanted to. In reality, Sherdal started this out of curiosity and for fun, thinking she could quit at any moment. But, as you might have guessed, this story had a continuation. Sherdal was genuinely having fun. She liked that. Gay was so sweet and shy, but you could tell she wanted this too. And so, 2 days passed. A week, a month. Sherdal would come and just sit in silence, sometimes exchanging glances with Gay. Then one day, Gay spoke up with a trembling voice. She asked Sherdal, whom she was now calling Oni, what her name was. Sherdal couldn't believe her eyes. It took Gay a month to speak to her. She couldn't hide her joy. She even joked that Gay was quick to start talking, even if it took a month for their first conversation. However, it only took them a few days to become close. That's when Sherdal first learned about Gay's ability to distinguish superhumans. She didn't specify which people she was talking about, so Sherdal joked that Gay could tell apart dirty doom women. But for the younger sister, it wasn't funny. Gay said that Sherdal was special. What was that? A warm feeling spread through her body. Special. Gay also added that Sherdal was good and beautiful, but she already knew that. After which, Sherdal laughed. She wanted to be the person Gay saw her as. Events shifted to the office. It was hard to shake old habits, especially when you didn't know any other life. Sherdal tried to zone out while reading as another client was being berated. The poor guy's wife was sick, but who really cared? These people only cared about money. Suddenly, Sherdal slammed her book shut. Then she threw it harshly onto Kwan-il's desk and said she remembered everything. After that, she headed for the exit. Her boss asked about her intentions, but Sherdal replied that she wanted to smoke. But this time, Kwan-il didn't want to let her go so easily. He asked if Sherdal was planning to smoke for a few hours again. She confirmed that thought, explaining that she wanted to die sooner. But Kwan-il didn't believe her. He spoke calmly, saying he knew that wouldn't happen, but asked her to behave. Because if Sherdal secretly ran away, she would really die. Kwan-il asked if she remembered her debt. Clown, Sherdal remembered everything. After which she slammed the door shut, very loudly and very hard. Every memory in Sherdal's life was filled with pain. But there was one thing that brought at least a drop of happiness to her miserable life. That glimmer of light on a gloomy day. Gay! Her smile that appeared every time they saw each other. And again that warmth spreading through Sherdal's body. She quickly got used to it. This time the sisters decided to go for a walk. The doctor let them out until 5 p.m. In reality, these formalities were just for show, because no one had worried about their meetings for a long time, because they had a wonderful time together. Those were always the best hours of each of their lives. They felt good because each of them needed the other. The best way to erase bad memories is to replace them with good ones. So together with Guy, Sherdal was healing too. And that's how another wonderful day passed. The girls were brought back to the hospital by Gay's guards. Sherdal said her sister needed to hurry since the doctor was obviously waiting for her. Gay didn't want to say goodbye, but she knew it was time. She wanted to suggest next time. When suddenly she fell silent, and Gay's expression changed abruptly to one of fear. Sherdal didn't understand anything. They had such a good time. What suddenly happened? And then Kwan-il showed up. Tears streamed from Gay's eyes. That familiar, painful feeling of fear enveloped her body. The ground seemed to vanish beneath her feet. Shudal felt Kwan-il's presence even before he called her. The boss was furious, calling Shudal a stupid bitch and asking if she was done smoking. It was pouring rain, the kind that could make even the happiest people anxious. The house was too quiet and gloomy, as if death had settled there. But there were people inside. Unfortunately, they no longer breathed. This was the last time Gay saw her father, her mother, when their family was last happy, just being. But it was the same fateful day when Gay got her ability. And along with it, she received an anxiety disorder that she would have to carry through her whole life. Gay saw true death. It radiated from that person. His presence filled the room with cold and darkness. And he saw that little girl trying not to cry in her hiding place. But for some reason, he left her alive, leaving her with that pain. Suddenly, Gay felt just like that helplessly scared girl in the closet. Kwan-il paid no attention to anyone, just berating and cursing Shudal, accusing her of deceit. Gay couldn't take it anymore. She was reliving her trauma and was scared for Shudal, or maybe even for herself. She fell and started crying, screaming very loudly. Kwan-il was irritated. He asked what was wrong with that idiot, to which Shudal promised to explain everything but asked him to leave. But he didn't listen and just threw her hard against the wall. Kwan-il suddenly became very rude and angry, reminding her of her place. How could she dare to order him to leave? Did she even know who she was talking to? She owed him. Kwan-il had coddled her too much, which is why Shudal had such a high opinion of herself. No gratitude for being saved. One of Gay's guards politely asked what Kwan-il was doing and requested him to stop. But the thug didn't like that, so he told him not to interfere if he didn't want to die. The guard was so furious that Kwan-il even said he wouldn't repeat himself. What a jerk. He couldn't hold back and said that the thug needed to cool off a bit, after which he was the first to charge into the fight. Gay was even more scared. She just didn't understand what was happening. Then the second guard joined the fight, leaving Gay completely alone. It seemed she couldn't be more afraid, but the fear kept growing stronger each time. Why was all this happening suddenly? Why did happiness last so little? Those thoughts were interrupted. Kwan-il approached Gay very closely and asked if Shudal had come to her, adding that she was obviously wealthy, judging by how she used people. However, Gay, of course, remained silent. Kwan-il didn't understand why she was crying, but realized that that bitch Shudal hadn't told her about him. Kwan-il decided that she wanted to befriend Guy to demand money, but overall, he didn't care. He ordered the poor girl to hang out with someone from her circle and to stop going to such places. Gay was shocked and heartbroken. She relived all those same feelings, but now betrayal was added. And Shudal just wanted to be good. Events shifted back to that damned office, where Shudal lived her miserable life, dreaming of dying sooner. Kwan-il looked at Shudal. Then he threw another book onto her lap and said in a rude tone that if she had nothing to do, she should remember this report book. Silence fell. Shudal stared at the book, contemplating Kwan-il's words. The boss added that she shouldn't be a fool. Shudal couldn't shake the image of Gay from her mind. For a moment, warmth spread through her body, and at the same time it hurt so much, because she understood that all of this was no longer in her life. She had lost Gay, lost her happiness. Suddenly, something very strange came over Shudal. She didn't understand what she was doing, but a strong wave of aggression hit her, and she just threw that book at Kwan-il. Everyone present couldn't believe what they had just seen. A silent hush fell over the room. Kwan-il asked her if she had completely lost her mind. His tone was angry, but he wasn't burning with rage. Shudal didn't even know where to start. She wanted to say so much, but at the same time, she didn't know how to begin. Finally, she said it was the only thing she wanted to remember. Kwan-il didn't understand anything, but Shudal didn't even try to explain. She added that it was her only happy memory. Suddenly, this argument was interrupted by the creaking of a door. Everyone turned and froze because no one was expecting guests, especially not Gay. Kwan-il now realized that she was actually very brave for showing up in such a place alone, but he wouldn't give her any money. She was too young. Gay ignored that jerk and just asked, "How much?" Since the idiot Kwan-il didn't understand anything, as usual, Gay repeated the question. She wanted to know how much Ani owed. In fact, Shudal had never mentioned this part of her life. Gay had figured out the debt herself, which amused Kwan-il. He couldn't believe that this girl was going to pay for Shudal. This already irritated her. She started shouting, her tone changed, and Gay repeated the question once more. Kwan-il silently stared at her, as if trying to understand in her eyes what possibilities Gay had. What price would be the limit? After that, he said that Shudal owed him $2 billion. His face was so casual and arrogant that it made you want to slap him. Suddenly, Shudal screamed because Kwan-il was openly lying. Her debt wasn't that big. But Gay interrupted Oni, saying that she was fine with everything. Shudal was in such shock. She just couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, Gay was completely calm, only asking if cash would be better for him. Kwan-il finally realized that Gay was not just a rich girl. She didn't deny it, and Shudal suddenly understood that this had happened somewhere before. When she saw Gay, she was just thanking Kwan-il. On that day when Shudal first met Gay, she wasn't so scared. Gay said that thanks to Kwan-il, she now knew what to do. So only now did Shudal realize that Gay had been angry back then. Meanwhile, events finally returned to reality. I know you're tired of this flashback. There, on the plane, everyone was discussing some superhuman who had better regenerative abilities. So she would be fine. It turned out they were talking about Yunin. They told her to listen because she was lucky to have escaped thanks to the government's swift reaction. The bald man told Yunin not to worry, because in her country, no one would punish her since she would be working for them. However, Yunin remained silent. The men began to think she was mute or deaf. The guy with hair told the bald man to leave the girl alone since he had heard she was in a relationship with that guy who died. He also added that they rarely got to enjoy flying first class. Suddenly, that man fell silent because he saw some guy outside the window. He was waving at him from outside. Meanwhile, events shifted to Hee-sun's company to the main office. There, the owner looked quite surprised. A man visited him who looked equally surprised by Hee-sun's astonished expression. He didn't understand why the owner was reacting this way. Maybe he misheard, but that wasn't it. Hee-sun repeated what was said to make sure he understood correctly. So the issue was that during transportation, a superhuman had escaped. And this man wanted to provide protection for Hee-sun and his sister because they might seek revenge since the runaway was connected to Gay. Hee-sun understood everything correctly, but the problem lay elsewhere. Did this man really think that Hee-sun, the owner of the largest network of companies in Korea, would believe this nonsense about superhumans? A long silence fell. It was even awkward. After which, this man realized everything. There was nothing more to say. It turned out he was one of Mi-young's partners, so he immediately relayed the entire conversation to the captain, which could be summed up as failure. He also added that he didn't know what to say. Mi-young didn't understand this. Didn't know how to tell the truth, or this man didn't get a chance to respond because the sharp smell of cigarettes made it hard for him to breathe. Mi-young didn't believe him. He was exaggerating, but the man stood his ground. Events shifted back to the past when the captain told Gay that they were playing heroes in vain, and that's why Shudal suffered. Gay didn't want to just leave it at that and asked what right Mi-young had to say that since they were all superhumans, but what had they done? And wouldn't they ask how Gay felt? Wasn't that interesting to them? Mi-young suddenly felt genuinely ashamed. She didn't know what to say at all. The captain said she was truly sorry that they couldn't do anything. But she was surprised that she had never told Gay she was a superhuman. So how did the girl know about it? However, at that moment, Mi-young realized that Gay had an ability that pointed them to superhumans. Events shifted back to the present, where the captain recalled this conversation and was surprised that Hee-sun didn't even know or didn't believe that his sister was a superhuman. Not to mention that part of his staff was also special, yet he still didn't believe it. Could it be he was pretending not to know anything? Mi-young became curious if Hee-sun had ordered them not to protect his family at all. This was all very suspicious. Moreover, he had kept Gay, his younger sister, in the hospital for a long time. Many puzzles were spinning in Mi-young's head, but they just wouldn't fit together. Finally, she said that first, they needed to put out the flames. Meanwhile, a week had already passed. Events shifted back to the lighthouse where ships were arriving. Near the dock stood a boy of Chinese descent, as if he was waiting for someone. At that moment, someone's foot indeed stepped onto the ferry. And behind her were two more people, a boy and a girl. They exchanged glances. It turned out that the girl was Yunin, the runaway. Then they handed over the car keys and told her where it was parked. The girl with the short haircut was responsible for the car. The keys were given by the guy who stood on the ferry. The girl asked if they really should drive since their abilities, but Yun-in immediately interrupted her, saying they weren't allowed to shine. Because he wasn't just like them, he killed Lishan. It seemed Yun-in was talking about Kwan-il. The girl with the haircut asked what that jerk was, still not the one they were looking for. And she was right. It wasn't just about Kwan-il. Had they forgotten why they captured Yun-in? The guy in glasses reminded them that that idiot was named Hoban. Suddenly, Yun-in became so angry and promised that she would sneak up as quietly as possible so that no one would find out and kill their families, friends, and loved ones. Her voice grew crazier with each phrase she spoke. Revenge drove her. Yun-in lost her sanity after losing her beloved. She said she would start with that jerk's grandmother, then move on to the families of the rest. The girl with the haircut decided it would take a few hours. It couldn't be easier. When suddenly someone approached them. The girl with the haircut immediately sensed the approach. Overall, so did everyone else. She asked who it was. The mysterious man with very white hair ignored everything and addressed Yun. After those words, Yun-in began to tremble violently. She didn't understand what this feeling was at all, and she didn't understand where this trembling came from. Not everyone liked the stranger's behavior. It was rude to ignore the question, so some decided to deal with this jerk who had barged into their conversation. That Chinese guy asked several times at what point this crazy person had heard their conversation and was generally surprised how he got in since their people were outside. However, the stranger remained silent, not reacting at all, as if he thought this Chinese guy would just disappear, but he decided to lightly slap him across the face. Yun-in couldn't move. She didn't understand why she was so scared. That Chinese guy decided it was pointless to deal with this crazy person since he was going to finish him off anyway. At that very moment, the blond boy simply took off his head with a light wave of his hand. Everyone else froze in fear. Their friend's head flew into the water. It happened so quickly as if human life meant nothing to that jerk. His body didn't even twitch, just his hand. At that moment, Yun-in understood why she was so scared. In the hands of that jerk was a piece of paper, on which was just a photo of Yun-in. Fortunately, she had excellent instincts. It was the fear of a victim meeting a predator. When Yun-in realized this, she immediately succumbed to her instincts and ran as fast as she could. But she didn't understand why the others weren't doing anything. Didn't they feel it too? Yun-in ordered them to run. The last thing she saw was that jerk lifting things with his mind that were near him. Meanwhile, events shifted to the hospital. There, Gay sat by her sister Shidal, who was still unconscious. The memories from the hospital were some of the worst for Gay. But at the same time, they were the most pleasant because it was there that she met one of her dearest people. Her thoughts were interrupted by Mi Yong, who had approached very suddenly from behind. Gay wasn't exactly expecting to see her here. She even got scared. Mi Yong said she would like to talk if Gay had time, after which she approached the girl and placed her hand on her shoulder. Before Gay could object, they disappeared. Events shifted to that room where Hoban had been earlier, and Kwan-il before him. Now Gay found herself there too. She fell hard since the chair, unfortunately, didn't teleport with them. Gay was now even more irritated. And when she saw where she ended up, she became even more scared. Mi Young apologized for such actions, but she had an important announcement for Gay. Because at that moment, the girl was classified as a superhuman of heightened danger. Events shifted back to the ferry, where Yun-in's partners stood in shock, not understanding why she was running away. However, Yun-in didn't have time to think about them. She was saving her own skin. The girl with the haircut didn't understand such a reaction. Her partner said that maybe Yun-in had just been through a lot. She said that jerk had a rare ability, but it was just telekinesis, and it was just one guy. Her partner advised her not to let her guard down. After all, not everyone can take a hit like that. Even with that much strength, it was strange that the mysterious stranger had only mentioned Yun's name once. In that instant, everything he had lifted with his mind suddenly flew toward those poor souls. The girl reminded herself again that it was just telekinesis. Some of the objects thrown by that jerk shattered, and she skillfully dodged others, looking quite pleased with herself and very confident. She even found time to promise to rip that jerk's arms off and make him eat them. However, he didn't react at all, remaining silent as always. Then he suddenly clenched his fist. It seemed like it was one of his moves. At that, the girl's body tightened as if some force was controlling her blood. She couldn't even move. She had to summon all her strength just to do something. She couldn't just die like this. Suddenly, she asked in a tense voice if that was all there was. After which, she shouted loudly and triumphantly, finally breaking free from those invisible shackles. It seemed her pride had just burst forth. She couldn't contain her joy at having defeated such a brazen idiot. But in that very moment of her speech, she suddenly fell silent, feeling a sharp, burning pain. The girl couldn't understand what was happening at all. It all happened too fast. Suddenly another piercing pain hit her, but this time it was even worse because it was an open wound. What was happening? Who was that jerk? Before she could even ask what kind of superpower that jerk had, she suddenly went silent. Forever. Her partner stood in shock, unsure of what to do. Attack? Run? Protect his friend? That jerk seemed not to even breathe, as if everything he did was just a part of his routine, my morning routine. But he knew he had one unfinished business. The partner of the dead girl felt the gaze of that killing machine on him. He gritted his teeth, fear suddenly gripping his body. He didn't know whether to say anything or what at all, but his survival instinct kicked in, and he shot up into the air so that jerk wouldn't have time to do anything to him. After which, he flew higher, afraid that he might still get caught. That idiot's power was unfathomable, until he completely disappeared. Doubt and shame crept into his mind, but that jerk had so easily dealt with his partner. He didn't want to die like that. But one thing he understood for sure, that guy was not just a superhuman. He had never even heard of anything like it. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Mi-yeon's office. There, they offered Gay tea as if to make up for all the wrongs the captain had done. Mi-yeon seemed to sense the girl's mood and told her not to worry. Although she set that tone of conversation, a superhuman of heightened danger, there was nothing particularly alarming about that. In fact, the captain was classified that way too. However, that didn't calm Gay down. Then Mi-yeon joked that they wouldn't be performing a vivisection, as the girl had obviously thought. In reality, Gay cared the least about that. She said there had to be a reason for such classification, so she asked why it was dangerous. It turned out that her ability was dangerous for all superhumans. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the sky, where that guy was quickly fleeing from his death. With every mile, his sense of danger and fear diminished. But he was celebrating too soon. Suddenly, his heart started racing again, and his body began to sweat. Because right behind him, he saw that jerk. He was flying after him. Was this some kind of joke? This couldn't be happening. It was impossible. Who was that guy? But these were questions the poor guy would never get answers to. Those were his last thoughts. The Grim Reaper. He could absorb the powers of superhumans. Many superhumans had died at his hands, including Mi-yeon's colleagues. If that guy took Gay's superpower, all superhumans would be in danger. Now she understood why she was considered particularly dangerous. Gay was even given a photo of that jerk, the only one they could manage to take. Suddenly, a primal fear gripped her body. Her heart raced so fast it felt like she was about to suffocate. Silence fell. The conversation was coming to an end. Mi-yeon sympathized, saying she understood how hard it must be for Gay. After which, they said their goodbyes. In the end, Gay was outraged that Mi-yeon had put her in this place in an instant. But she had to go back alone. The captain asked for a softer approach since she was sick and old. Gay said Mi-yeon was incompetent, to which she was told that the girl would also grow old someday. She believed that, because of the captain's incompetence, people like Gay appeared. Mi-yeon fell silent for a moment, as she understood perfectly what Gay was talking about, and she genuinely felt sorry and ashamed. She just asked the girl not to take her words to heart. Meanwhile, it had gotten quite dark. The sunset was simply breathtaking, and Yunin had finally run far enough to feel safe. Although, to be honest, she was just tired and had no more strength to run. Besides, Yunin was already far away, so she could rest a bit. How wrong she was. But instead of fear or screaming, she suddenly laughed. She laughed because she had told those idiots to run, but they hadn't listened. Yunin was a realist, so she accepted her fate. That jerk had come to kill her. However, the Grim Reaper remained silent. Suddenly, Yunin fell to the ground and told him to do whatever he wanted, because she no longer had the strength to move. But she was genuinely curious about who this mysterious guy was and why he was trying to kill them. Yunin knew that the Grim Reaper could tell her this because he was going to kill her anyway. It was her dying wish. Suddenly, to Yunin's surprise, that jerk spoke. He said very slowly in a languid voice that they all shouldn't exist in this world. However, this didn't shock Yunin, it made her laugh. So the Grim Reaper didn't even think about sparing Yunin. Shouldn't exist? He had completely lost his mind. In any case, if Yunin couldn't avoid this, she should at least try to wriggle out of it. After which, her display of super abilities began. It seemed that even the Grim Reaper had never encountered such skills before. So Yunin managed to land numerous hits on him, and even more. She punched him right in his stupid face. It would be a lie to say that Yunin didn't enjoy it. Hurting the scariest predator of superhumans, she was really cool. But the most horrifying thing was that Yunin could see how indifferent that jerk was to all her efforts. He had a strong advantage, the strongest. With just a wave of his hand, he could restrain Yunin, making it so she couldn't even move a finger. After which he lifted her off the ground, just as easily as if she were a feather, and it cost him no effort at all. Yunin understood where this was headed, so she asked him to kill her faster. Suddenly the Grim Reaper said he had changed his mind. Was he mocking her? He even said that Yunin could be useful. After which he clenched his fist. And they all disappeared, leaving only Yunin's scream, who didn't understand what was happening. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a terrifying place. The hospital. There lay unconscious Shudal. But she wasn't alone. She was with someone who even in such a place decided to teach English. Yes, you heard right. It was Hoban. The silence was broken by the creaking of the door. To be honest, Hoban had been expecting this visit. Kangai! She hadn't expected to meet a friend here either. But she was even glad to see him. They sat in silence, it was awkward, and everyone was afraid to speak first. However, Hoban decided to take on that responsibility and asked if something had happened to Gay. He sensed her downcast mood. The girl said she just wanted to know if she was doing okay. Without thinking, Hoban replied that Gay was doing great. But how would he know? In reality, Hoban didn't understand either, but how could Gay know she wasn't managing? There had to be at least one person. Who would tell Gay this when she was feeling really down? So Hoban said again that she was doing well and that she was doing great. Gay silently looked at her friend for a while. He spoke so sincerely, not even thinking about it. He was focused on English words. These weren't flattery, it was the truth. However, Hoban also sensed a change in his friend's mood. For some reason, it didn't cheer her up. Gay suddenly reminded him how she had assured her friend that all of this was to prevent people like her from appearing. And Hoban had done so much, but he needed to know one more thing. In reality, Gay was even deceiving herself, because her true goal was simply revenge. And only now did Gay realize again that she was a hypocrite. At those words, the poor girl began to tremble. Because of her thirst for revenge, her sister was in such a state. Gay couldn't hold it in and started crying hard. This was what had been hurting her all these days, a cry of the soul. Hoban wanted to support his friend with all his heart. But at the last moment, something held him back. For some reason, he couldn't allow himself to do that. They were just friends, right? What a coward he was. Hoban felt disgusted with himself. Suddenly, someone voiced his thoughts, saying it was the biggest disappointment. It was Shido. She told Hoban that if he wanted to comfort Gay, he should do it properly. Oh yes, it was definitely Shido. She had returned. Gay was carrying a tray of food. All the doctors were openly staring at her, because everyone knew who Kange was and where her family came from. She was a Chable. The doctors knew that this hospital also belonged to the Hessian group. But who was she so diligently taking care of? This patient had quite an unusual name. Gay entered her sister's room. Imagine her surprise when she found Shudal smoking. It hadn't been long since she had regained consciousness. Gay didn't even know how to react and why she shouldn't just smack Shidal. However, the younger sister's screams were probably heard by everyone. Just like your own screams. He shouted that the jerk who did this to Shudal would pay. He swore to rip his arms off. Under these screams, Hoban confessed that he had brought Yoon because he was very worried. Yoon didn't care that no one was listening to him. He wanted revenge. Shudal didn't really like all this attention. Eventually, she couldn't take it anymore and yelled for Jaeun to finally shut up. From such a shock, Jaeun's eyes even opened wide. Hoban couldn't believe it. He thought the athlete was blind. After which, Shudal ordered everyone to leave. Hoban tried to support his friend so he wouldn't take everything too personally. But Jaeun didn't care at all. He couldn't get over the fact that Shudal had called him by his short name. Didn't that mean they had become closer? Hoban told Jaeun that he was a die-hard optimist. Shudal recovered very quickly after regaining consciousness. The doctors couldn't believe it. It was the first time in 20 years of practice. She only complained about a headache. On a scale from 1 to 10, it was about a 2, and that wasn't always. The doctor said it wouldn't interfere with her discharge, but Sherdal didn't care about that. She wanted to know when she could smoke again, but it turned out that now it was strictly forbidden for her. He ordered her to use this opportunity to quit the bad habit. However, Sherdal's loved ones knew that she was hurting not just physically. The doctor said it would be hard for her to regain her sight, but she took it very calmly. And most of the time, she just stared blankly at the sky. But this time, for some reason, she turned away and said how bored she was. Was this a punishment? Why was Kwanil silent? Sherdal ordered him to speak if he had something to say. And suddenly, the uncle started by apologizing. Sherdal asked what for, but deep down, she already knew. But she really wanted to hear it from his lips. She said she had heard that it was her uncle who saved her. Sherdal was alive thanks to Kwanil. He had nothing to apologize for. He ignored those words and asked if everything was okay with Sherdal. Kwanil meant since she had been quite seriously injured. So he wanted to know if all that crap was still in her memory. In reality, he didn't ask very confidently, but Sherdal understood everything. He continued that the rest were afraid to ask her, but Kwanil had heard that lately, Sherdal had been in some kind of daze all the time. So he finally dared to ask if it was because of the memories. Sherdal couldn't believe her ears and said she was very proud of her uncle. He had really grown up, learned to show care like a normal person, and he had truly become a different person. After these words, Sherdal laughed joyfully and warmly. She asked if Kwanil would believe her if she said she felt better than he thought. Kwanil replied that Sherdal didn't have to pretend to be strong because of those memories from the past. At that moment, she interrupted him and said she had forgotten a lot. Suddenly, Kwanil's eyes widened and his voice rose an octave. He couldn't believe it. Forgotten? Sherdal reminded him how she couldn't sleep properly because of those memories from the past. But this time, she had been unconscious for several days. Memory is such a thing that the more you don't want to remember something, the clearer the memory becomes. And while Sherdal was sleeping, she faced all those terrible memories she had experienced. And at first, it was truly unbearable. She felt like she was drowning and was really close to losing her mind. And when she finally reached her limit, she realized she had another ability. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face. The ability to destroy memories, to shatter and tear them into tiny pieces, so that it would be impossible to even understand what those memories were. This was called forgetting, and Sherdal could do it at will. Kwanil couldn't understand so suddenly. Why? How? But in reality, she didn't know how it was possible either, probably because she had severely injured her head. The uncle still didn't know how to react. Was this good? He said that now Sherdal could erase all the bad memories. In reality, Sherdal was going to do that. But there was still something that troubled her when she tried to erase some memories. And that was Kwanil. Looking back at her memories, Sherdal understood that even though it was hard for her, not all those memories were bad. Suddenly, a very strange feeling arose inside Kwanil, something warm and full of hope. Sherdal looked at him and said she couldn't erase the bad memories associated with him, because then all the good memories would be erased too, and there weren't that many of them. After a brief silence, Kwanil apologized again. Then Sherdal said he should buy her cigarettes if he felt so sorry. Of course, he told her to screw off, but Sherdal wouldn't back down, saying the weather was perfect for smoking. Crazy girl. And then she added that her uncle shouldn't dye his hair like that anymore because it didn't suit him, but in reality, he hadn't dyed it at all. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a familiar place. There was only one such field. Some man on that path was sniffing around intensely, like a dog checking a bag for drugs. Oh God, he was even sitting in the same position. His guilty pleasure was interrupted by a voice. It was Atsunbei Wang Yap asking if there were any findings. It turned out that the tracks ended right on that path. However, the sniffer could definitely say it was him, the Grim Reaper. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the hospital, where Sherdal was just having her bandage removed. Suddenly, everyone screamed. Sherdal couldn't believe what she saw in the reflection. Her hair color, it had changed. Meanwhile, enough time had passed for Sherdal to finally be discharged. She was now going home. Gay was curious about what the doctors had said about her hair change, but they didn't understand what was going on either. However, Sherdal didn't care. She regretted that they had cut it, but Gay told her not to worry about anything and to rest. To which her sister replied that all she had been doing was resting. How much more could she do? A very optimistic and energetic smile appeared on the girl's face. She said she was already eager to work. What? Ultimately, this meant they were all finally ready to return to normal life. A regular street, right? But pay attention to that incognito in a hoodie. Potato, pig, broccoli, anchovy, octopus, squid. And what's on that side? A huma. What? A human? Meanwhile, a dark night fell. The moon was full. It always brought a bit of fear, as there was something magical about it. Some guy was completely out of breath. He was wandering the paths of the dark forest, whether he was going somewhere on purpose or perhaps running from someone. Finally, a camp ahead, a fire, warmth. The guy wanted to scream for help, but his voice was so tired it was barely audible. Still, the man by the fire heard some voice. He turned around but saw nothing or no one there. Maybe it was a deer, he thought. Meanwhile, a month had passed since Sherdal was discharged from the hospital. The teenagers returned to school and lived their ordinary student lives, although they hadn't really been students for a long time. Hoban was outraged that Sherdal was working too hard and ordered Gay to stop her. But the sister couldn't do anything. Nuna was too stubborn. Gay changed the subject, asking what Hoban's plans were, or if he was still going to the gym. The friend heard that he was no longer sparring. It turned out it wasn't his desire. It was just that Hoban felt awkward asking about it. Jaeun had been a fighter from the very beginning, but it seemed that because of Hoban, he was starting to become just a spectator. Gay said that if a regular person didn't want to fight Hoban, there was nothing that could be done about it. Hoban understood this himself. Even though Jaeun said everything was fine, he still felt uncomfortable, so lately he had just been training. Gay asked if it was a waste of money, but she had plenty. Gay reminded him that, technically, it wasn't his money. In reality, a lot had happened, but they quickly returned to their normal lives as if nothing had happened. Hoban shared news from the captain. That woman, Yoon In, had entered Korea, but her whereabouts were currently unknown, so he asked Gay to be careful. But if anything had changed, it was Gay. She said she wasn't worried about Yoon In because her friend would protect her if anything happened. For some reason, those words made Hoban blush. His heart raced and blood rushed to his head. The only thing that had changed was that Gay had become more beautiful. The scene shifted to the restroom, where the unmistakable sounds of vomiting could be heard. He was frustrated. Why was this the only thing that hadn't changed? His thoughts were interrupted by screams. It was Sol-chan, furious that Jaeun didn't want to fight him. However, Hoban couldn't recall this guy so quickly. And then, suddenly, Gay. She said she had seen him in color. Jaeun told Sol-chan that if he wanted to fight, he should do it in his own gym, and there was no need to cause a scene in someone else's. Sol-chan was already irritated, and now Jaeun was just making him angrier. He tried to provoke the master by saying that he was just scared. Scared of losing his title. But Jaeun knew how to respond, saying that with Sol-chan's level, those sparring matches were pointless for him. Meanwhile, Hoban approached and greeted Hyun. Jaeun said he was in good shape and offered to spar with his friend, which only further irritated Sol-chan. He couldn't take it anymore and shouted in outrage. But Hoban interrupted him with a question about whether he was looking for someone to train with, after which he offered himself as a candidate. Sol-chan looked down on Hoban, while Jaeun burst out laughing. He told Hoban not to get involved and to mind his own business, which made the sports master laugh even more. Sol-chan looked like he was about to explode from anger. Was he really being laughed at? Hoban calmed him down, saying he didn't need to worry. That tone, it intrigued him and put him in his place. Hoban promised to be careful not to hurt the poor guy. That was it. At that point, Sol-chan just exploded with rage. He ordered the loser to get in the ring, so Hoban had a great opportunity to train with a superhuman, even if he wasn't as strong as he was. Gay definitely said she saw him in color. Hoban ignored all of Sol-chan's bragging and suggested they start. Before he could finish, his opponent lunged at him. However, Hoban had experience with faster opponents, so he easily dodged. Sol-chan honestly didn't expect that. Suddenly, Hoban found himself cornered. It was a very dangerous zone. He was almost caught, but he dodged even there. And then again, to be honest, even though Sol-chan's speed was impressive, Hoban was able to think about his own strategy. He wanted to try something since he was facing a superhuman. He dodged several not-so-precise punches from Sol-chan. And then he remembered Yun, who had shown him incredible speed and movement. But how was that even possible? While Sol-chan was trying to land a hit, Hoban quickly slipped away. Movement. It was in any case the result of using the body. In that case, maybe up until this moment, Hoban didn't even know how to use his clumsy body. He concentrated all his attention, strength, and knowledge. It felt like Sol-chan sensed this because fear suddenly appeared on his face. After which he just stood there like an idiot, unable to do anything while Hoban landed numerous hits on him. He didn't even realize what was happening. And when he saw a fist in front of him that appeared out of nowhere, it was already too late. Sol-chan was knocked back by the force. He was so scared that he started getting angry. But that confident look from Hoban, it alone instilled fear. When did our little Hoban become so brave? He mercilessly struck his opponent, the latter. Did you believe it? No, Hoban was still that nice guy, so Sol-chan remained intact. A victorious smile appeared on the teenager's face. He couldn't believe it actually worked. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Director Kim's boxing gym. Everyone suddenly froze at the screams that started. Did you hear what that loser said? Sol-chan suddenly declared that he was quitting boxing. Director Kim was furious and completely confused. Hadn't he been training his hardest until yesterday? What happened? Didn't he understand that it would be a senseless loss of talent if he just walked away right now? The director believed he was a future champion. However, Sol-chan stated that the director was mistaken. His hands suddenly trembled. What kind of champion was he? Earlier, Sol-chan thought he was the best. And it turned out he was just a frog in a well. A damn weakling. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a cafe. There was a blonde sitting by the window waiting for someone. It turned out she was waiting for Shidal. She was late because she had trouble finding a parking spot. The blonde was shocked by Shidal's new appearance. It seemed a lot had changed since their last meeting. She said she had been through a lot, and the blonde remarked that at least her hair was still bright pink. But it turned out that was just a wig. Her hair had turned gray because of what had happened to her. Then the blonde asked what had happened to her eye, and when she learned about the blindness, her mouth dropped open in shock. Chong-ok couldn't calm down. She kept asking questions. But Sherdal interrupted her, saying there had been enough empty chatter, and she wanted to get down to business. Chong-ok was expected to provide materials about the pseudo-religion she had been gathering. She promised to share them with Shidal. It turned out all the data had been destroyed. So said Chong-ok herself. She put on a guilty face but didn't look her in the eye, swearing that nothing was left at all. Sherdal wanted a photo of the leader, but Chong-ok said no photos remained. Sherdal insisted that there had to be at least something left. It turned out that Sunbi had disposed of all the materials that were with Chong-ok. Sherdal was furious. They had worked so hard and then he just got rid of everything? Then why did Chong-ok call if she had nothing? She suddenly asked for help from reporter Park, after which she started crying, tears falling onto her hands. To be honest, Sherdal had almost forgotten she was a reporter at that moment. The crying and the whole situation were so annoying. But Sherdal had to squeeze out some feigned sympathy and concern. Suddenly, she noticed something. Everyone in the cafe was watching and judging that Sherdal wasn't calming Chong-ok down. This irritated her even more, so she stood up to soothe the crybaby. Sherdal placed a hand on her shoulder. When suddenly something happened to her. It was the first time something like this occurred. It was as if she was transported into memories, but not her own. They were someone else's memories. Chong-ok was being scolded by some man for editing so poorly after working for 3 years. And then he couldn't believe how many people had fallen for that pseudo-religion. Next was a conversation between two people about how anyone could listen to that sermon and how people were idiots. Afterward, the man was thrilled that he had a chance to meet the cult leader. He told Chong-ok that this time they would hit the jackpot. And then, Chong-ok couldn't reach the subscriber, so she went to his house. But no one answered there either, yet the door wasn't locked. How strange. She decided to go in, but still, no one responded when she called out. She made her way to Sonbi's office, complaining that he wasn't picking up the phone and was acting strangely. And then, the most horrifying scene of Chong-ok's life unfolded. Sonbi? After which, Shidal finally returned to reality. What? What the hell just happened? Chong-ok had been silent the whole time. Shidal finally understood. She had just discovered another hidden ability. She could see other people's memories. But how did she manage that? Suddenly, Sherdal felt a sharp and intense pain in her head. Chong-ok decided it was her fault and started apologizing for her tears. But Shidal wasn't even listening to her. She interrupted with a question about whether he had killed himself. Chang'ok was utterly bewildered. How did she know that? What gave her away? Shidal stood her ground. She was already completely irritated and wanted to know what had happened to Sunbi. Eventually, Chang'ok couldn't take it anymore and confessed, asking how the reporter had found out. Meanwhile, it had already gotten dark, and the scene shifted to a house. Gay asked again what Sherdal meant when she spoke about the cult. It turned out it wasn't just a cult, but an entire pseudo-religion, and all those behind it were very wealthy. Sherdal also learned that there were over 500 pseudo-religious cultures in their country. But what did that have to do with supercriminals? Shidal wasn't being verbose. She simply said there was definitely a connection. To be honest, Gay was skeptical about that. Nuna stood her ground, saying that due to the large number of cults, there was fierce competition among them. But this time, Sherdal had heard the sermon of a pseudo-religious cult called the Eye of God. Overall, their preachers only said one thing: give us money. That was it. Didn't that remind anyone of the past? Meanwhile, the scene shifted to another location, the business district of Seoul. As always, a white foreign car pulled up, from which a very beautiful girl emerged. Gay told the security that she was looking for Captain Mion. Such a distinguished guest couldn't be turned away, of course. There was a saying, 10% of life is what happens to a person. The other 90% is their reaction to those events, Mion said while pouring tea. She believed that was why they had to take responsibility for their behavior. Gay stood in shock. She definitely didn't expect to hear a lecture. So she asked again if Mion would work with her. Mion didn't miss the chance to remind her that, actually, Gay had said the captain was incompetent, and then she laughed when she realized the kid didn't get the joke. So, this meant they could get down to business. Hypnosis was classified as a rather dangerous ability, but this guy's ability, it only worked for specific purposes and not perfectly. Therefore, he was classified as a level 3 superhuman, and no matter how much they suffered from a lack of manpower, they couldn't take this idiot. He was just trash. But a cult? Mion asked if Gay thought their leader used an ability similar to that loser's. And that was indeed the case. The captain wanted to know why Gay thought that. Well, what is a pseudo-religion anyway? Right, a scam. It turned out that the Korean word pseudo-religion originated from the Chinese term meaning similar to the truth but false. Although they resemble regular religions, they are actually very different, and intentionally so. They deliberately take the form of a regular religion, but they are characterized by a skillful distortion of the reality of religious teachings for the sake of exaggeration. For what purpose? For personal gain. After all, they are scammers. So Gay imagined herself as the leader of such a cult. How would she sell it? But she really had no ideas. It's a lie, so it needs to be made to look like the truth. No, more real than reality itself. If you think about it, people fall under the influence of cults not because they are stupid. It's just that those people create doctrines that sound more plausible than real religions and deceive people by telling them what they want to hear. Those bastards probably studied religions more than anyone else. It takes a lot of effort to become a self-proclaimed Jesus. Sherdal decided she had talked to Gay enough that she wouldn't notice the cigarette. But she was mistaken. Sherdal silently watched this little brat, after which she said, "Give me money." It was just a direct request without any religious doctrines or philosophies, yet people still handed over their money as if they were collectively under hypnosis. And that journalist who was gathering materials about the cult leader, no matter how you looked at it, he had no reason to make such a choice. They wanted to say that out of all the numerous collected materials, only those related to the leader were destroyed. Zombie didn't take his own life. They killed him. That's what Gay told the captain. For some reason, this caused a sudden smile from Mion. And then she said it was very good. What? Everything looked different in Mion's eyes. First of all, Gay decided not to interfere and went to the captain. That was commendable. Moreover, those were very good arguments. So the captain was impressed. In any case, Mion guessed that Gay needed her help. But Gay didn't think so. What was the captain talking about? After all, the help wasn't for the teenager, but for Mion. Gay ordered her to get video or photos of that cult leader, and she would check if he was a superhuman or not. This only amused Mion more. What a little brat. With that, their conversation ended, and Gay moved on. Mion watched her leave from the window, contemplating everything she had heard and said. Then the captain's assistant walked in, asking where Gay had heard about the leader's sermons. After her answer, he was quite impressed. It was pretty good for a high school student. She had gathered information well. But Mi-yeon, to be honest, didn't believe it. She thought someone else had done it. Suddenly, the captain decided to confess that she actually liked Gay. This girl was excellent at manipulating people. She even used Mi-yeon just as she wanted. The captain was so pleased that she ordered Kwan-il and Won-yap to search for that leader. The partner was confused, wondering if it would be okay to send them both together. But was there any other choice? The scene shifted to the forest where Kwan-il and Won-yap were. The latter was in a good mood, praising the weather and the wonderful smell of grass. He also added that he hadn't been on a mission with his younger brother in a long time. He told Kwan-il not to be shy and to ask anything he didn't know from his sonbi. Won-yap wouldn't stop talking, asking if it wasn't too hard to search for the cult leader in the mountains. Then Kwan-il couldn't take it anymore. He ordered that idiot to shut up and fly to search for him. Won-yap wasn't offended, unfortunately. He said he could be spotted while flying, so that wouldn't work. That stupid grin never left his face, so Kwan-il ordered him to shut up before he broke Won-yap's jaw. Fortunately, he understood that threat. Meanwhile, it was getting darker, but they hadn't found anything, and Won-yap suggested calling it a day. Kwan-il couldn't believe it, but he agreed. Before he could finish, Won-yap soared high into the air. Kwan-il didn't understand at first. He ordered his partner not to mess around. But it turned out that Won-yap was too lazy to walk back, so he was saying goodbye to Kwan-il. It seemed this idiot really wanted to die. Meanwhile, it was getting darker and darker. Kwan-il was walking back on foot. He recalled that fool Won-yap, and he tried to suppress the urge to kill him. Meanwhile, it became completely dark. Visibility was terrible. And in the mountains, it seemed Kwan-il was lost. Plus, he was so hungry that he could eat a wild boar alive. Kwan-il looked up at the sky to orient himself. But in the sky, he only saw Won-yap's stupid face. The desire to kill that loser no longer seemed like an empty threat, to be honest. Suddenly, he heard some rustling in the bushes. Kwan-il became alert. He was very attentive and focused. An animal or silence? Suddenly, everything went quiet. Then Kwan-il shouted for the stranger to come out. But again, silence, and now he didn't wait. He lunged first, stupidly inviting an attack on himself. But it turned out to be just a little dog. Kwan-il froze in place and felt like a complete idiot. He decided to just ask the dog who he was. To his surprise, he got an answer, but not from the dog. It was a boy standing behind it. The dog's name was Mong, and Kwan-il had just soiled his pants. The boy was very calm, perhaps too calm. He apologized for letting his dog off the leash and asked if Kwan-il had been scared. After which, he called Mong to him and the dog obeyed. He praised his dog so much, it was true love. People like that couldn't be dangerous. Kwan-il heard the stranger calling the dog home. So he lived somewhere in this forest. He was about to say goodbye when Kwan-il interrupted him. There was silence. The stranger froze in a half bow, and Kwan-il asked if he had any food. Yes, I know, it's a stupid question since everyone has food at home. While they walked, the stranger asked Kwan-il how he ended up in the mountains so late, to which he replied that he was there because of a puppy. The stranger got scared, thinking Kwan-il was talking about Mong, but he was mistaken. To be honest, our blonde was already tired of walking, but fortunately they had arrived. Kwan-il didn't even notice. He just stood there in shock, because it was a very nice-looking place. The stranger warned that his father was sleeping, so they needed to be very quiet. Kwan-il praised how nice the house looked and cautiously approached. To have such a house so far in the mountains, one must earn a lot. He asked if the new friend lived with his father. But it turned out he lived not just with his father, but also with brothers. In fact, Kwan-il had figured it all out long ago since he was told that the entire mountain was the private property of the cult leader. Meanwhile, dinner was already set on the table. The stranger apologized for not being able to offer anything right now, except for some frozen food. He also added that it was little, but he hoped Kwan-il would like it. Look at this polite mama's boy. He even thanked him. Suddenly, he noticed something very interesting. Kwan-il tried to hide his curiosity and joy at having found what he was looking for. Still, he decided to break the ice by asking why there was a photo on the wall if they weren't in North Korea. The stranger calmly explained without any emotion that it was a photo of their father, and Kwan-il feigned surprise in response. He decided to push further and asked if their father was religious. But the stranger shook his head, then added that for them it was more than just religion. Kwan-il held back as best he could, trying not to reveal his satisfaction and the smile creeping onto his face because he had definitely found what he was looking for. He had found him, the leader. The scene shifted back a few hours to when Mi-yeon was telling the two of them not to get into trouble. While Won-yap immediately obeyed, Kwon-il asked why. Mi-yeon was annoyed that she had to explain everything to this idiot, but there was no other way. So she said they only needed a photo. If the leader wasn't superhuman, they wouldn't get involved. After all, they were doing this without a warrant. And if it turned out that the leader wasn't superhuman, all their actions would be illegal. She repeated it again, knowing Kwon-il's mental capacity, that they were only supposed to get the photo and not get into trouble. The scene snapped back to reality, where Kwon-il's dinner was interrupted by shouts. Someone was calling for a brother. A guy burst in wearing the same outfit as the stranger, telling his brother that there was trouble. But he suddenly stopped when he saw Kwon-il looking confused. The stranger told him not to worry and instructed his brother to explain what had happened. He said that their brother, whom their father cherished, had run away. Yes, you heard that right. They didn't use names, just brother. Kwon-il pretended to eat, but he was actually catching every word and analyzing it. A brother cherished by their father? Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the forest. Wait, wasn't that a familiar picture? The same guy running through the dark woods. Then he finally saw a light, a fire, and he tried to call for help. But in that very moment, someone suddenly covered his mouth. Everything was happening too fast and the boy's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. He started trembling and was on the verge of tears until he heard his brother's voice. His brother said that their father didn't know about it yet, so he either needed to come back quietly or he would become a snack for Mong. And then, you know the rest. The only eyewitness decided it was a deer.